Good morning and welcome to the second round of the 2023 Irish Tarmac Rally Championship, brought to you by Samdeck, which is a Sentinel Group company. We're ready here today and tomorrow for the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally. If you were with us last year, you know what you're in for. A terrific 2 days on St. Patrick's weekend, and already the celebrations started in their entirety early yesterday morning. Clonakilty was packed for the ceremonial start last night. 8 stages today, a little over 80 stage mile, and joining me as usual is my co-commentator, a rallying man extraordinaire, Patterson Pace Notes, all the old bulletins, brings a superb amount of knowledge and history of the rallying on this island. Gives me pleasure to welcome Michael Patterson. Good morning, Michael.
Morning, Sav. Happy St. Patrick's weekend.
Yeah. I'm going to have to be really good and try and work out who wants to know about the rugby this afternoon, because
we're already on the touchdown touchy subject.
I saw William Croughton running about the start ramp last night with an Irish rugby union hat on, so there's an awful lot of Welsh visitors. I know Ken Rees is over and Howard Davies. They're in the Melvin Evans camp, but there'll be a lot of people sort of keeping one ear out this afternoon. But I think mixed conditions this morning, Michael.
Yeah, we're hearing from some of the crews already that they're a bit concerned about slippy conditions, shiny tar on the first 3 or 4 Ks of the opening stage. Tire choice is always something we talk about at the start of every rally when we do our live stream, Sav, and the rumour coming from the Parc Fermé this morning is this is going to be really critical. It will set the day effectively. What tyres they go on this morning will have a critical definition for the day's rallying, pretty much.
Yeah, and for those of you who are new to us, the rally is based in its entirety in and around Clonakilty, famous for its black pudding amongst many other things. But we have 8 stages today, done in loops of 2. They return to service at the Agricultural Mart. We will have Tony Kelly in service to catch up on all the latest news. 6 stages tomorrow. But I think we'll take a wee look back at Galway, because Galway sort of threw the cat amongst the pigeons, I suppose, with Marion Evans. And I mean that in a really nice way, because Marion has been unbelievably consistent last year in all the events that he did. But he took it to Josh and won well.
He built up to this, Sav. We both alluded to this. You know, last year he won the Ulster, but in Galway he just built on the foundations of the speed from last year, and I mean he really didn't surprise anyone. Even Josh admitted during the course of the rally that his biggest fear was going to be Marion. Marion is the man who just seems to be in form at the moment, and I do not expect that to be any different today. I think he's just going to carry on where he left off. He's maybe not as quick out of the blocks as Josh or Sam.
He's not, but I've always seen in the Ulster Galway, and go back to any event he's done, he rattles in a top 3 time. So immediately puts himself in the frame and builds from that. Like you said, Josh can be unbelievably quick out of the blocks, as can Sam. Callum won in Longford there a couple of weeks ago. We just look at the points here.
Yeah.
So Marion already taking a healthy 3-point lead as we head into the weekend here in Clonakilty. I think it's mixed conditions this morning, and as you were saying there, it's good. I'm stuttering here because from a fan point of view, I think it's good. There's a conundrum for them this morning.
Yeah,
if it was lovely and warm this morning, bone dry roads, well, we know what they're going to go out on. Now there's skill in terms of the crews around them, what they pick, what tyre compound they pick, what the roads are going to be like. Here we go, there's a cat amongst the pigeons already.
Absolutely.
It's a real good mixer.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that this will probably raise its head during the day is that the weather hasn't been great recently. Last week we had 6 inches of snow.
Yeah.
And there was snow in Kerry and there was snow in West Cork. I was in Kerry and West Cork for other events last week, and I was in the snow. I mean, you could not compare in 7 days the difference in the conditions to today.
Yeah.
But it means that the ground's been fundamentally wet. the roads at this time of year, West Cork, there's parts of it, it's very deceptive. They're wide, fast. They're fundamentally really, really fast stages. But there's parts of it are narrow and gravelly and muddy and working farms, and nothing works consistently on any of the stages. And the first stage in particular this morning is probably one of the trickiest West Cork stages. I mean, the guys who organise this rally, they're competitors. They know what it is to have a challenge for the competitors. So the nice, pretty seaside stages come later. And, but the first couple of stages this morning, a loop of 2 stages done twice, and then we changed terrain after lunch and after second service, where the historic rally then joins in, and we'll do our best to bring some historic action later on. So initially, the first 4 stages this morning is the main field only, and I think they know, the organisers know, let's not make this easy for the guys this morning. This is a tricky morning.
No, it's going to be good, I must admit. Clogher 1 is the first stage, 18.75 kilometres, as we just take a look at the top 10. So, of course, seeded number 1 in difference to last year, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. And Josh, Michael, still using last year's car, which, when we look at his results from 2022, any event he did, he finished first or second.
And so far this year, he's finished first or second as well. Actually, he's 2 seconds, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Losing out a little bit 2 weeks ago in the first round of the Irish National Rally Championship to our number 2 and number 2 on the road today, Callum Devine, with local man Noel O'Sullivan, Kerry man, on board. Callum struggled to find a wee bit of pace in Galway. He didn't struggle in Longford 2 weeks ago on the Midland Rally. He was fantastic.
He was very quick out of the blocks and on it from the word go. The Galway winner, Marion Evans, and the ever reliable Jonathan Jackson, seeded number 3. And as we were talking about at the top of the show, Marion would be, I think, my pick for a consistent finish this weekend. Cahan McCourt, Liam Moynihan, I think you were saying they had a very good test run yesterday.
Apparently so. Look, Cahan's done everything he can to prove he's got the speed. We know he's got the speed. We know he's super, super quick. He just hasn't had the rub of the green, as you might say, recently. Is there a sensational result coming his way?
Yeah.
Someday it's going to happen. You know, he's won plenty of rallies. He's the forestry champion. He can drive tarmac, gravel. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm just running my eye down this top 10. Move on to Sam Moffat. Sam's now established as a genuine, can win any rally at any time. Keith Moriarty, another really capable co-driver. But is there a dark horse in Robert Barrable at car 6 here? He's a former West Cork winner.
He's a former West Cork winner, but the dark horse bit for me is Gordy Noble in with him. Now,
yes.
That is really interesting because I've worked with Gordy on several occasions, with Tony Jardine on campaigns in England and Europe. An extremely accomplished navigator, very thorough, very calming, and has helped, you know, when Ali Fisher was doing some of the junior categories, Gordy was a great influence. And I think that old head of Gordy Noble, with the greatest of respect, I think that could be a really good dark horse.
I think there's even more to it than that. What maybe some people who'll be listening to us talking about this is that Gordon isn't just a top co-driver. He's poacher and gamekeeper. Remember, he was clerk of the course of Rally Ireland when it was a round of the World Rally Championship. He's been clerk of the course of the Circuit of Ireland when it's a round of the European Rally Championship. He knows the rule book inside out. He knows every trick in the book inside out.
You're not talking about last year's circuit, are you?
I'm not referring to anything about last year's circuit. That's done and dusted. But I think, Gordon is just, he's a cool dude. Another guy with a new co-driver this year, obviously, is car 7, Johnny Greer. Now, we know Johnny, sublime car control. He's got Niall Burns in with him this year. They've really gelled. Niall won the BTRDA, a few championships a couple of years ago when he went off to the UK.
That was with Gary Pearson. He won about 4 championships. But
Yeah.
Niall's very steady. He was in the Middle East there a couple of weeks back from Sligo. Very good, very reliable. And Johnny would be another one you'd put an each-way bet on for a good finish. Very consistent. Has won the opening 2 rounds in the Northern Ireland Championship, if I'm not right.
With Johnny, yes, they've been brilliant. Now, the guy who hasn't been having a great run of things recently, and there's absolutely no question at Desi Henry's speed. Desi's running the 8 today with Paddy Robinson on board. Paddy from Donegal. Desi just hasn't been getting a good run of it, so he's out in the Citroen today. It's a first time out in the new Citroen C3. He debuted the car in Bishop's Court last week, and I think he had a problem early on in the rally, but as the day went on,
his times were great.
His times were really good. He broke a drive shaft during the day. Declan Boyle, tarmac champion, national champion. Patrick Walsh alongside.
Yeah, very
what
experienced.
What can you say? And the man who I think really impressed me in Galway, just to round off the top 10, Gareth McHale with Brian Murphy on board. I think Gareth is building up his speed. He's justified it.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, he's building it up.
Yeah.
Galway was fantastic. I think it's a completely different rally here. West Cork, it's this mixture of really high speed, technical stages. People ask me how would I describe the stages, and I have to say, Galway's very fast junctions and stuff like that. West Cork is very technical. It's very high speed. High speed corners, long corners, tighten and open, changing levels of grip, very high grip, very low grip. Everything's a compromise in the rally car. Everything's a compromise about tyres. I'll be interested to hear what the Michelin and Pirelli engineers are recommending this morning. But as we've already alluded, we have heard that the first 3 or 4 kilometres of the first stage are really, really slippy.
Well, the rally officially started last night in Clonakilty. There was a ceremonial start for most of the leading crews, and our cameras were there to catch up with the crews. We do have a little sort of like a double echo in terms of the microphone because it was unbelievably busy and unbelievably packed. Clonakilty, Michael, was rammed last night. So
it's a fabulous place to be on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
And I mean, St. Patrick's Day for the ceremonial start. What
Perfect.
more can you say? It all leads into hopefully a really atmospheric start to the rally.
A lot of stages tomorrow and a lot of stages on Sunday and a lot of work to do.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of work to do, and there's 2 big days ahead, so there is to get by first, you know. So yeah, look, we'll take one stage at a time, and just need a bit of passes.
The pace is pretty hot, to say the least.
Yeah, it is. You know, you look at the first day in Galway, the lead changed a lot, but it seemed on the Sunday we seemed to get an edge, which was good. So it was quite dry, generally a bit more like the conditions here, but the way it is this weekend is looking like more Galway weather in West Cork, so let's see.
Great coming down here every year. It's a nice event, and all down the centre of the world, all the stages is probably some of the best in Ireland. So no, here it's great, and the lineup of machinery that's in front and behind us is phenomenal. So it's good for the rally too. And no, here we had a bit of a misdemeanor in Galway, and my own fault, just foul tires. But look, we're coming down here this weekend to try and make amends for that.
A lot of people have sort of points to prove this weekend, and you know, you had a good outing in Galway and whatever, but I think there's a lot more in you and there's a lot more in this car. And is this the weekend you're going to extend it?
Yeah, we're definitely going to try. It's definitely challenging stages, great roads, and yeah, hopefully we can have a good run. I suppose we've a good package together. We've done a bit of testing, and hopefully we've got the car where we need to be to just try and find those last few tenths.
Do you still hold the record of winning this rally by the smallest margin possible, but you'd love to do the same again, and I'm sure the margin wouldn't bother you.
Yeah, to be fair, Martin, it was 12 years ago now, so I'm starting to feel a little bit old myself. So, yeah, I think we're the only father and son to win it as well, which is a great accolade to have. So, although the competition is going to be extremely tough this weekend, as well as the weather, as well as the stage that Steve has put on, so whoever wins this rally on Sunday evening will thoroughly deserve it.
I have enjoyed this rally. I've come here a few times now, and it's always a great event, always a great weekend. So looking forward to getting into it tomorrow, and stages look nice. Hopefully I've dried out a bit since Thursday on the recce. They're a bit flooded in places, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
You're one of the guys that have switched up to the Citroen, and is it matched to your expectations, or is it very, very different to your Fiesta?
Yeah, look, there's none of these sort of modern cars, there's none of them bad. They're all, it's just, you're sort of taking a side step and trying something different. Citroen seems to be quite strong at the minute and quite easy to set up and get onto the Irish roads.
So a big thanks to Martin Walsh on the start ramp at Clonakilty last night. So not long now until Clogher 1, the first stage of the Clonakilty Park Hotel 2023 West Cork Rally. We're going to have a bit of a chat now, I think, about the modified. Mark Alcorn, who performed really, really well. I took the words out of your mouth.
Yeah, and did you see any of the highlights from Longford a couple of weeks ago, where he sort of carried on where he left off in Galway, but
yeah, then
he got away with what I would say was one of the biggest accidents. he got away with it. So Mark, Kevin Eves is actually running first modified on the road. Kevin, bit unfortunate, car broke down in Galway while he was fighting for the lead of the rally with Mark Alcorn. Gary Kiernan, what can you say about Gary? He absolutely has been on the case recently as well. And most of these guys are match fit. They've all did Galway. They've all. So Gary Kiernan actually has Cathal Mulgrew co-driving. So Cathal, a very accomplished co-driver. As I say, these guys are all match fit. They all pretty much between them did Galway. They all went to the Midland Rally, most of them. Jason Black stepped up with a bigger engine in his car this weekend. He really, I think, is another one who's... it's his second time back to West Cork. He did it for the first time last year, and Jason really probably third on the road is where he's at. I think he'll settle into third. Conor Murphy, Galway again, had a good turn of speed in Galway. Daniel McKenna, dark horse in my book, I have to say. Daniel's pretty much a former professional rally driver, Pirelli star driver. Went off, drove for Ford, did a little bit in the World Rally Championship, didn't really work out for him.
He worked for them for a couple of years though.
He ended up, look, he sort of regrouped and went and worked for M Sport as an engineer, and has moved back to, I believe he's living in Donegal now. From what I hear, he's a Donegal resident, lucky man. West Cork or Donegal seems to be the choice of place to live these days. Yeah, Daniel is my dark horse for this weekend in the modified.
I've seen a couple of his in cars recently, and you know, I listened to them talk at WRC Live yesterday about when a driver has confidence in the car, the difference it makes in terms of seconds that you get. You know, you're comfortable with the car. I mean, some of his commitment in the Escort is just breathtaking. You know, confidence.
And he uses descriptive pace notes, which I love.
Confidence in his notes, and you sort of close up the YouTube bit and you go, blimey, you know, it really is. So yeah, I can see a good result hopefully for Daniel McKenna and Andrew Grennan, Ed O'Callaghan and Kirsty O'Callaghan, and very consistent as well. Yep.
Chris Armstrong, is he out of position at car 31? A couple of years ago, I would have said yes, but he's not really as match fit as the rest of the guys.
No.
You know, there was not that long ago, Chris was virtually unbeatable in the modified rallies.
Yeah.
He has a very, very good car. I just think he's getting back up to speed himself. John Bonner and Johnny Baird, two really, really good competitors. No slouches. I suspect they will be in or thereabouts. But Barry Mead and Eamon Hayes, Eamon, local co-driver, knows West Cork like the back of his hand. Family, the family are well-known West Cork rally people. Dad is former clerk of the course of Skibbereen Rally, very senior organisers, and Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn, all in Mark II escorts. Really, Mark IIs are just going to be giving us a big show today, I think.
It always amazes me. I mean, some of them are putting out 300, 320, 330, 340 horsepower, and in conditions like this morning, especially in the Shiny Tower sections that we talk about, how they get the traction coming out of junctions and corners. So we're going to take a quick look at the historic entries.
So we obviously the big thing with the historics, unlike Galway, Sav, I think we should explain to people the popularity of. So this is how this comes about, really. The rally can only start 151 cars under its permit. And the popularity of West Cork is that they will start 151 cars this morning. So we have got just over 20 historic cars. What they know is after the first 4 stages, the rally will almost certainly lose 20 cars. So the historics will start after stage 4. They'll start the rally at stage 5. And Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan, we know are... did they win the historics here last year? I think they did. Certainly won in Galway by unchallenged, pretty much.
Yeah.
So in the championship, and I'm sorry, Marion Evans won Galway. Now, Marion, we had this unique scenario where Marion Evans in his Polo R5 won the rally outright, and Marion Evans and Dale Furness won the historic rally in Galway. They last did West Cork, and the last did West Cork, I think, in 2019, where unfortunately they retired. Now, Marion sent me a few messages during the week. He's just such a complete driver. All these guys, there's hardly a Rizla paper between themselves. I mean, they're
really competitive.
Really competitive. We've got a few people. So Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, again, had a great run in Galway, had a great run in Killarney in December. Mark Falvey didn't do Galway. So Mark, I think, is definitely in with a good shout. Ray Breen. I'm not ignoring Sebastian Ling, particularly with Aled Rees. Sebastian, again, a former British junior champion. I think Seb, we know, is
more than capable on a good day.
Yeah. I think
definitely
he is the man who could possibly upset the apple cart with the historics. But the one car that has created so much interest recently, and everything about the Ray Bring, Michael Maher, Ray Clonmel man, really, really well known for that season that he had with Frank Maher in Cosworths, going back into the early 90s and mid 90s, and some of the wins that they had. But Ray really showed a brilliant turn of speed in Galway.
He very good and very, very consistent. And Michael Maher, rolling back the years and memories of the legend that is Frank Maher. Just a quick update. It's raining now. Just been told it's raining on stage 2, and the safety car has given the go-ahead for stage 1. So not long to go now. We're due off, but 9:37 I think it is.
So I think just talking about Ray, the one that we'll have to mention is Craig Breen. Craig is out this weekend in the ubiquitous Sierra Cosworth that he did Killarney Historic in, and we believe that he will join the historic rally after stage 4. We're not quite sure if he's actually going to be doing the stages up to stage 4, but I think, Craig, stand back, hold on to your hats.
Well, it's good to see Paul Nagel in them again, and of course, if you remember back last year in Deja Vu, Paul Nagel raffled the crash helmet that had been signed by all the WRC stars, and it was bought and then given back to him. So
great story.
It's on Paul's timeline on Twitter. If you want to go back and have a look, raised a huge amount of money. So 11 degrees in Clonakilty. Cars now making their way to the start of the opening stage of the 2023 Samdech Irish Tarmac Rally Championship. I think everybody now is just sitting, itching. Let's get going. Let's get going.
Yeah, we've mentioned a few people from the main field. I think there's a couple of people that will probably catch our eye. I think one of the really interesting entries last year and this year is William Crichton and Liam Regan in the Rally 3 Fiesta. So obviously William has had a sensational year so far in the World Rally Championship in the junior categories. And this is just, I think they had such a good time in West Cork last year that they see it as a really good rally to get more experience, to be driving in a really competitive environment in that car. I think William will show us what these Rally 3 cars are capable of.
Top 10 is not an issue for them. I mean, they finished inside the top 10 last year, but really impressive and an unbelievably deceptive car in terms of possibly not as noisy as some of the full-blown R5s, but deceptively quick.
Yeah.
And as you said, Michael, some of his results on the World Championship level, back that up. So for those joining us, 2 stages this morning to start, Clogher 1 and Ballinascarthy. Ballinascarthy due to kick off at 10:14, where the leading crews will then make their way back into Clonakilty Agricultural College for a 50-minute service. They'll be due in there about 10 to 11. We will have Tony Kelly in the service area, and she will be catching up with the leading crews and gathering their thoughts on the opening pair of stages this morning. Those 2 stages repeated again before back into the Agricultural College at 1:10 for a 25-minute service, and then we head into the afternoon stages. 2 runs over Ring and Dunworley, which, as you said earlier, Michael, completely different in context and texture, if you like, to this morning's 4 stages.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's this Irish thing, you go 5 miles up the road and the whole nature changes. So the stages this morning, very technical, narrow, tricky, difficult, whereas you go to Ring and Dunworley, they're coastal stages, wider roads. They're all fast, by the way. There's no misconception. These are fast stages we've got this morning, but we've got to deal with these 2 stages done twice this morning. They're pretty much what we would refer to in Irish terms full length. They're the best part of 20 kilometres, the best part of 20 kilometres each. This is, and I tell you, the thing with West Cork is it's like a shoebox rally, effectively. It's so condensed and there's no room. If you have a problem on this rally at all this morning or at any point during the weekend, you've got nowhere to go, you've nowhere to hide, you've no time. This is pretty much, on the one hand, as good as you'll get, but on the other hand, if it starts going pear-shaped for you, that's it. At least you've got Super Rally, but that's your championship. Hope's gone, all this carry on, all of that will just disappear because there's no time and there's no room for manoeuvre.
It's very like, for those of you familiar with the European Championship and World Championship, it's kind of Ireland's answer to Ypres in that the town of Clonakilty it just buzzes from about Wednesday of this week onwards and will do into the early part of next week. But the stages are no more than 10 miles, 15 kilometres
maximum
outside
10
of
miles,
Clonakilty. So,
yeah.
and as we've spoken before in other events, when you look at, I know that you'll see car 1, 2, 3, 4 into the stage, but in terms of logistics, there's 150 cars following in like a snake formation that loop back round through the opening 2 stages. There'll be cars coming back into service when other competitors are going out to start the first stage. And when the leading cars leave the first service of the day, there will still be crews heading out to compete the first stage. So a lot of work for the organisers. I always doff my cap to them because this is the culmination of everything that Steve and his team for the Clonakilty Rally have put together over the last sort of 9 months. You know, medics, rescue crews, marshals. I saw Bones O'Connor. If you fancy marshalling, give Bones O'Connor a shout. He'd be delighted to hear from you. But the amount of just people and on the periphery of the competitors, it's a huge undertaking. And we saw that in Galway, where it was designed in such a way that even though we lost the stage or had delays, the rally came back on the time unbelievably quickly. So credit to the organisers and everybody else, and if you're marshalling it there, thank you very much. And we'll endeavour to mention stage commanders and medics and rescue crews during the course of today and tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at a bit of information coming up on my computer screen to say that the final 0 car is now into the first stage. So if you're spectating and catching up on the live stream, you've got 04, 03, 02 and 01 on the stage. The leading competitors are now getting ready to start the stage. We've got a few interesting entries. Local man, I would have said Kevin Kelleher with Michael Cody co-driving. Kevin was a serious contender to win the rally a few times. Yeah. He's in a hired Fiesta R5. Kevin, he's just such a nice guy. Him and his brother obviously co-drove and won Group N a few times in the rally. And so we're getting ready to gear up. There's the first of the 0 cars just at our first camera crew. And our producer, Andrew Bush, who will be chirping away in my ear. Well, I'm just laughing. He says he's going about as fast as Andrew goes in his Chevette. Andrew, obviously a well-known competitor in his Chevette HSR in the historic category. And actually, I don't know if anybody ever watches the on one of the Sky channels that Bangers and Cash. Do you ever watch it? There was a new episode this week anyway where they had 2 Chevette HSs, road cars, up for auction. One was needed restoration and one was perfect. And the money they sold for to have
would frighten you.
Yeah, and the point, the very legitimate point is that there were only ever 400 Chevette HSs made.
Yeah.
So
for rally homologation,
really rare car nowadays.
Even fewer. I mean, we should get off this topic because Andrew Bush will be up with us in a minute. But I mean, there was even fewer HSRs made, and then there was the wide axle and it reminded me though when we saw the graphic there of Bill Connolly's. I think Bill Connolly drove a Red Mills ex-work Chevette.
Yep.
But very good indication there, live pictures from our position on the opening stage. Good example there of what Michael was talking about, the damp wet road. You can see in the edge of the road where the muck gets pulled on, but very damp underfoot. Our roving reporter Tony Kelly's been in touch and she said, bit of rain here at the first location, first 00 cars through. So I must admit, I'm really looking forward to this. If the driver's concerns are correct, we could see possibly at the end of the opening stage a topsy-turvy leaderboard.
Yeah, but with the greatest respect, I over the years have always been surprised at just how fast and controlled these guys and girls are. Yes, sometimes you get a bit of an upset, but as a rule, they're all really, really experienced. the one thing, and Andrew Bush actually brought it to my attention a few minutes ago, is the temperature's rising. And we have this critical thing with the tyres, 15, 16 degrees. They tend to say, the engineers will say, you need to be looking at a softer compound. So at 11 degrees, they're almost certainly on a soft compound, intermediate type tyre this morning. It'll be interesting to hear what Pirelli and Michelin say, David Moynihan or Michelin have recommended this morning. But I suspect, looking at the conditions, the mud, I mean, you can see the edge of the road. There's gravel, there's mud, it's soft, it's wet. And it's been wet now for a few weeks. Only a week ago we had snow. It's only now that the ambient temperature's starting to climb. And I think this is probably the final zero car. Nice little sunbeam. Yeah, so they're getting everybody on their toes, as I would say. That's what the job is.
You can see the damp on the wet on the road.
Shiny tar, Sav. That's the thing. It's the shiny tar.
I think that's what spooks most drivers. I mean, people will be aware of the phrase from the WRC cars talking about shiny tar, but it's where on roads that have been resurfaced, where eventually over time the tar makes its way up through the stones, and the stones in effect disappear. So what you get is just a complete shiny surface, and in damp conditions it's like ice. In fact, I think it's worse than ice in that you just cannot get stopped. So
it's the unpredictability as much as anything else. When you talk about ice, we know that on ice it's consistently no grip. Shiny tar on a tarmac road, you get grip, and then suddenly you have no grip at all. And like a good rally driver will pinpoint shiny tar on their pace notes and stuff, but sometimes the conditions during a recce don't lead it that well to being able to pinpoint exactly where it is. You get a situation like today, probably yesterday I think was damp enough, so if anybody had a run over the stages yesterday, they'd probably be able to look at this and go, yeah, you see where we were yesterday, it was a bit damp, and I could see this reflection on top of the tarmac road. That's the shiny tar. Now, we do have, I've just had one of the producers inform me that the first car is now on the stage live, so we're really counting down now at our position, where we should be getting action very, very shortly.
So we have two positions on stage here towards the end of the stage, but Josh Moffat and Callum Devine in the stage as we speak. Now, we are live on YouTube and we are live on Facebook. By all means, if you want to drop us a message, we will endeavour to keep in touch. We're also keeping in touch on Twitter. I'm not sure what the hashtag is for the weekend, but I'm sure if you put in West Cork Rally, we'll be able to see, and if you send us a message, we will reply. You can see Burr Motor Club are wishing everybody in West Cork a great weekend.
I was just going to say, so the stage length here is about 18.5 kilometres, Sav. As you've just mentioned, our camera positions are near the end of the stage. Here's our second camera position. Nice to hear. Lovely little unarched Mark II Escort there. Predicted stage time between 9 and 9.5 minutes, I suspect, in the damp conditions. If it was dry, just under 9 minutes. It's not dry. In fact, it's looking at the spray coming off the zero car there. That is really is pretty damp, isn't it?
It is. And there's the Chevette that we saw earlier at the previous location. That's a great spot there because they will be carrying some speed up through that.
Yeah, they are carrying some speed up through that. And equally, I think it gives us a really good picture of the conditions. Now, live results this weekend, everybody. www.live.irallyresults.com/CMC Rally. Also, you can get a link through the West Cork Rally website, which is probably the easiest way to get it, to be honest with you. The results this weekend are brought to you by Cork Motor Club themselves. Normally, we would either have Angus Seeley on Shannon Sports, or equally in the north, we've got, I'm just looking at something, so it's Lawrence Hardigan brings us the results. I was going to say Circuit of Ireland, it'll be Paddy McCollum's website will be doing the results for us when we come to the circuit in a couple of weeks' time. But for this weekend, it's Cork Motor Club West Cork Rally website is as good a place as any. You'll get a link off the front page of the West Cork Rally website. Now, the car one, Josh Moffat, is about halfway through the stage. I suspect we'll start getting pictures in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Top 8 cars in the stage now, up as far as Desi Henry. As Michael says, Josh just approaching about halfway through the stage. If you're familiar with the area, our camera crews are in Mountine or Dunowan, if you know the area. Roughly in that townland area. Declan Boyle just started the stage. There we go, Josh through. Just clip the bail there a little bit.
Yep. So my feeling about that is he's not messing about, Sav.
No, he's very quick through there. So.
And he hit the chicane roughly at about 56 or 57 seconds, just to give you an indication. So 30-second intervals for the crews this morning. Next car, and absolutely on the case. This is
Callum Levine, very quick through there indeed.
I think Callum's gained time there, Sav, in my opinion.
He's obviously had his Weetabix.
Yep. Marshall just instructing spectators to get back off the road. Everybody out spectating today, please bear in mind. So our Galway winner, very neat and tidy. Not much in it there between Callum and Marion Evans on the clock on the screen, in my opinion. So our production team are going to try and bring us dual pictures here from our 2 camera points.
So back to our spot on stage 1. And that looks
bearable. So no.
You know, I have to apologise to viewers and listeners. Sometimes I actually forget to commentate because I'm actually watching what's going on.
We are having a few sound issues here with... I was going to say I thought Sam was missing, so Sam's actually running out of order there.
So the second round of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship 2023 well underway now. The top 15 cars now into the stage. So Michael Barble, Gordon Noble,
Robert.
It was the Michael Barble, big Michael Barble Motors logo. Michael himself, no mean competitor down the years. And we're going to just get a replay here, Michael.
Is this a replay of Josh just clipping a bail, is it? Goodness, that's wet and slippy.
back to
Johnny Greer.
Niall Burns carried the forklifts back. Citroen C3. So we're back at our second location now. Interesting to see.
I think Josh was just getting a bit of aquaplane in there. In my
I think he was. I think you're right. But it was noticeable that Callum got a minimal amount.
Fast and furious stuff.
Yeah, and of course the thing is, where we've had the condensed rain, especially in hillsides, the rain does make its way just down and straight onto the road. Nobody cleans ditches anymore. So Marion Evans through now. He got a little bit of a wobble through there.
But still totally committed, Sav.
That's some speed up
fast
through
and
there.
furious stuff, really is, yeah. That's a great spot.
As you can see, they're currently 11 degrees, 13 minutes to 10. Second stage of the day, Ballinascarthy, the first run over Ballinascarthy, due off at 10:14. Callum McCourt through now.
He seemed a lot more stable, didn't he?
Very much so. I mean, Cahan impressed me in the escort in the historic back there in December. I thought he drove a great event.
Is Sam Moffat on a mission this morning, do you think?
His car looked a lot more stable through that than Josh's.
He's got the new model as opposed to Josh's last year's car.
Yeah.
Sam debuted this car in Galway this year and certainly professed himself very, very happy with it. So wipers on full. Tony Kelly sent a message through to us here in the studio to say it's raining pretty heavy where she is. Lots of standing water. I think we're going to hear. I think we're going to hear from the drivers that the standing water probably is going to cause a few problems. It's that commitment then when you're in this high speed stuff. The worst thing you can have is where the car sits up on top of the water, aquaplanes. It zaps your confidence. It leaves you unable to commit in the high speed stuff. All the guys and girls will have had gravel note people, what we call gravel notes. Johnny Greer, again, car getting ever so slightly up and down. Johnny's car looks fantastic, doesn't it? Carried a forklift.
Morning to Cian from London, who's tuning in. We've got to see Declan getting a good start to the rally because if you remember back Galway, Michael, he had a terrible start in the morning.
Yep.
And sort of missed half a day's rallying, and as a result, so Cajon Ready Mix, one of our partners, along with
another one there who needs a better turn of luck is Desi Henry, just through his first time out in the Citroen, or not the first time out. He did Bishop's Court last weekend around the McGrady Insurance Northern Ireland Rally Championship. Broke a drive shaft, but his times were definitely getting on the case as the day went on. Desi, God, when he led the Circuit of Ireland last year, I thought he's got this in the bag, and then the car broke down. So Declan Boyle, very distinctive little Volkswagen Polo.
So
almost matches the Cahan concrete advertisement there on the side of the road.
So Josh through stage one, said he had picked a soft slick, which wasn't ideal.
I'm surprised to hear he picked a soft slick. I would have thought an Inter would have been the better tyre. Here's Gareth McHale. Absolutely on it, flat out.
So we should have David Guest up next.
David's a local man. So we have word that provisionally Callum Devine 2 seconds faster than Josh through that stage. Sav, only 2 seconds, 18.5 kilometres. It's nothing.
So
Marion Evans.
David gets through there. Next up, Owen Murphy. Nice to see Owen back behind the wheel.
So our information is Marion Evans has moved the goalposts on everybody at the end of this first 18.5k stage. Apparently was on a soft slick as well, Zav. 9 seconds faster than Josh, 7 seconds faster.
Well, I just dipped into the results here.
You got
Michael.
them, yeah?
Yeah, Marion Evans is on a 9:26.9. Sam Moffat second fastest on a 9:29.9, so 3 seconds there. Robert Barrable and Gordy Noble on a 9:31.6. Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan a 9:33.3. So quite a slow time from Johnny Greer, 9:42.6. So 15, nearly 16 seconds slower than Marion Evans, but Marion Evans quick out of the blocks, and as you were expressing surprise at the soft compound tyre that Josh took, I mean that puts 8.5 seconds back now from Marion, where Josh is in fourth. So
this is all about confidence, Sav. These guys, this is about confidence in the wet conditions this morning. Oh, I thought this was, that was an extremely hairy moment
big
there.
wobble.
Yep.
That's what they call an attention getter.
That was a bit more than an attention getter. I'm pretty sure it was Cal McCarthy, local man.
So Aaron McHale, nice to see Aaron out as well in the right-hand drive Polo R5. And next up at this spot should be Keith Lyons in the Lions of Limerick car that saw action with Matt Edwards and Dave Moynihan in Longford last week or the week before.
Yeah, very distinctive car.
What do we christen it? Duracell.
Yes. We'll say nothing about Duracell bunnies, eh?
No. So Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor in the C3, in the Citroen C3, as we just catch some action there. In 9th, Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy. 10th, Declan Boyle showing at the moment in 11th. So at the moment 35 seconds odd, covering the top 11 results in so far.
Interloper into the top 6. David Kelly, very impressive time from him, a 9:36.9. Puts him into 6th place overall.
He's a lovely colour scheme as well.
Yep. David obviously is another one to make the switch to a Citroen C3. Declan Boyle is reported that he picked the wrong tyre for the stage, Zav, and if you haven't got the right tyre in these conditions, it really doesn't do your confidence any good. So Declan is in 12th on a 9:57.4, as opposed to Marion Evans' fastest time of a 9:26.9. That's 30 odd seconds down. Not so good, not so good.
It just begs the question. So Kevin Eves,
first of the modified.
Reports from the wonderful Kevin O'Driscoll that car 35, Chris O'Callaghan, is out with mechanical issues at location 3. which is very disappointing. Next up should be Gary Kiernan.
Yep, Gary. Car moving around a bit.
Not lifting all the same.
So with a bit of disappointing news that apparently William Crichton has stopped in the first stage. He has the OK board out, but that's a bit short-lived after we anticipated a bit of a giant killing performance. Now this is Jason Black coming into shot. Just hear him staying on the throttle for quite a bit out of camera, so really fast bit of road. Cal McCarthy safely through after his big moment in front of us on our camera. This is Ed Murphy. Of course, we have a lot more people in the modified that we weren't able to talk about earlier on. Frank Kelly being one of them. Daniel McKenna getting a bit of a wobble on. So by my reckoning, it sounded to me there Daniel was pulling top gear as he went past, so cars going in excess of 100 miles an hour past our camera point.
Next up should be car 27, Neil Roscoe.
Neil Roscoe, yeah, in his Rally 2 Fiesta, which is the same as, fundamentally the same as an R5 car. Andrew Roughhead co-driving. Actually going to have a few, 3 or 4 Fiestas due up. Kevin Kelleher being one of them, Dennis Moynihan, John O'Donnell with Aidan Friel co-driving. Aidan, of course, used to co-drive for our own Tony Kelly. Not sure if this is a gap or a delay, but obviously we have got reports of William Crichton stopped. My information is that William has actually got going again, so that'll be interesting to see. So this should be local man, Kevin Kelleher. Kevin, well-known family in Clonakilty. Family used to own, or possibly still do, used to own a pub called The Big Fella, named after Michael Collins, who hailed from the area.
So crews move from here to Ballinascarthy. That's due off in about 13 minutes. So Marion Evans taking a 3-second lead into the second stage of the day from Sam Moffat, who has slotted into second along with Keith Moriarty in the Hyundai i20 R5. Robert Barrable shown very well already with Gordon Noble in the Citroen C3 Rally 2. and Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan taking fourth, with Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes running at the top 5 after the first stage. So on the second stage, Michael, conditions similar to these, or road surface similar?
Very similar, but I would actually say it's a bit rougher. This should be Chris Armstrong, fingers crossed. Yeah, Chris in his very distinctive Mark II.
A big front with Phil Collins car.
So this is Cal McCarthy getting definitely a bit of a heart stopper on earlier on, a few cars ago. But fair play to him, back on the throttle, Sav. Yep.
Yeah, I think we possibly just missed William Crichton going through there. So didn't get to see the car.
Our production team are keeping us up to date. Gary Kernan apparently was reported that he had more moments in that stage than the last 2 rallies put together. We can see the conditions are really tricky. It's that on. It's not raining flat out. It's the standing water. Well, we've touched on this before, Zav. When it's pouring down with rain, you know where you stand. You know where you stand. When it's these mixed conditions where it's not raining hardly at all, and the standing water is probably worse than what
it's
you
that
think.
fine rain that Peter Kay talks about.
Yeah, go on, you carry on. You've started something now.
Yeah, no, he does a great skit on our Irish mommies in the rain. Daniel McKenna showing as possibly fastest modified. But William Crichton has got going again, as you said there, Michael, but seems to have he's lost a couple of 3 minutes there.
So we'll
try and catch
never
up.
give up, and you be positive about these things. Oh, here we've got 2 cars catching each other, so
well, I mean, when you talk about not giving up, I mean, that could have happened midway through the opening stage of the day. Yesterday in Mexico, the turbo gave up. He had to do 2.5 stages without a turbo. Dropped about 20 minutes, I think he dropped. So,
well, that sort of, if William, I suspect, has dropped about 3 minutes by my reckoning. You know, he could probably, I would say, being optimistic, we could get maybe the drive of the rally.
So I can see on the there's a few plugs for the live stream if you are and have friends that want to watch, share it with them.
So Colin Byrne through there with Stephen Quinn, and next up should be Frank Kelly. Frank's always forever the entertainer.
There we go. Absolutely flat.
Daughter co-driver and Frank's daughter Lauren co-driving.
And of course, sponsored by modified category, sponsored by McAvoy Motorsport. Gary, you will find in the service area with rally merchandise, clothing and models, hats, all sorts of stuff. I do believe that we have some stuff to give away, which we'll deal with later. But there's a rally business putting something back into the sport in terms of sponsoring the modified championship for this year. Overall championship sponsored by Samdeck, as we get a look at 2 cars running very quickly now.
Richard Moore and Jack Newman with Andrew Brown co-driving. Both Class 14 escorts. Really tricky conditions. You know, you'll get a driver this morning, Sav, who'll just say, look, I'm not going to stick my neck out. Or maybe have a half spin or whatever. Here's a wee replay of Frank. And I mean, everybody seems to be just This water is definitely upsetting the cars. Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy. Brian Brogan's due next, chairman of Donegal Motor Club. Brian through safe and sound. And another legend from the Northwest, Conor Curley.
Nice to see Conor out.
Oh, he's a great fella. He really is such a nice guy. Funny. He calls me up occasionally. He cracks me up. He's definitely a car salesman, Zav.
I seem to be doing okay at it.
Yep. Conor's got Alan White co-driving this weekend. Normally Nigel Fraser, so it was the carrying on the generational thing, you know, Austin's son Nigel, and obviously Conor's dad needs no introduction. Curly cars, resplendent on the front of the. This is a new built Mark II Escort, I believe. Nice looking car. Now, Colin Murphy was on the starters list this morning in his Group N Subaru. But this is Jason McSweeney, or Vincent McSweeney, not Jason, Vincent and Michael Kearney. We don't seem to have Colm on the stage at the moment. Again, former
Group N champion,
Group
wasn't
N
he?
champion, Tarmac Championship, Group N top man, really, really good driver. So I wonder what's happened there.
Rain cover blew right in front of me eyepiece.
So leading crews now at the start of stage 2. It's due to go live in about 5 minutes.
Should have another Mitsubishi up next. Brian O'Keefe with Sean Hayde co-driving in their Evo 10. So just to confirm, Daniel McKenna was fastest modified over the stage on a 10:04.8. Just over a second faster from Kevin Eves. And right hot on her tail, Jason Black, 0.3 of a second slower than Kevin Eves. So nothing between those guys, nothing you can shake a stick at anyway. Connor McCarthy.
Mike, I was saying earlier about the rally result website. If you can't get access into that, you can always check out EWRC.
That's a very good point. Yeah, good point.
EWRC, for some reason, on many events, actually have an ability to attain results quicker than the events themselves, if that makes sense. So EWRC, this weekend, they're covering about 18 or 19 rallies throughout Europe and the rest of the world, but the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork is one of them.
And just to confirm our fears about William Crichton, he's completed the stage, but he dropped 3.5 minutes to the leading times, which to me is he's dropped 3 minutes. He probably would have been 30 seconds down on the leaders on the stage.
Yeah.
It's just Mark Dolphin. So this is where West Cork really starts to come into its own, where we start getting multiple stages running at any one time. The rally leaders are about to start stage 2. So we have fast and furious stuff going on here. A big splash of water there. There really is a lot of standing water about this morning.
And I think we're nearly 60 cars through already.
Yep.
So
that was Tom Flaherty, by the way.
Cars running 30-second intervals here. As in the shot comes the Toyota twin cam
Of Corey Eves. Moving around, fighting the car. Now, normally you would say a Darien is a brilliant tarmac rally car, but in these conditions, I'm not sure a Darien is the best car for this weekend. We are due, Tony Rees is due with us soon, but it might be Paul Horton in his Citroen up next.
I would imagine a Darien in conditions like this is really, really hard work.
Yeah, hard work. As somebody has just whispered in my ear, stand well back. Yeah, the Darien's moving around all right.
Well, I mean,
actually, he was pretty cautious through there.
Yeah, and I mean, on dry tarmac, as we both know, unbelievably quick.
Yep.
Very, very quick on dry tarmac.
So this is Paul Horton and Will Atkins in their Rally 2 Citroen. These really are. It's amazing how things change around. Sav, the Citroen is becoming a very popular car.
It is a Hyundai, and it seems to be leaving a certain Ford well behind in terms of the number of cars competing in sort of Ireland and the UK. Paul Horton, I think, if memory is right, has been receiving some driver coaching from Matt Edwards. Matt Edwards, a multiple British champion, but also a driver coach, and as we were saying earlier, was in Longford in the Lions of Limerick Fiesta with Dave Moynihan a couple of weeks back, and showed very well, showed his skills.
So I'm just looking, that was Keelan Grogan through in their Peugeot 208, and I'm not sure that on the entry list to have it down as an RC2 car. I'm pretty sure that's an RC4 car. That very distinctive 3-cylinder engine. So this was our Galway junior winner, Casey J. Coleman, being caught by Cian Caldwell. So a bit of a turn up for the books. Cian has gained the best part of 30 seconds there.
He has there, yeah.
So obviously Casey J dominated in Galway, had a really unchallenged run to win in the junior category, the junior as in the RC4 category. So effectively we'll have 2 junior type with the junior rally, which is tomorrow on this rally, which is for, they're fundamentally the Honda Civics, little modified Civics to a very specific specification. Should be Joseph Kelly through from Donegal. So this is this really competitive element of these young drivers. Most of them are all sort of in their late teens, early 20s. Shane Quinn.
And Tony Kelly, if you remember, Tony got a great interview with James Coleman in Galway, had a really good chat to me. And the thing that stuck with me from that was that he said that the service area in Galway was busier and more packed with people than Monte Carlo had been the week previously.
The previous week, yes, yes. So we'll obviously wait for the times to come in for the Rally 4 cars, but normally there's not much between these guys. But so either Casey J's had a problem on this stage, maybe a little half spin or an overshoot or something, but to be dropped sort of 20-25 seconds to your other competitors. Chris Ford and Neil Coleman.
So in case you're wondering, are you missing anything on stage 2? You're not. There is a slight delay to the start of stage 2. There are no competitive cars in the stages yet. They're all queued up at the start. The spectator safety cars are making their way through, and as soon as it goes live, we will cross over. But what we're going to do is carry on with coverage of the opening stage here with the crews further down the field. I mean, we are well into 70 cars through the stage now. So it just gives us an opportunity to show a few more.
Another Darien and Vincent O'Shea.
Oh.
You can just see, you know, obviously he's on the throttle there. Just hear the car accelerating off into the distance. And coming into shot should be James Bradley. Actually, I think it's Gareth Black, isn't it? So, has Gareth caught and passed the Subaru? And I've just had it confirmed that running late by the looks of it is Colin Murphy. Action coming thick and fast now. So that was James Bradley through, and David Doyle in the Class 13 escort. They'll be they're very competitive Class 13. Gareth Black was one of the first Class 13 runners there in the Starlet.
Stage 2 up and running. We'll be crossing over there very shortly. Going to stay with a couple more cars here towards the
Owen Callan through with Connor Callan co-driving another Class 13 car. So just switch to our position in stage 2. I don't see any reason why we can't go back and forwards between two stages. Apparently we're about a third of the way in, so car 1 can't be far away actually, because we're
well, top 3 cars are in the stage, Michael.
Yeah. Doesn't look quite as not much Standing Waters have, but the difference with this stage is there'll be a lot more broken tar. The surface wouldn't be as good on this stage as the first stage. Certainly this bit in the first third of the stage is broken up. Bit of gravel about, bit of muck, lots of farmers' paraphernalia.
We've had an appeal come in from the organisers of the West Cork Rally. Can you please, if you're spectating and listening to us, make sure that you obey the marshals and please don't stand in box junctions and taped off areas, because from a safety point of view it will just mean the stage is stopped. So if you are listening to us on the stage, you just advise people please stand in sensible areas. So car's not too far away now from where you say, yeah, here we go. So that was Josh. Jump and then up to our second camera. Next up will be Callum Devine, and he'll be followed by Marion Evans. Remember 30-second intervals, so they'll be coming very quickly. Certainly, Callum looking very smooth and quick through there. So great camera shot of the jump. So flat over crest, and they break into that right-hander that you see. Cars from here will be making their way
nice jump there from Marion.
to Clonakilty Agricultural College for a 50-minute service. We'll cut back now to the long straight, I think. So, Twin Cam Mad in touch on YouTube saying good morning.
Now, using the clock there, Zav, there's nothing in this very much as a judge.
So a couple of comments on Facebook, Michael, it'll take a run through them there. Timothy Boyle says good morning, and as we see.
Is there somebody asking about this yet?
Adam Crowley is asking already what happened to Breen. Breen, we think, won't be running until stage 5. We spoke about that earlier.
Yeah. So it'll be another 4 or 5 minutes, by the way, before we get any times for stage 2. But the big news from stage 1, fastest by 3 seconds from Sam Moffat, and then Robert Barrable 3rd, Callum 4th, Josh 5th, David Kelly, really impressive run. So let's keep our eye out for David Kelly, who's running, let me see, with car 14 today. So we always have somebody who upsets it.
So just keeping an eye on times.
Desi Henry, obviously, in this Citroen, upgrade to Citroen from the Fiesta.
Back to the jump.
Desi had a good time over the opening stage. Declan Boyle up next. Interesting that all the leading guys take going left, stand to the left over the jump so that they get a faster line through this right-hand bend with a don't cut on it.
Interesting that the surface of the stage looks dry, as though it's drying out compared to what we saw in the opening stage with the standing water. So
definitely, but this is a characteristic of these two stages, with this muck and a bit of mud and stuff on the side of the road. Just possibly take this opportunity to go back and get a few of the later runners on stage 1. We hear that we may have a delay on this stage. At this point,
we're not sure. There may be a delay that we're trying to look into. So we should have times for the leading crews making their way down towards the end of the stage. Now Josh is just coming up to the end of the stage. Then following him closely will be Callum Devine and then Marion Evans. So time's probably about a minute to 90 seconds away. Comments coming through on Facebook and YouTube. Graham Henderson's asking, did William have a puncture and change it? We're not sure, but 3 minutes would be about the right time possibly for a puncture, Graham. Adam Crowley's asking about what happened to Craig Breen. Nothing happened to him, Gary Breen or Craig Breen at all. Craig won't be starting until stage 5. Interesting note that Gary Jennings has popped in to keep an eye on things.
Morning, Gary.
Morning, Gary. Be good to see you out again in the near future, which I believe you will be. But a great supporter of rallying here, there and far. And of course, Gary in the Kesh and surrounding area, a massive fuel distributor as well as a farmer. I see Gary's picture appearing sometimes from Balmoral Show, a fine cattle judge as well. So hopefully see you out soon.
So we definitely confirm we do have a stoppage on this stage. We're not sure what the problem is. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know. Now, we don't have the option apparently of going back to stage 1, where we're changing a few things around. Well, leading cars are just getting into the finish now, so we should start getting times fairly quickly.
Well, it was like we were explaining earlier in that the rally runs like a big snake through stage 1, stage 2, back to service. So the cars are due into service in Clonakilty Agricultural College at in about 20-25 minutes. And as we've said before, Tony Kelly will be there and will be catching up with the leading crews to sort of get their take on the opening 2 stages of the day today.
One of the things with the live results, I was listening to the Irish Rally podcast the other night, and Anthony Nestor, who is doing the rally this weekend with Owen Murphy, but Anthony was saying that something really interesting about the finish clocks. On this rally, they effectively send a message directly to the results the moment they pass the flying finish, as opposed to the old system where the timekeeper would have keyed the stage time into a computer and then sent a message. There's a SIM card, and the moment they pass the flying finish, it sends a message directly to the results. And this is something that Lawrence Hardigan has pioneered in recent times. So we have apparently Divine fastest, provisionally 3 seconds faster than Josh on this stage. Interesting, we don't have a time yet from Marion. Marion, to me, was super impressive on the opening stage, Sav.
Yeah, very much so.
Carrying on where he finished off in Galway.
Quick message here, while I can, from Graham Scallon. Graham says, great coverage as usual, guys. I'm working away on the safety plan for the Wexford Volkswagen Rally 2023 and of this open in the background. You can't beat technology. The best of luck to everyone there from us all here in Wexford Motor Club.
I was just going to say, Graham, is this year's Clerkenwell course of the Wexford Rally when you started saying all that? So, of course, Wexford is, I suppose historically, Wexford was very much like West Cork. Those 2 rallies, 2-day rallies that very much stood on their own merits, as opposed to being around to the Tarmac Championship.
Yeah, I mean, Wexford has always got a great entry and a really, really well-run event. I think the Wexford stages, we just look at the replay of a couple of the leading crews over the jump. I think it was the first rally I ever serviced on.
Really?
Was the Wexford stages. I think Richie Healy were seated in front of us. I think Mike Pattison had the G3 Escort with the Hart 420R engine in it.
Yeah, the old Ayers car.
Yeah. Yeah, I've. So we'll run through a top 10 for you shortly, but there is a stoppage on the stage.
So on the stage, it looks like Callum was fastest so far. Replay seems to have jammed on screen.
Just jumping in, Michael, sorry.
Yep.
It looks as though that blockage on the stage has been cleared. I can see now that David Guest is making his way through the stage, as is Owen Murphy, David Kelly as well. So my guess is that
they're in convoy.
Yeah.
So we'll have a short stage interruption. I think car 27, from what I can see, Sav, will be the next competitive car, which is Neil Roskill. He's being held at the start of the stage. So we've got a little batch of cars, car 11 through to the mid-20s are going to be coming through in convoy. I suspect we'll get about a 10-minute delay, and then we'll be back up and running competitive. Those cars will get a stage interrupted time, which will be the slowest nominal time before the stage interruption. And by my reckoning, that will be Johnny Greer's time of 8:57.9. Now, Johnny did lose a bit of time, so the stage times are really interesting. Callum was fastest from nothing in it. Josh, 8:43.3, Marion 8:43.6, then Barrable 8:45.9, Cahan McCourt 47.9, Sam 51.1. Sam reported a problem with his handbrake at the end of the stage, and he's really worried about some of these tight hairpin bends. Overall, Marion still leads the rally by 2.9 seconds from Callum, who is 4.1 seconds ahead of Robert Barrable, 7 seconds off the lead. It's pretty tight, as usual.
Yeah, and I mean, we're just looking at some of the replays over the jumps, but following on from what Michael and myself were saying earlier about the second stage, there are very narrow sections on them with quite high hedges, and obviously on the last stage, on the long straight, you would see where through the standing water the cars would get sideways. It's very easy in conditions like this, with the road the way it is, to have a half spin, and all of a sudden you're wedged in the middle of the road, and you know, you have 4 inches in front of you, 4 inches behind you, and that's all the room you've got. So it's not until you would get, you know, maybe 8, 10, 12 cars that you can push and pull and jiggle round and then unblock the stage.
Yep.
It's a very, very easy thing to happen, very easy.
People are asking who caused the blockage, or, well, it seems it was Gareth McHale. What we can report is everything's okay. The OK board is out. The stage is back up and running. We've got an interruption, which means our live pictures will probably see the cars coming through in convoy. We've got probably car 11, David Guest.
Yeah.
Then Owen Murphy, David Kelly.
Cal McCarthy.
The person I was going to say who adversely probably affected by this is David Kelly, who had such a cracking time on the opening stage. Is Johnny Greer's time on this stage, Sav, isn't great. He's dropped, oh dear, he's dropped 16 or 17 seconds to the leading times.
He has.
Which means it'll be his nominal time, and unless somebody like David Kelly can prove without any doubt that Johnny had a problem, it's supposed to be the slowest notional time without a problem.
Yeah.
If they can prove that Johnny Greer had a problem, then they'll have to get another notional time. But for everybody else, it's not a bad notional time. But for David Kelly, it's not such a good notional time.
No, especially after his time in the first stage. He really did set a cracker of a time. But
and I'm sure there'll be people who have a few comments on Facebook. So it seems that Gareth McHale has had an incident on this stage, blocked the stage momentarily for a few cars. They'll get a stage interrupted time. The stage is getting itself back up and running. You're saying something happening?
I thought I saw just a car in the background coming through slowly. But So we're going to cut away from the stage for the moment, and you'll be coming back to us. So there we go. If we just look at the top three: Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Robert Barrable after 2 stages.
Yeah. A couple of people on social media saying Robert Barrable could be the dark horse. I agree. Robert is a dark horse in this rally. He's won the rally before. He won the rally surprisingly, took everybody by surprise. Remember, we were doing rally news at the time, and it was like, it only surprised us in that he hadn't won an event of this status before. The speed was never in doubt. Robert's a remarkably good driver, and if you can win the Formula Ford Festival and win the West Cork Rally,
I mean, they're never. if you look at the, I mean, with the greatest of good intentions, the Barrables are never out of Mondello Park, be it a 24-hour race, be it a Formula Ford race, be it a banger race, be it a sprint. You know, there's Michael and Robert.
Peter.
And I mean, sadly they had a loss with a family member a while back, but the Barrables, you know, they're one of those motorsporting families that goes motorsporting every other week. So they keep their hand in really, really well, and Robert has always had a great turn of speed. Galway, a bit unlucky, I think it was a prop shaft issue and a bit of a transmission issue with the car, so, but his times in the Sunday were very, very good. So no real surprise to see Robert in third. As I was saying earlier, David Kelly's time on the opening stage was really good. His delivery in his new car has certainly caught a lot of people, got the thumbs up from a lot of people. Really looks like a works version of the C3.
Well, why wouldn't you want your car to work like that? So look, folks, we've got a small delay. Gareth McHale interrupted the stage. Everything's okay. There's no dramas. The organisers are amazing. West Cork Rally. It'll be no time at all. We'll be back up and running, and in the meantime we're going to go for a quick ad break.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better. road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
Good morning and welcome to the service park here for the West Cork Rally. We have the rally leader, Marion. What a start.
Yeah, good start. First stage was nice. It's just kind of hard to judge the pace, you know. It was a lot wetter than we thought then, so you know, to get the pace right, it was hard. Like, it got to the end and I didn't know if we'd be fastest or maybe fifth or sixth, you know. It's that kind of stage, but Yeah, we were quite clean over it. I think we committed quite well, which was probably the key to the time. So yeah, the second stage end was tyres moved about a bit towards the end. It's probably my fault, just the pressures were too high, but no, it's okay.
And what is the plan of attack for the next loop? Will you make many changes to the tyres or car setup?
I don't know, it's a long service, so we're just trying to see how much is going to dry now. The sun seems to be out, but the first one actually was pretty wet, so yeah, but we know it dries fast down here, so we'll make a call in I would say 10-20 minutes.
And in the second stage, how did you feel the whole way through?
Okay, yeah, I thought on an open hairpin we just nipped a tyre on something and then we'd pick up a puncture, so into the next chicane I was very, very safe with the braking, and out of the chicane was a long straight, so we probably gave a bit of time away there, but it's probably safer than going into a bale if we did have a puncture. So
I mean, what was going through your head at that moment, because that is just second stage of the day, you're leading the event after the first stage. I mean, how did you keep your cool there?
Yeah, it's not the first time it's happened to me, but luckily we got away with it this time, so yeah, and I think just towards the end then just the tyres got a bit hot because it dried a bit at the end, but yeah, all in all, it's not too bad.
And obviously, you know, you had a great run here last year. How much is it in your mind to win this event this year? Is it constant, or are you just taking it stage by stage?
No, you have to take it stage by stage. I mean, if we're, we'd like to win, but if we're thinking too much about it now already, it'll become a hindrance. So yeah, stage at a time. It's pretty close, So we got a good start, but there's still 12 stages to go, so plenty of work to do.
I'm just getting a wee question in the ear here, specifically about the tyres, Marion. Soft, slicker, intermediate?
There's no intermediates anymore, so that's what I'll tell you.
There you have it, that's the answer, folks. Again, we spoke about, the wet conditions on the first loop, and we were kind of, I think, towards the start of that stage, and it was actually quite wet, but it's also quite windy, so it could dry quite a bit.
Yeah, I know, because to be fair, Callum was on a wet tyre, and it worked in the second stage, so it's still in between the two, but yeah, I don't know how much it'll dry is the question. That's kind of what we don't know. Like it's ideal in the morning. We have some guys looking over the stages for us, but now obviously the stage is closed, so we can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Yes, and game.
Somewhat, yeah.
Marion, thanks for talking to us. We'll see you in the next loop. What we're going to do now, guys, is just have a wee walk through the service park here, and we're going to go up and try and find the we're going to find the rest of the guys. Obviously, we want to speak to Callum Devine and Robert Barrable. And just as you can see, there's quite a distance between some of the trucks here. So bear with us. With the usual story, you're going to get to see plenty of the goings on of the service park. There's already quite a lot of activity about. There's a lot of people in to see what's going on, and as you can see, the sun is shining here where we are at the moment, so we are absolutely as excited to get at these competitors and see how they're going and see how the rally is for them. But we're going to push through here. I'm just following Donovan, so we'll just take a wee step back here because I can see a few of the guys. So we're just up at the next section, and we're going to get in here and try to get a quick word with who we see. So bear with us, guys, as we just try and find our bearings here this morning. We're going to get a quick word with any of the we'll get a quick word with Kevin Eves. Actually, Kevin,
what's happening?
You're having a great morning so far.
Hi, we got through all right. I suppose we all only got one stage, but it's tricky. I think everybody kind of come off the stage. You didn't know if you were going to be 20 off it or what way you were, so lucky enough we're all 5 off each other, so it'll be ding dust now. We'll see how it gets on. We'll keep chipping away.
And what about the second loop now? Obviously you're getting to go in and kind of face the stage again for the second time.
We get another run of this. I'd say I'm probably actually just going to change back tyres a wee bit. I went on the big wide tyre, and I think a narrower tyre would have worked better. So, but I think it was grand. It's one of those stages you struggle for confidence and braking points, and you feel like you're going wild slow. So to tell you, we're happy enough to be like we're 2 of Dan, and sure all the other boys only 2 or 3 around us. So.
And what do you think it was about that specific stage that kind of made you a bit hesitant? Is it just that it's so fast, or was it the weather this morning?
You see, it is wet, and there's a lot of shiny stuff, and there's floods in places and not, and you're kind of coming through stuff, and there's been so much rain down here. The sides of the roads are just like puddles, or the muck's you just get stuck on them, and I suppose we have our 5 cars taking cuts and stuff in front of us too, so you're just trying to get your bearings, but you're as well getting through them stages, so hopefully now we'll chip away all evening.
And again, they're very, very long stages as well, like incredibly tough mentally.
Yeah, no, there's a lot in it now, when you're getting towards the end of it, you're happy to see the finish line, but it's good, that's what it's all about.
Good man, thanks very much, Kevin. A great morning there so far for Kevin. Bear with me, folks. Just trying to lay a few eyes on some of the other drivers. Just might step into some of these trucks and see if we can actually find anyone. We can't see anybody in there. Liam Moynihan, how's your morning going?
Slippy and sliding and getting there now after Galway. It was hard to come back at it, but settled now in the second one. The first one was just not committing, and it's a hard stage starting and it's all shiny all the way through. The second one good, so.
I mean, you're saying it was kind of hard to set, or you were settling in after Galway, but great times.
Yeah, we're settling. That's what I say, but no, it would leave it down, the grip would leave it down. You have grip and then you have nothing.
So you're saying basically there's a lot more to come from you?
We're settling. We said the same in Galway, so we're settling.
And how's the car feeling, obviously?
Our car is super. They're a super car, happy out,
Any of these 2 stages you're both looking forward to specifically?
Sure, Ring is the stage, and we try to get around it this year. We didn't last year, but we'll give it a go this year. But it will be cleaner. The nature of the roads this evening are cleaner. Dunworley might be dirty, but with the sunshine now and the temperatures, it will be cleaner. Where it'll be muddy, and it will be a lot of running water,
And tyres wise, Marion was saying, earlier on that obviously it's because it's a long service, it's quite difficult to make that choice.
Yeah, look at the sunshine, and in West Cork it dries as yourself in Donegal when you're up where you see it dries as fast as you'll see it, so. Yeah. We'll see now, we'll make nothing. We're here for an urge course now, so it's probably the same as we are because it's going to be muddy and slippy. And you prefer to have a tyre that's not frightening you and knock your confidence in having your tyres fast and knock your confidence in losing time in, so.
And it's one of those things as well, it's such a tricky game. Obviously the weather, but the length of these stages is making it very hard to make them last.
Yeah, the first stage was the wet tyre, and we saw that with Robert Barble and Sam Moffat, and the second stage wasn't the wet tyre then. It was as wet, but it's a different nature of a road, it's more abrasive, So, we'll have to just judge the 2 stages, So.
Always the way with rallying.
It's never simple, but it's simple every fella will be at it, or every girl will be at it.
We love it anyway, don't we?
I don't know, do we love it?
Liam, thank you very much.
You.
So that's Liam Moynihan sitting with Cahan McCourt there, and again, as I said, quite a good run for them this morning. They are still trying to as he said, settle in after Galway, and they're still getting used to a new car as well, so it's just a tricky one, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to walk through this part of the service park, so give us about 20 or 30 seconds and we'll get down towards the Moffats. I see their service pit over here because I'll come back to this area in a wee while, I think, but I just can't find anybody to speak to me at the moment, so bear with us. As you can see, a very spread out service park, but to be fair, it's a great facility. There's a nice layout to the service park, quite big, but there's a nice layout, as I said, and it's all quite clean as well, so it makes it easier to kind of walk around and find people, and also it's very spectator friendly because everybody can get in here and have a wee look around, so now folks, I am seeing loads of people, but I can't just see rally suits yet. I have Owen Murphy here anyway, and we'll get a quick word with Owen. Owen, how are you? Can we get a quick word?
Good, yeah.
A great morning to be rallying in West Cork.
Exactly, couldn't be any better.
Are you happy with the times this morning?
I was. We were sure we're a bit off the top boys, but they're in a different league now to us, so we were battling around our own crew there down the back. So it is really kind of I done one rally in the car, but that didn't last very long. So that's really our first stage in there now. So I was happy enough to get through it.
And what about the tyres and things like that? Conditions were very tricky this morning there.
Yes, I don't think anything would have worked out there. It was, we got stopped in the last stage where we drove through it, and it's complete muck in there now. So it's going to be a lottery this time now to see who gets it right.
And are you going to stay with the same, or are you going to try and change things, or what's your plan?
It will be suspension-wise. We'll probably stay the same because I don't know much about it yet. So, but tyre-wise, it's going to be the last 2 or 3 minutes. We'll call that in there. We'll see what they say out there.
And are you enjoying the car?
Oh yeah, it is very good. Yeah, it's got good power in it now and everything, and all the issues we had in it are all phased out. So, like that, just time now will tell a lot now.
It's all about the mileage when it comes to changing machinery, isn't it?
Oh, it is different, yeah. I'm used to driving all the sunbeams and stuff, and this is a different kettle of fish. So, yeah, about if I can catch up with them, I don't know, about 6,000 rallies, I should be on their pace.
Exactly. Thanks very much, Owen. I'm going to actually just sneak in behind Owen here and get a quick word with Anthony Astor. Anthony, you're a previous winner of the West Cork Rally. You enjoy it here?
I actually don't. Did I win West Cork Rally? I didn't. Came second with Tim McNulty. No, we finished second. Michael Barrable. We were winning actually, I think, by near a minute going into the last stage and got a puncture.
You're very honest.
Nah, yeah.
You could have just been the hero there.
Nah.
Are you happy with this morning so far?
We did a lovely morning. Obviously there was an incident with Garrett and Brian, and hopefully all is okay there. We came on the scene of it. But it is obviously, logistically it hasn't helped the club and the way the morning is going. But no, I'm happy enough with the way we've progressed. Obviously it is all new tone. It is a big difference from the Fiesta that I was in last week to the Citroen this week. It's lovely to make the comparisons between the two cars. But yeah, it'll just look, to be fair, Owen needs a bit of seat time.
Yeah.
He hasn't been out much in the last 12 months, once actually. And if we can just keep it in there at the bottom into the top 10 and just get a bit of mileage under our belt, we should be okay. So.
Not a bad run for, or not a bad plan for somebody that hasn't been out in a year.
No, he's done very, very well. I know, to be fair, he's his own worst critic, and he's sometimes very hard on himself. But I think he's doing excellent, and the conditions aren't great. There's lots of mug and gutter, and we just have to be careful. And so onwards and upwards. I feel sorry for the people trying to run it. It's a logistical nightmare, and there seems to be a huge crowd of people out there spectating as well. So, and to be fair, everyone's very well behaved. Everyone's out of the way, and so it's all good so far.
So it's all safe. And tell us, you mentioned obviously the fact that you've got a lovely privilege to sit in both cars.
Yes.
Can you tell us a wee bit about the difference of them?
That's more comfortable, but it's actually quite narrow. I was surprised. Our elbows are touching each other now. As you can see, we're so slim, and our physique is so but we're actually touching each other. So I think the Fiesta is a little bit wider. That seems a little bit more stable on the road, and seems to have a little bit more power in it. But look, they're much of a muchness. They're all great fun to be in. So as well,
You're happy as Larry?
Yeah. I'm smiling even for me, I'm smiling.
Anthony, good man yourself. Keep enjoying it. And that's actually a very interesting perspective to get. Somebody that was in the Fiesta R5 last week, and obviously he's sitting in the Citroen this week, so it's great to hear the difference between the cars. I'm just going to see if I can get a quick word with the Moffats here. I think they could be in here, but I'm not entirely sure. Any chance of a quick chat, boys? Everybody needs a wee bit of time here, so what we are going to do is we're actually going to make our way down to the... Oh, he's surprising me. Josh, we were going to let you away there and kind of keep the team briefing going, but now you can tell us all about your morning.
Yeah, it's been a fairly tough morning for us there. There was a lot of standing water we probably weren't expecting. I think there was a bad enough shower just before we went out, so look, it's fine. We got through it. We're a few seconds down, so hopefully we'll be fit to crawl it, take a bit back over the next few.
Do you feel like it was tough to sort of be like opening car with all that standing water this morning?
Yeah, I don't know if I got the worst of it. I'm sure most of it washed back down, but I don't know. I suppose I was the first one to find anything extreme there anyway. So.
And in terms of the notes, obviously the weather was very difficult this morning, so was it sort of a bit of a shock?
Yeah, it was, and I suppose we were just trying to judge it as we were coming to it. So Yeah, it definitely made it tough, and we had a few scares along the way. But hopefully the rain stays off now and it's a bit cleaner for the next two.
Do you think the scares knocked the confidence, or is it just a case of like you were literally trying to bed in this morning?
Yeah, it could have been that. Obviously, whenever it's bad, like, you need to be somewhat cautious or that. It probably would have been better if we were on a softer, more open pattern tyre there. But we were just trying to manage what we had the best we could.
So obviously there'll be a different plan of attack heading into the next loop.
Yeah, well, I guess we don't really know what the weather's going to do, but yeah, look, we just need to keep pushing and see how we get on.
I'm just getting in my ear here. Do you have any idea if Sam's got his handbrake fixed? Now, I'm actually after spotting Sam coming out of the truck, so I can get that myself. But
I have no idea. That's not my problem.
that's what I was just going to say. I would say you're just concentrating on your own car.
Yeah, that's it.
Josh, thank you very much for taking the time. We know we got you out during lunchtime. Sam, did you get the handbrake fixed? We're wondering.
Yeah, I think it is fixed. Yeah, it was a funny one, even to try and accelerate out of a corner there. It was just, well, it was making a noise. I'm not a mechanic, so I'll leave it at that. So hopefully we've got to the bottom of it and we can push on again. We had a great first stage. We made between the team, obviously we made a very good tyre choice to go out in the wets for the first stage, and there was a few hairpins in the second stage. We just really struggled, and it was in the back of my mind coming down in late braking that you'd always want the handbrake to be there. So I'll use that as my excuse for the slow time in the second one. So yeah, I'd say now we've an hour to wait. The sun's out. What's going to happen? Will it dry or will it rain just like last seconds leaving service again? So it's going to be tricky to know.
I mean, that's exactly it. Like, we were, obviously there's very little rain kind of forecast or whatever, but we were standing out on that stage and it was cold and windy, no sign of rain, and the next thing, all of a sudden.
Yeah, we just rang a few people out in the stages, and we learned from a national rally we done a few weeks ago there that we all got caught out bar one. Someone made a phone call, put the extra effort in, and it all paid dividends. So we just called a few people out there. We looked at the clouds and seen this could, and just as we said that, he said starting to spit, and we just says, look, we're going to try it, and it worked. But obviously the second stage kind of hampered our overalls there, and I think we'll be going on a harder tyre from now on, slightly harder anyway, and see how that goes.
And obviously, you know, as you said, the times weren't, you're not delighted with the times in the second one, but how difficult is it to trust the car when you know there's something happening?
You're nearly trying to go back to Scandinavian flick. There's one, I don't know where your cameras were, but there's one or two very tight hairpins, and it even just plays in the back of your mind really. Will I get round it, or am I going to have to reverse, and a few things, and yeah, it's making a few funny noises, but I'm sure Tom and the team will have that fixed straight away here, so there'll be no excuses in the next loop.
I mean, a handbrake's not something you kind of be using majority of the time, but it's definitely something there that is just, it takes the fear out of certain corners and stuff.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. Late braking down in a junction that, you know, if you've overshoot it a wee bit, you just need the nip of the handbrake for the wee bit. But again, we had some continuing right-handers into an immediate hairpin left and stuff, and you know, obviously the car's at the wrong angle even to start at that, so we were trying to manipulate the car to get it around it and a few things like that, and yeah, look, we're here. We didn't lose any time over the head of that. Probably overall we just lost a bit of time, and yeah, we're not too far away, I would say. I think we're 10 seconds off the lead, which is nothing in these weather conditions, I would say. But yeah, a lot of rallying left and keep the head down. I think we've sorted a few things out that we wanted with the setup from the last rally, and hopefully we can push on.
And it's literally one of those things where you're not taking chances on these long stages. You know, if you've 10 seconds, it sounds like a tiny, or a lot when it comes to tenths and stuff. But like on these length of stages, it's not a long time, or not a big time.
Yeah, it's not a lot. You have a lot of competition here, so to try and get those 10 seconds back, you'll be nipping a second here and a second there all weekend, and hoping someone else has done something or had a wet spin or whatever it is. And there will be plenty of that over the weekend. There's a lot of shiny stuff just appears out of nowhere. So look at all good.
Good man, you're enjoying it anyway, Sam.
Oh yeah, I'm smiling.
That's Sam Moffat. Thank you very much for having a quick word with us. We are just going to hand back to the studio for a few adverts, I think, and we're going to head down to the next wee section of the service park, and we'll have a few more drivers lined up for you then.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Some words from Caller Gas there, but we are back now in the service park and we have Keith Lyons. How's your morning going, Keith? Are you happy?
Yeah, no, I'm actually very happy. We took it easy. We just wanted to, I suppose, test the grip levels and just see what the Canadians like. Long weekend now, to be honest with you, and they are some challenging stages, and these first two probably been the most challenging, so I just wanted to feel my way into it. So we went on a medium weight tyre, and I was conscious of just not breaking traction anywhere and just trying to build the confidence after Galway. So yeah, I think we're there, and just again, just more the same, and then just kind of build into the afternoon. Yeah.
You mentioned the long weekend, and obviously there's long stage mileage as well. Does that suit you, or do you prefer short and sweet, or what sort of way do you prefer as a driver?
I'm not that fussy, but they are long stage. Like you are kind of nearly halfway through them, feeling like a national rally. Should be finishing here soon, and it's just corner after corner. Like that Clonakilty stage, like 19 or 18 kilometres. It's a long, and it's not like Mall's Gap long, wide open. You are focused and concentrating for the whole thing. Like you can't switch off. So it is a long stage, but look, that's what we're here for, isn't it?
Do you find though with the longer stages, you're halfway through, and as you say, like sometimes that could actually be the end of a stage on different events. But it's one of those things where whenever you actually get to the flow of it, you're ready to just keep going because you're so in the zone by the time you get halfway through.
Yeah, no. Obviously, that is with rallying. You are just once you're in, it's the first kilometre you're bedding yourself in, and then you'll keep on going as as it's coming after that. Like it's just getting more and more enjoyable as the car is getting working, tyres are getting hot. You know, they're working. So yeah, no, the long stage wouldn't bother me. It's very enjoyable.
And obviously the car was out a few weeks ago. How's it feeling for you now?
Yeah, no, so much different than Galway. Like it does feel great. I just feel like there's grip. I was braking traction ever in Galway, and that's why I said at the start there. That's why I was just trying to find the traction and just try and enjoy it and find the grip levels, you know, and just bed myself in. But yeah, after what Matt has done for it and after the chat and everything we've done with the car, it just does. It sits down better on the road, and I can feel the tyre, I can feel it digging in, and as I said, I'm not braking traction, so that's what it's all about. Like I could go into the first kilometre there, come down into the first junction, lock up, and all of a sudden you're like, geez, and then you're just tiptoeing into every bend after that. So we'll just keep on going now, stage by stage.
And I mean, how can you explain how that works for all of us? Like how you can put somebody else into the car and they can just set it in such a way where it makes sense to you then after that.
Obviously, these cars are a complicated machine, and this is a hobby to me. So it's like, I try and get my head around it every so often. We go out of the sport, as in like we get busy at work, and then I come back into it, and you're kind of trying to get your head around it again. So like obviously, with the suspension setup, with the diffs, with everything, with the tyres, compounds, pressures, like you could go out and you could have all the power in the world, like, but if you can't get that down, or if you can't find the grip, you're at nothing, like, and obviously if I'm taking on fast, open, wide stages and it's braking traction, it's going across the road, I'm not going to have the trust in the car when it comes into the next bit of tight stuff, because how can I lean on the car? So the likes of Matt went at things I probably wouldn't have focused on. I would have got there West Cork, Killarney, down into middle of the season, and I'm like, we're meant to be enjoying this. Like, we're driving these cars, they're unbelievable machines. We're blessed to be doing these unique, obviously classic rallies. So you want to be enjoying it. So I just felt after Galway, I'm like, why am I here, head down, kicking stones? Like I should be just buzzing, And it just, so on that Sunday or Monday, I just picked up the phone to Matt and I just put it to him, and everything obviously worked out. The plan worked out. But like that, I could be there driving around, and it's like everyone says, "Oh, you should enjoy it." Like it's well and good to say enjoy it, like, but if we're here to compete, like you want to be competing, you have the machine to compete, so you just want to be there. And I'm realistic, there's people I want to race, and I wasn't racing them in Galway, and I was last year, so we just want to get back up to that speed again.
Good man. And now you're enjoying it.
I am.
Good man.
Thanks,
Keith, thank you very much for
Tony.
taking the time. Good man. We'll speak to you on the next loop round, and we're just going to try and get a quick word with David Guest here. He was at the corner of my eye 2 minutes ago, but I've lost him, I think. Can't see him just yet. He'll be back, I would say, in a couple of seconds. He's obviously one of the top local competitors that we want to speak to here, so we'll get a quick word with Casey J. Casey, what a great morning to be going rallying.
Well, kinda, yeah. I suppose conditions are a bit mixed out there. It's quite muddy, so we just been on the first stage there, and a moment in fifth gear, so I just took it handy where we were miles off the pace, and of course the second one got cancelled, so it's okay, I suppose. Hopefully it dries up a bit and we get a proper run for this next loop, I'd say.
And how was the car feeling on the first stage this morning?
Not great. We went on a full wet tyre, and it was mostly dry with a bit of water here and there, so the tyres overheated about halfway through. So it wasn't our morning, but look, it's a long rally yet,
Yeah. And obviously you're just back from the UK as well, straight into another rally.
Yeah.
Like, the momentum just must feel great at this stage.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. I mean, you're going from tarmac to gravel. The tarmac doesn't really bother me, but tough conditions last weekend as well, so we're kind of used to the tough stuff. So I know it's good, yeah. Hopefully we'll bring it on a bit now over the rest of the day.
And what's the plan for the next loop?
We're going to definitely change our tyre choice anyway, and go from there. I mean, we're going to have to push on a bit. Obviously, can't keep going the way we're going. So, yeah.
Big changes? Big
changes, yeah. Drive it on, wake up a small bit maybe.
Any of the two stages that you're preferring specifically?
I don't know. That first one, I probably prefer the first one. I'd say that second one's still going to be a bit mucky, I'd say. I'd probably prefer these afternoon stages a bit more, I'd say. And tomorrow's. I wasn't mad about these in the recce either. So, I'm not going to take any huge chances or huge risks. Just see how we go.
And when you say you weren't mad about them in the recce, KCJ, is that a case of, you kind of decided on the recce that you didn't like them, or was that the gut instinct kind of going, jeepers, no, these are not my stages?
Yeah, probably more the gut feeling, I suppose. It's not that I don't like them. I mean, just prefer to the other ones. They're tricky. There's a lot of shiny stuff in them as well, and obviously with the mixed conditions, you don't really know what you have. That kind of way. But
No, just in the recce, I probably preferred other stages more so than them. Didn't feel 100% comfortable to go flat out on them, that kind of way. But they're not bad stages either, don't get me wrong, but no.
All stages are good stages.
That's it, any stage, any day you're out in the rally car is a good day, I suppose, so we won't complain yet.
Good man, KCJ. Thanks a million for speaking to us. I'm going to cut across here and I'm going to try and get a quick word with Art McCarrick. Art McCarrick of Motorsport Ireland. Are
Hello,
you
Tony.
happy to be here in West Cork? I'm sure you're very happy.
I'm very happy to be here, yeah. I'm just taking a little break. I'm actually up in the tracking room this weekend, one of the tracking officers, so it's interesting to see that side of the thing as well, so it's fantastic. Like, you look at the quality of the entry here this weekend, it's brilliant, and we're kind of a little bit worried maybe the tail end of last year if the numbers would continue on to this year, but it's been very strong, and that's good to see. The strength and depth and the appetite is still there,
Absolutely. I mean, obviously from Motorsport Ireland, it's absolutely incredible to watch all of these events throughout the year, and it's only mid-March already. Now, obviously you mentioned being in the office, and normally you're probably out on the stages and seeing a bit more, particularly now with the sunshine. And are you going to miss the stages?
Yeah, you'd love to be out watching, you'd love to be out competing as well, so I'll have to try and get out myself soon. 2019 was the last time I was out, so I'll get back out again soon. But you're just alluding to there, the numbers are really good. It's not just in rallying either, the numbers across all disciplines have been very strong, and licence renewals have been very strong, so that's ultimately what pays my wages, I suppose. So that's good, and there's been real good work from a lot of some clubs are going to be in an unusual situation this year. Clubs running rallies with the 24-month calendar. There'll be some clubs running rallies this year that haven't run them since 2019. So there's a little bit of extra, maybe hand-holding isn't the right word, but just helping them restart. And ultimately, our kind of job is to help clubs to help themselves, because the quality of volunteers and personnel we have is second to none.
And I mean, obviously you mentioned the fact that the numbers are up, and it's absolutely incredible for the sport. But from a Motorsport Ireland perspective, what do you think is happening? Why are all of these rallies absolutely skyrocketing, and all of these R5s back in Ireland, and the quality of vehicles that are out?
Well, the R5 cars, I don't know. I suppose Group N cars have faded out, and maybe if you could afford to run a Group N car, you could probably just about justify running an R5. The numbers, I have no idea. Part of it, I'm sure, is to do with the fact we've taken 8 rallies out of the calendar, which helps because you're spreading the load out through the events. But last year was the first year, and we really didn't know how that would work. But we're looking at extending that 24-month calendar process now through 2024 and 2025. It gives clubs a bit more certainty. There's less clubs competing for the same entries. But maybe we need to look at slightly better entry-level routes in too. It's all good and well having 30 or 40 R5s, but if you don't have the young guys coming through, you always need to be looking forward. So,
good manner. That's definitely the way forward. Get everybody into the sport.
Yeah, you have to, because I still I'm amazed sometimes. I go into meetings and I'm still the youngest person in the room. So if you have younger people involved in the sport at all levels, that's great, because ultimately they're going to be the leaders of the future, isn't that it?
That's exactly it. Art, thank you very much for speaking to us. I will probably be back to you as the weekend goes. But as I said, we're still trying to get David Guest here. If we could try and get a quick guys, we can't find David. We'd love to get a quick word with David, because obviously the local contingent, but as I said, we also have a few more of the other guys down on the other section. So what we're going to do is have a quick advert, and we're going to make our way down to the other section of the service park and see who we can find there.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
We're back. We made it down to another wee section of the service area, and we've just actually stumbled upon William Crichton. What a year so far.
Yeah, hasn't started very well this morning, but yeah, obviously we're doing the JWRC this year. First round went well, got the win, so yeah, good start to the championship.
Obviously, you know, you're going to be on a high from that whole experience, but I was actually just speaking to Liam there about how tricky it is to stay completely focused on the event that you're doing right now and the stage that you're doing right now, and kind of not thinking too far ahead.
Yeah, it's especially coming back to competing rallies like this. You know, it's very tricky out there this morning. And it's going to get very greasy now this afternoon, I think. But yeah, we clipped something on the inside of a corner. I didn't see it on the recce, so unless there's a rock, you know, in under the ditch, it's hard to know. But yeah, had to stop and change. But yeah, the aim of the weekend is really to try a few things with the car. There's some upgrades that M Sport have brought out. Yeah. That'll be in the car for Croatia, so perfect opportunity to try and you know, get some setup for the rally.
And I mean, obviously the conditions aren't the same as Croatia, but they're not a million miles away, so this is actually quite a good testing ground. Yeah,
Croatia's really tricky. I don't know what it is, a wee bit like Ypres, but there's just no grip in the tarmac even whenever it's dry. So last year it was very wet, so probably the stages here are faster, but you know, the amount of dirt in the road and how slippy it can be is quite similar. So hopefully it'll be dry this year in Croatia, but yeah, getting back onto the tarmac and just getting a feel for it is all good.
And obviously we're standing in West Cork here, and it was raining a wee while ago and now the sun's shining again, and you mentioned that you are, you know, trying to just check a few things that M Sport are doing and stuff like that. So what is the plan for the next group of stages? Are you going to change much?
Yeah, we already changed some things with the car. Hopefully no punctures is the plan, but yeah, just reset again and just probably make changes, to be honest, after every service or every stage and service. So just to try and, you know, see if we can find something, and also just work on our notes and things like that. You know, to do a 2-day recce over all the stages is also beneficial, just to try and, you know, find bits where in the WRC, you know, it's seconds that you're looking for. So if you can just try to keep working on things to improve.
And obviously Ireland is one of the best places in the world that you could be testing, you know, your own ability to grab those seconds. But is it fair to say that this event really is kind of a bit of a test and you're not too focused on times?
Well, yeah, it's definitely a test, but you want to be in the mix. There's no other Rally 3 cars, so it's disappointing to drop so much time already with a nice result last year. But yeah, look, it's always about testing, you know, these sort of events for us. But yeah, there's a lot of quick drivers out there, so you can always pick someone that you're sort of trying to pitch yourself against, and you know, if you want to test things with the car, you have to push on and try and notice those differences. Good
man. Well, William, we'll definitely be speaking to you over the weekend. Thanks very much for taking the time at the moment. And we're going to get a quick word now with Williams navigator Liam Regan, if he'll have a wee word with us. You're enjoying West Cork this morning?
Well, I enjoyed it until I had to change that wheel right now.
You didn't want to get out of the car, you were too warm?
No, not really. It wasn't in our plan to have to get out and change the wheel, but no, look, the conditions were always going to be tricky this morning. I know the tyre choice was very topical and we were just bedding ourselves in. It happened quite early in the stage, so we'll just change the wheel and keep going.
And obviously West Cork, we were just speaking to William there, and you know, it is very much a test for you, but it's such an enjoyable rally as well to be at.
It is a test, but we love coming down here. Like, we've done it maybe 4 or 5 times, something like that. The atmosphere, the people in the town, the organisers are always very good with us. So yeah, it's a test, but we like being part of it. Like, and we like to, you know, show what the Rally 3 can do. Yeah. Obviously, we're back a bit in overall standings now, but hopefully the stage times will come. And yeah, we had a good run down here last year, so yeah, it's good to come down to the best rally in Ireland.
You see that? Actually, to be fair though, I mean, it actually is an incredible event, and the whole town last night, like, it's beautiful to see such a buzz about a rally.
There was so much buzz. I mean, it started to rain too, and nobody disappeared. Like, everybody stood on, and the atmosphere was brilliant there. Funny, William said that was the first ceremonial start we did in Ireland. That was really good. We were really surprised because, okay, in the WRC rounds they get a big crowd because it's probably in a big city or whatever, but no, it's great to see the effort that the town puts in. I think actually they have like a committee to organise the whole thing, and they do it really well, so you know, all the rallies could learn from this one.
Yeah. Good man, Liam, thanks very much for taking the time to speak to us. We're going to go down here and see if we can get a quick word with Johnny Greer. We can see Niall Burns, his co-driver, and Joe Kelly. Johnny, how's your morning going? You had a great weekend last weekend. Are you trying to emulate the same?
I'm not doing a very good job of it so far, no. I had a tough morning there. We kind of got caught out on tyre choice and went out on a medium slick when everyone else went out, and actually some guys went on super soft, some guys went on a wet. So we thought we were being smart by getting the tyre choice to work across the loop, and then found out quickly that we're on the wrong tyre for both stages. So, well, that's just the way it goes. But we've hopefully got on the right tyre now, and we'll try and see if we can get a bit of confidence back. But a lot of moments, a lot of silly mistakes made and stuff, and dropped a lot of time. But it's just all part of the game, I suppose.
It is. And do you find that that will knock your confidence a fair wee bit, or it'll actually, you'll be chomping at the bit now to get out and rectify?
It's probably a bit of both. I think the places where you had the moments in the first stage you'll still probably be cautious of, even though the car will probably be better now than it was. But we'll see how we get on. If the car feels good in the first couple of kilometres, then you can push on a bit and try and enjoy it. But definitely didn't enjoy the first two. It was just about surviving really at the end. So yeah, lesson learned, I think. So hopefully we'll get it right this time.
And obviously, West Cork, everybody's raving about the event. It's absolutely brilliant, and it's actually been quite kind to you, mixed, but quite kind to you in the past.
Yeah, I always enjoy the event. I've had very sort of mixed, as you say, mixed results here, but I've always enjoyed the rally. I've always enjoyed coming down here, and the atmosphere and the stages are always good fun. So yeah, hopefully it turns around to a bit better for us now going forward.
Well, fingers crossed. We see Niall Burns giving us the thumb up. He's pointing at the clock, so we're going to let you go, and we'll get a quick chat with Cal McCarthy now. We'll just see if we can get him. That is co-driver. I had him 2 seconds ago, but I'm after losing him. I think he could be in the truck. Yeah. Cal, could we get a quick chat?
Yeah. What'd you say?
Now, obviously, as a local, this.
Okay.
We have information in our ear here about the big moment on stage one.
Yeah, it was a bit of a heart stopper.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, happy to be here. It's our first day in the car really on stage, as we did Bishop's Court last weekend, so haven't been out since Ulster, and just wanted to settle into it, and the heart stopped for a few seconds, but we held it together, so hopefully that's the bad luck out of the way. It probably toughened down a bit for the end of the stage, but look, we're here, there's a few gone already, so we're on.
Does that make you a wee bit sort of edgy or nervy, we'll say, heading into the second pass at this stage, or is it out of the head and you're just way to go?
It's out of the head. I think conditions should be a bit better the next time around. We know where the water is now. We actually didn't expect it there, so yeah, we're more confident this time, I think.
And how does it feel as a local to be competing in this event, particularly because it's such a popular event?
Yeah, it's what the rally season is about to us, really. It's just the buzz around the town is fantastic, and to be on stages outside your doors, it's what rallying is about to people around here. Everyone talks about the West Cork, and people that aren't interested in rallying know about the West Cork Rally. So yeah, it's great to be out in it, and hopefully we can get to the finish of it.
That's it. And I mean, you've mentioned the finish. Is that the sole plan, or do you have any sort of plan of attack in mind? Like, do you have anything that you're aiming towards?
I suppose if we could finish in the top 10, but that'll be by doing the distance really. Just don't have the experience of four-wheel drive to race the top guys or the middle guys at this stage. We just get around, and if everything falls into place for us, we should be there within the top 10 hopefully.
And I mean, obviously the car is some piece of machinery. Like, these Citroens are really absolutely incredible at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so easy to drive and so responsive and smooth, and it's like sitting into a road car. It reacts what you want it to do. So yeah, I had the older model, and there's no comparison. So yeah, the guys at the top seem to be showing it's the car to have. So hopefully we'll get there in time.
Good man, Cal. Well, thanks very much for speaking to us, and best of luck for the next loop. We are just going to head over here and get a quick word with Joe Kelly now. Now that we have a wee cluster of cars together. Joe, how's your morning going?
Well, not too bad, to be fair. It's not as slow as a start as I usually am, which is good. So no, it took a wee while for the tyres to come on in the first one there, and yeah, there was a small vibration on the front right hand side of her, but apart from that, everything's good.
And in terms of the wee vibration, are you getting that sorted out, or is it just one of those things you have to put up with?
I'm just getting sorted out. It's just brake disc. So.
And in terms of the stages themselves, anything you're looking forward to specifically, or are you just enjoying them all?
I just enjoying them, to be fair. We only got one, the first one, to be fair, and it's really, there's a lot of muck and stuff pulled out in the cars in front, but it's they're nice and fast and flowing, and once you get into them, they're so long, once you get into them you can get a really nice flow going, so it's nice to get into it like that.
Any of them you're looking forward to specifically?
I was looking forward to the Ballinascarthy one, because we done bits of it last year and it's good and fast again, but yeah, I suppose they're all really nice and they're all very similar in characteristic down here, so if you do one, you
have an idea.
Yeah.
Very fast down here, does that suit you?
I wouldn't say it suits me. I usually tend to go better on more technical stages, but we're kind of developing the car a wee bit more to try and get more comfortable in the fast stuff, and it seems to be working now, so hopefully it'll get a wee bit more comfortable.
Good man. Joe, thank you very much for speaking to us. You're seeing now that the top 10 guys are actually heading out for this next loop of stages, but I just, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw Declan Boyle's service truck, but he has actually gone. So we have spoken to some of, as you can tell, some of the top drivers here this morning, and now they're heading out for the second loop. So what we are going to do is sign off for now and get you back to the stages, and we'll be back here and hopefully we'll have loads more people to speak to in a wee while.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Out up round easy rate 150, push on up.
And you're back with us after the opening two stages of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship Round 2.
Yep.
The Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally. And if you weren't with us this morning, a quick rundown of the top three. We'll look at the top 10 in depth in a minute or two. Marion Evans leads Callum Devine by 2.9 seconds. And they are in turn 4.1 seconds ahead of Robert Barable and Gordon Noble. Tricky opening pair of stages, and and two very different stages, having listened to William Crichton there. The first stage, as Michael said earlier, a lot of standing water, very, very wet. Second stage was a lot drier in places. So a tricky start, like we thought, Michael?
Yeah, tricky start, as predicted. Actually, we predicted it would be like that, but equally, all of the leading crews were sort of saying, actually, it was a lot wetter than what they anticipated. Just seeing some really good replay stuff. This is from the second stage this morning. Unfortunately, there was an incident on the second stage involving Gareth McHale, and the stage had to be interrupted, so we only got the top 10 cars through. Then everybody else got a stage interrupted time for that stage. We hear that Brian Murphy, co-driver, long time co-driver, needed a bit of assistance. So, but everything's all right, Sav. We've been assured that all's good, and the rally's back on time. So the leading crew's making their way out to the second running of the first stage, stage 3.
One thing I genuinely want to point out, I mentioned earlier before we even went to the live at the first stage about the effort that the organising club put on in terms of marshals, timekeepers, medics, rescue crews. We were aware of the issue very quickly, and I must admit, hold my own hand up, I'm astounded by how quickly the whole situation was managed. The rescue people, the medics on the scene, unbelievably quickly.
Yeah,
it was so well done, and just all we want to do is relay good news. And it was prevention more than anything else, because Brian was complaining of back pain, and I believe they wouldn't let him get out of the car under his own steam. Really great organisation, really good medic skills and rescue crews, so very quickly dealt with, and we move on. Stage 3, leading cars are making their way there towards the start of stage 3, which is a rerun of the opening stage this morning. We'll have a quick chat, Michael, about the modified. Daniel McKenna we mentioned.
Yeah, Daniel's, I'm not surprised to see Daniel heading up this the modified this morning. Daniel took a bit of a step back from rallies over the last couple of years and decided over the last sort of 12 months he's dipped his toe back in the water, and we know he's a world-class driver. He's a former Pirelli star driver about 10-12 years ago. Daniel, fantastic. Jason Black, 1.8 seconds behind. We spoke to Kevin Eves in the service area, so it just shows how close the whole thing is. So Kevin's not even in the top 6 there.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight battle. And as we were saying earlier, you know, the top modified cars are putting anywhere from 300 horsepower upwards out through the back wheels. So traction is at a premium, and it's interesting to see the difference. You know, 13 seconds covering the top 5 after 2 stages. I don't. You know the way I always say, I always check my own results. I have actually Kevin Eves second in the category. He's 1.6 seconds behind. So it's actually Daniel McKenna from Kevin Eves, and we know Kevin had a great interview with Tony in the service area. He did, yeah, and
he never reported anything. So I'm just double checking, and I'm looking. Oh, right, yeah. So Kevin's actually second in the category. Now he was at Engine in Galway in the end.
Yes, I think it was. He just pulled in.
Yeah, I mean he was fighting for the lead with Mark Alcorn in Galway. Obviously, Mark's not here this weekend. Mark had a great run in the Midlands last week. Jason Black, I'm not surprised to see Jason right in the mix. He's really built up and got confidence in the car over this with the upgrade of the engine recently. He's now at 2.5, I think. Is that right, Sav?
I believe it is.
I think he went from 2.4 to 2.5.
I believe it is.
And so Conor Murphy. Now, for all of these guys, they've only effectively had one stage time, which was the first stage this morning, which they've all reported back to us just how difficult. Kevin Evans, in particular, saying the standing water, the shiny tar, everything that we sort of spoke about before the start of the stage, the drivers just reiterating all of that. Now, I think this second run over the same stage will be slightly better. They know what to expect. That's the first thing. They've had a heads up. Now, Michelin, Tim Hoare from Michelin has been in touch and sent me a nice text sort of saying it was a bit of a compromise this morning with the tyres, but this second loop of stages, they're pretty confident that a soft slick is the recommended tyre from Michelin for this loop, which gives the indication that it is drying out. Everybody's saying the sun's shining. It'll still be pretty wet in places. It'll still be very, very tricky.
Well, we've had an update from a couple of people who keep in touch with us who were on the stages, and stage 3 is they're classing it as bone dry. A couple of damp patches, but bone dry.
Very interesting.
We heard the crews saying that they could see the sun in the service park and how it was going to affect their tyre choice. Sam Moffat in particular said they phoned a couple of people out on the stages and ran with wets in the first stage and stuck in a great time, but then sort of suffered on stage 2 where the conditions were slightly different. I think your soft slick may well be right. The temperature is now about 13 degrees, which is below the threshold you were saying really of going to the next level of tyre.
If you speak to any of these tyre engineers, they say 15, 16 degrees seems to be the point where they go, right, we'll go up a grade of compound. Where our computer's saying 10 degrees, and actually that's the forecast for most of the day. The forecast has actually been quite correct. It's really interesting that Andrew Bush is obviously helping in the background today in the production suite, and he's responsible for the graphics and things, and he's pointed out to me that his results, so I looked at the results for stage 1, which has Kevin Eves in second place, whereas the results after stage 2 doesn't have Kevin Eves in the result, and I don't know why, because everybody we know that everyone after car 10 got a nominal time for the stage, and we know that Kevin is safely in service without any dramas. So if there's somebody in results watching, and that's a really good shot from the camera, that looks pretty dry to me, Zav. But you're in that no man's land now where you're in a part of the world, you're probably, this stage is about 3 miles inland from the sea. I think it was Kevin Eves was actually saying to Tony, the stages this afternoon are coastal stages, so they'll dry out really quickly, even if it rains. But you're still only 2 or 3 miles inland from the sea on these 2 locations, which are pretty much about 3 or 4 k's north of Clonakilty on both sides of the main road to Bandon. And here's this is Motorsport Ireland president, Aidan Harper, I think it is. Just going to have a advisory. So Aidan will be advising on rally safety. He's many years experience of driving through the stages in advance and advising on, from his point of view, safety. So this is what happens in the build up to the running of the stage.
I'm going to interject and just bring you up to date. 3 official retirements of note. Car number 35, Chris O'Callaghan and Cian Traynor, issue on the first stage with brakes. I think we did report that they had pulled in at a junction. Car 149, Donald Deneen and Maeve Griffin did not exit the stage. And then Richard Hickey and Ken Carmody had an issue on stage 1 in their car with the gearbox. So that will bring you up to date on that score.
And the one you don't have there, obviously, is Gareth McHale. So we know that Gareth probably won't restart, I wouldn't think. I mean, we saw a photograph of the car. It didn't look too badly damaged, to be honest. No, it was. No, it didn't look too bad.
No, it was fine. Leading crews are now at the start, coming up to the start line of stage 3. That stage was due to begin, if I can find the arrow, 11:55. So a couple of minutes behind, but as you've seen from the recent shot there from our crew live on stage, some of the safety cars still making their way through the stage, and of course the stage will not begin until the relevant safety delegates have professed themselves content with their safety and stage management?
Well, I mean, look, safety is of the utmost importance. I think the technology now was skirted around the issue of a stage being interrupted earlier on, and the response time from the organisers. It's no doubt that the modern tracking systems, and because they in the car, the crew can actually alert the organisers immediately. We have a problem, or we need assistance, or we don't need assistance, we're okay. And they're able to respond to that. You know, literally in this case, it was a matter of 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, really impressive.
It was great.
Again, it's a good indication and a good example of what we say goes on behind the scenes in terms of logistics. We also heard Tony talking to Art McCarrick, who said he's spending this weekend in the tracking room. But I mean, the tracking isn't just used in these events, it's used in European events. It's used heavily in UK events as well as from what we've seen in the World Championship. And I mean, it has opened up a whole new area in terms of watching who's going where, but certainly from a safety point of view, it's essential to have it in an event. So as I say, a couple of minutes away now from being live on stage 3.
Yeah, I thought that there's still the safety cars are still in the stage, so we're losing a couple of minutes, but I don't think it's of any significance.
No.
What was the due start times?
Due start time was 11:55. This is the second run of Clogher, 18.75 kilometres, which is just a shade over 11.5 miles. That's one of the things about I prefer miles, whereas everything else is metric. I'm old school. So a little over 11.5 miles on the second run, stage 3, Clogher 2. Ballinscarthy will be run again, which will be stage 4. It's 17.5 kilometres and just a shade under 11 miles. And we had a couple of really good spots on the second stage, which we would have seen earlier this morning. People keeping in touch on Facebook, YouTube and other places. So if you send us a message, we'll endeavour to reply and keep you in the loop. But
Martin McDonough was just asking about the start of stage 3, so I think we've explained it was due to start about 5 minutes ago. The safety cars are still in. I don't think there's any issues. Just sometimes these things just run on a little bit. And I saw one there for Richard Jarvis was hi from Yorkshire. Missing the crack on the Wild Times in Shanley's. Well, yeah, been there once or twice.
Stephen Simpson, if that's the competitor, Stephen Simpson, nice to have you on board.
Yeah.
Be nice to see you over here doing a few events.
It'll be interesting to see, Sav, with the conditions drying out the way they are, will we get a big improvement in stage times? I know that you were
saying about 9.5 minutes, weren't you?
Good time would be 9.5 minutes. They did it in almost exactly 10 minutes, I think, the first time through, which just goes to show how tricky and treacherous the conditions were. Now they'll have a bit more confidence. Of course, I think it was Marion Evans referred to, we've got people out giving us a bit of a hand, having a look at the stages. Well, that would have been before the first run this morning. They don't get a second chance to get through. Once the road's closed, the road is closed. So these people, they're generally very experienced competitors themselves. They'll be feeding back all this information back to the co-driver, probably by video call. They'll have a copy of the driver's notes. They'll feed back any changes they feel, maybe gravel or mud or water. But I get the impression that it was just so wet this morning that it was beyond. It happened after the crews had went through, by the sound of it.
So Martin McDonough's asking what time is the stage start. We've just gone live on the stage. To give you an idea of what we're talking about earlier about the organisation and people involved, the stage commander for this stage is Sean Hayes. His deputy is Ted Murphy. The stage doctor is Dr. Tom Maloney. And the ambulances are provided by the Red Cross from Bantry and Dunmanway, and the rescue unit is the Athlone Rally Rescue. Now, different rally rescues in all the different stages, and you'll see, we'll bring it to you as we go through the stages today and tomorrow. Rescue crews and marshals from all over Ireland you know, attend near enough every rally in Ireland, all helping out each other's rallies. So there's a lot of behind the scenes work goes in, and that should give you an idea of the sort of prep and what's going on as we wait to go back to our.
I think maybe the camera position's just moving around a little bit, and that's what. So we do know that the first of the leading cars are now live into the stage. We will be bringing you live pictures momentarily. Hopefully the production team will just give us a wee update on that when we are ready for it. So I've been informed that our camera location again is about 2/3 of the way through the stage, but similar to the first run over, but we're in a different spot this time. There we go. This is the first of the 00 cars coming through where we are. Oh, this looks like a good spot and a healthy.
This is a famous West Cork spot.
Yes, and a healthy crowd.
The number of photographs I've seen in the likes of Seamus Coonahan's site, CRS pics taken on the inside of this hairpin. So here's Andrew Bush's Shove It. So, but you can see there, Michael, you know, the reports that we got via Twitter that the road is drying out, so speeds will be increased, and you probably will then see a much quicker simple run.
Yeah, but there's still damp patches, Sav, and I think that's where, you know, there you can see under braking on the outside of the corner where they're picking the line. They're actually dragging water onto the corner, and as more and more cars come through, you'll get situations like that. Of course, the rally drivers don't know until they get there. It's this ever-changing, evolving stage. Is almost, ironically, it is a live thing, but it evolves as the cars come through, and I think this is a really good indication of how stuff can become unpredictable as more and more cars come through. They drag mud on, they drag a bit of water on, and you just don't know until you arrive at that spot. So car one is probably about a quarter of the way through the stage. We still have Josh Moffat running first on the road. Here's this lovely little sunbeam we saw earlier on. Of course, all these crews in the 00 cars have a very active safety role to play. They have a radio connected direct to rally control. If they feel that there's maybe somebody standing in a bad place or a box junction, they can report back to the stage commander by radio. They can report to rally control. They can have the stage stopped. They can bring extra manpower in maybe to manage a situation if necessary. And they have a responsibility to stay on the road, not go terribly fast, but the last of the 00 cars has to go at a reasonable speed to basically give people an awareness of what's happening and the potential speed of the cars. There's somebody's got their St. Patrick's Day flags up. Of course, it's a great social weekend, and it was really interesting listening to William Crichton and Liam Regan talking about the ceremonial start last night in Clonakilty.
Yeah.
Just saying, you know, they're obviously doing the World Rally Championship, doing the junior category. They have a great experience of going to these events abroad, and to get reports back that everything is just so good was really, really good news for Clonakilty. And of course the traders, all the pubs and bars and shops all get actively involved in promoting the rally and engaging with the rally, and we'll have the finish tomorrow in Emmett Square, I think. Is that correct?
Yep. What was the question again?
The ceremonial finish tomorrow. You getting wee messages there, Zaf?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Nothing important.
No. It's Philip Johnson sort of joined us. Sean McAvoy saying great coverage, lads, but working here for the Heartlands Rally, Portlaoise in June bank holiday weekend. So a lot of rally organisers spent their Saturday mornings working on their own events for later in the year. I would imagine that Josh shouldn't be.
He's not far away. I think we're. I was just going to say, I'm pretty sure. I'm just pointing out to Zav where I think our camera crew is on the map, and I think we're less than a minute away from getting the live action from this stage. keep an eye on the clock when Josh comes into view, and we'll try and get an indication of where he's stopping the clock, passing us. We can then judge with the later crews where they stop the clock, see who's got an advantage. Marion Evans has the advantage at the moment, leading the rally by 2.9 seconds. The first 10 cars got a run at the second stage this morning. Then we had a stage interruption when Gareth McHale interrupted the stage. Oh, so this is just a quick shot of, and here's Josh coming into view. Out of view on 57 seconds, Av. That's our marker point. So that'll either be 57 or 27.
Callum Devine up next, followed by Marion Evans. So Callum's probably 20 odd seconds away. Well, up and running now with stage 3.
So according to my reckoning now, Callum is dropping time to Josh.
Definitely.
10 seconds in my book. Just
definitely.
on rough time, and he's 10 seconds down on Josh. Josh is very determined in service. Felt that he didn't quite get it right on the first stage. Sam obviously had his own problems. Sam had problems with the
Josh
handbrake.
wasn't worried about them.
No. So by my reckoning, Marion 6, nearly 10, 9 seconds down on Josh. This will be really interesting to see what the official results say. And of course, they've still got a couple of kilometres to do before they get to the end of the stage. End of this stage, by the way, Sav, is really, really difficult. It's very narrow and very, very slippy.
Josh coming down towards the
So
stage
we've got two
finish
cars
now.
coming together here. Sam Moffat should be up next. I wonder, has Sam got a problem and is being... No, Sam's fine. But I think Cathal McCourt is running out of order now. I wonder, has Cathal had a problem?
Yeah.
Car looks good though. Wonder, has he had an overshoot or
yeah,
a spin or something?
I noticed the rear back, the back bumper was a bit Airfix looking, as in a kind of kit form. So maybe
the production guys can see if they can find out what happened. I think Josh has set a really good time in this stage.
Yeah, Josh is coming in now on a 9:09 dead, 9 minutes 9 seconds dead. Callum is showing as a 9:18.5. So,
as I said, he was 10 seconds up at our point, and he's pretty much 10 seconds up in the stage. That jumps him into the lead. Sav.
Marion Evans on a 9:18.4. So.
Johnny about 12 seconds down on Josh by my reckoning at that point.
So based on that, Josh now leads by 1.2 seconds from Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Melvin Evans Motorsport Polo GTI R5, with Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan showing as third for now, but they're the only times we have in so far.
Declan Boyle's due up next. Desi Henry seems to be missing. So what have we got? Car 8 stopped in the stage. OK board out. Oh, Desi. New Citroen. That's a bit unfortunate.
No luck at all, has he?
Yeah. Just thought there was a bit of a gap appeared. Callum Devine apparently has reported that he clipped a rock in the stage.
So Sam Moffat coming in along with Keith Moriarty on a time of 9 minutes 21.2 seconds. So I mean, Josh's time over
he's destroyed everything.
12 kilometres. I mean, that's
so Callum apparently thought he had a puncture when he clipped this wheel, but it was just a vibration. And
so Robert Barrable, Gordon Noble coming in now with a 9:23.7.
Get out of the hedge. That was a bit dramatic. David Guest, local knowledge not paying off there. Apparently Marion Evans has reported that he picked the wrong tyre. Now, we got information from Michelin that was only one tyre to pick.
Yeah.
So if he's taken a chance and thought he could gain an advantage by doing something slightly different to everybody, it's not been unheard of in the past. So he's the second driver there just to get slightly caught out by, I think this corner's getting slippy as we
just like you were
predicted.
saying.
Yes, needs to be careful he doesn't.
So Sam Moffat surprised at his time taken on stage 3. Johnny Greer has clocked in a 9:25.1, and Cahan McCourt, who we felt had lost time in the stage, would be correct with Cahan McCourt and Liam Moynihan clocking in on a 10 minutes 1.3 seconds.
So we've already mentioned that we think Desi Henry stopped in the stage. Well, we know Desi stopped for the moment, whether he stopped for a change of puncture or whatever. We're just getting confirmation that at this point he is still stopped in the stage, but the OK board is out. We're just getting a message about that.
Yeah, I believe he's parked down a slip road.
Okay.
So he goes his way off the stage, John McCarthy, in the Citroen C3 Rally 2. The version.
Cal gave a good interview to Tony saying just how much he likes this new Citroen car. Desi Henry's having no luck at all at the moment.
No.
Well, I'm getting some really interesting information about these tyres. What's interesting is that Josh seems to have picked a harder compound tyre, which goes against the engineer's report fundamentally. This is Aaron McHale coming in the Volkswagen. So everybody's a bit surprised at Josh's time. I'm a bit surprised as well. I predicted an absolutely really good time of about 9 minutes 9 seconds in these still slippy conditions.
Yeah.
So much faster than anybody else. Really, really. Is this the stage that wins Josh the West Cork Rally? There's an awful long way to go.
Yeah. Jason McSweeney through there with Liam Brennan. And this is Jason's 16th time for doing the event. So up next should be
James Ford and Neil Shanks. But I think actually it might be Keith Lyons next.
Keith Lyons, yeah. Keith's taken part in the last 3 West Cork rallies and was 9th overall last year.
Again, he told Tony in the service area he'd be happy to get into the top 10 again this year. He's been getting a few pointers and lessons from from the Matt Edwards, former British Rally champion, who actually drove Keith's car on the Midland Rally last weekend. We hear that Desi Henry may actually have damaged the car, been off the road, and David Guest apparently had to actually stop momentarily with Desi. But the OK board's out, stage is running as normal.
Alice Moynihan and Mark O'Brien, followed very quickly by James Ford and Neil Shanks.
I wonder, have they caught and passed James? He was running ahead on the road previously. Going to start getting the modified cars very shortly as well. Kevin E's running first modified car, Lyon's second in the category, but there does seem to be a wee glitch in the results, Sav, that has...
Yep.
It's not showing Kevin. Kevin pushing hard on the brake in there.
Fourth West Cork for Kevin Eves, and he retired last year with, as we said, with I think it was engine issues. So while we'll have a little break in action, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes lead by 1.2 seconds from Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. I'll come back to that now in a second. So Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson in second, Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan in third, 3 seconds behind. Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble hold fourth now, ahead of Sam Moffat, Keith Moriarty in fifth. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns have moved up to sixth. Jason Black, Carl Egan.
Somebody that caught our eye earlier on was David Kelly in his Rally 2 Citroen. Had a great run over the first stage, got a stage interrupted time for the second one, has had another good run, keeps himself well into top 10 and 7th overall, did his time in 9:32.4, just ahead of
Conor Murphy and Sean Collins going through there. Next up, we should have Daniel McKenna
leading the modifieds. Oh, pushing hard. Very good brakes.
Did West Cork for the first time ever last year.
Yes, I remember that now. He'd never been before.
Which was surprising,
yeah,
really.
Yeah. Consider all the national rallies he used to do.
Chris O'Callaghan and Kane. We said Chris O'Callaghan and Kane Trainer had retired, but it looks as though they've got the brakes fixed in service, because I'm getting a couple of reports that they're actually on stage now, so we'll know shortly.
Yep, it looks like them.
Yep.
Fine line between getting it wrong and losing a bit of time on a junction like this. We understand that Desi Henry's sort of partially blocking the road, and everybody's having to sort of take a bit of evasive action.
Car 27, Neil Ruskell and Andrew Roughhead. First time in West Cork this weekend for them. So Kevin Kelleher, we should see up next, I think. Finished 6th overall back in 2006.
And see Kevin Kelleher tires on the side of the car. If ever you are in West Cork and you come down through Ballinascarthy village, where the statue of Henry Ford's Model T, Kevin's tire depot is just across the road.
first West Cork in 1999 with the one and only Kevin O'Driscoll co-driving.
That was John O'Donnell and Aidan Friel in their Class 24 right-hand drive Fiesta. Now, William Crichton catching him. Now this is going to be interesting to see what William's time is compared to the R5 cars or Rally 2 cars. William explained he dropped 3.5 minutes in the first stage. He cut a corner a bit too tight and there was a rock on the inside of the corner, didn't see it, had to change the puncture. Nobody really else in the class, so he was very much wanting to try and see how competitive he could be compared to the leading crews. Very well by the looks of it. Next up, hopefully, John Bonner and Johnny Baird. Clocking up the miles together, these pair. Johnny spent many years co-driving with Wesley Patterson. Wesley, I know, is out spectating on the stages today. He still hasn't recovered from last year's Galway rally, where he hurt his back.
So stage 4, second run in at Ballinscarthy at 17.5 kilometres. Due to start in about 5 or 6 minutes before the crews will then make their way back into the Clonakilty Agricultural College, where our intrepid reporter Tony Kelly is clocking up the steps on her daily routine because the service park is so spread out. Car 33, Barrymead, Neiman Hayes.
An update on the modifieds after that stage. Zav looks like Daniel McKenna went quickest again on a 9:52.1. From Kevin Eves, a 9:54.2. Connor Murphy, 9:54.8. Daniel now leads the modified by 3.7 seconds from Kevin Eves in his Corolla. So the most important thing out of that is that Kevin is showing properly on the results. Jason Black did a 9:58.8. Gary Kiernan a 9:59.7. Frank Kelly always lovely car control. Saw a couple of cars catching each other, one of them being Dennis Moynihan and James Ford. Dennis seems to have lost a few seconds, 30 seconds or so.
Jack Newman, Andrew Brown there in the escort.
Should be Richard Moore up next, and Richard Cleary in their Mark II. Just for interest, amalgamated results today, modified, international, all in together. Daniel McKenna is just outside the top 10, leading the modified in 12th overall. Declan Boyle in his R5. I'm going to say Declan is in 11th.
Richard Moore and Richard Cleary there, the Wexford crew. On the junior section. And that's Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy, first time in West Cork.
So we're taking a bit of time out of Richard Moore there. Now we've got a couple of crews made the long trip down from northwest. Brian Brogan from Letterkenny. He's being caught slightly by Conor Curley. Oh, Brian, that's a few seconds gone. Things like that add up. A couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there.
Looks like Colin Murphy.
Yeah. Another one that'd be interesting to see his times, because we know he lost time on the first run over this stage earlier on.
Yeah, very quick pilot, Colin. Very, very quick. I think it was it MSD that built his first Subaru in London, South London.
Boy, he got her into some angles.
I we picked it up. It came through somebody I was working for, and I went and picked it up and brought it back to West Drayton. And Colin came over and gave it a bit of a lash around the back roads.
Local man Vincent McSweeney. From Bandon, 12th time doing the rally, but that would make sense, yeah. He seems to have been doing the rally an awful lot.
So we should have up next Brian O'Keefe and Sean Hayde.
Another local crew. This is his 16th West Cork rally.
Sean Hayde, I think he sat with Melvin Evans, didn't he?
He did. Didn't he win the first Clacton rally with him?
So bearing in mind that we only had 10 cars through stage 2, a lot of people given nominal times. Make their way through. A lot of climbers on the leaderboard. Cal McCarthy and Eric Callanan have moved up 17 places.
It's called O'Rourke, going really well.
Jason McSweeney has moved up 5 places. Johnny Greer's moved up 3.
So 2 interesting times in there for the 2 we're talking about. William Crichton, 16th fastest overall on a 9:56.1. Really interesting. Colin Murphy, 9th fastest overall on a 9:47.
Curley there. First appeared here in West Cork in 2006.
We understand Gary Kernan was explaining to some people at the end of the stage that he struggled to pass.
Number 46 there, Conor McCarthy, son of 2010 winner Liam. Conor has finished 2nd overall twice in the junior section of the rally. So don't be worrying, you haven't missed that. Stage 4 hasn't gone live yet, but the safety cars are making their way towards the end of the stage. So it won't be long now and we'll go live there. We'll stay here and watch the action. Mark from Middleton, this is his 10th time doing West Cork. Flaherty and Enda Hallinan.
Nearly overcooked it. Got away with it. So there's the top 10, the top 5 modified leaderboard on screen for us now. Modified section of the Tarmac Championship sponsored by McAvoy Motorsport. Daniel McKenna leading from Kevin Eves, Conor Murphy, Jason Black, and Gary Kernan. Gary complaining that he struggled to get past Desi Henry's stricken Citroen on this stage. first of the cars we now believe are live on stage 4, the second running of Ballinascarthy.
Just a shade under 11 miles. Ballinascarthy 10.93 miles. Josh Moffat, Callum Devine and Marion Evans into the stage.
Frank Rafferty's due up next in his Evo. This is live action from stage 3.
Drier tarmac.
Well, certainly able to get the power down there. It was nice and smooth, no nonsense. Out of a couple of cars together, yep. Citroen and the Peugeot. Keelan Grogan going well there in the 208. The little he's down as an RC2 car, but actually I'm pretty sure it's an RC4 car, Rally 4. So these are live pictures from stage 4, and here's the first of the 0 cars. Oh, it's really drying out well, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I wonder how Josh's harder compound tyres are going to go here. Will he take another?
Yep, that's my prediction. Yep,
lump
he's
of
going to
time
take
out of
another lump. If everybody's too soft, they won't have the confidence, and Josh has got the confidence to push really, really hard. I'm actually going to have a wee look at my data and just see what a really good predicted time is. $8:20, $8:25. If he doesn't 8:25, he's absolutely on it. 17.5 kilometres. Ballinascarthy. This is actually one of the few stages this year that parts of it were run last year. Nearly with Ring is always very similar to year in, year out. Ballinascarthy is one of the few stages that they have a fair bit of mileage on this stage that was used last year. Otherwise, virtually the whole rally is different. It's either in the opposite direction compared to last year, or new stages, new configurations. Got a message from Breen McNamee, and greetings to Xavier also. Hello Michael, and greetings to Zav. Kane Caldwell in the R4 Fiesta going well, got held up for 5 kilometres on the opening stage. Car wouldn't let him pie. Well, if you think back, we saw them. He was flying on the opening stage. Yeah. He was going really, really well. Unfortunately, that's a harsh reality about rallying, is that the 30 seconds sometimes, while it brings us fast and furious action, and at the moment we're probably about a minute away from the first car at our live point here on stage 4, but you do get, if you do catch another car, it's good etiquette to let you by, but sometimes it's just not possible because the roads are so narrow, and you end up both losing more time trying to let the other car through. Kane's being run by Gary McNamee. Of course, we know Gary, an extremely rapid driver in his own right in his Honda Civic.
Message in from Gerard Quinn. If you recognise the name, he was the European director of Ford Motorsport for many years. Asking if you're around tomorrow and free and would help out. The club would love marshals for the stages tomorrow. Tomorrow's stages, 2 loops of 3. And if you know Bones O'Connor, give Bones a shout because he would be more than grateful to get a few extra pairs of hands for the tomorrow's stages. So nice message from Gerard Quinn about helping out. Gerard himself is out doing a time control at the start of stage 3, I think, by the looks of it.
And of course tomorrow's 3 stages are Shanaway, Sam's Cross and Ardfield. Ardfield being run against the, so here's Josh. So 39.07 stopping the clocks there. And out of distance on 16, so we'll very interesting to see just where exactly Callum passes the clocks. I'll go repeat what I said earlier, 30-second intervals. So Callum should be going out of shot if he's on the same pace as Josh on about 45 seconds. Smoke. So going out of shot on this one. 3 to 4 seconds down. Not quite as dominant as on that first run.
No.
Now it'd be a different type of stage, as somebody's referred to it earlier, not as much shiny tar, a bit more abrasive, a bit more gravelly. So maybe he can't get the advantage out of the tyre that he got in the first run. Marion looks very good there. Again, he's dropped a few seconds. Probably 4 or 5 seconds to Josh on that one, but very similar in pace to Callum on that stage. My reckoning, Sam was about 6 seconds down on Josh there. Obviously we won't know until we get the official times through at the end of the stage, which will happen quite quickly because we're pretty near the end of the stage. And Josh's time is in an 8:32.1. I said if he did an 8:25 he'd be going well.
Yeah, he did. Tomorrow, 6 stages, 66 miles. Of course, the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally is a round of the 2023 Samdeck Security Irish Tarmac Championship. It's also a counting round of the McAvoy Motorsport Modified Championship. And the Synergy Motorsport Historic Rally. Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble make their way through. And then a counting round of the Paul Brown Plant Hire Junior Rally Championship. And then a round of the IPS Southern 4 Rally Championship 2023. So Callum Devine through 8:35.6. And Marion Evans through on an 8:38 is dead. So Josh Moffat has extended his lead now to 7.1 seconds. And then there's half a second between Marion Evans and Callum Devine based on those 3 times been in.
0.6 of a second separating Callum and Marion Evans. Declan Boyle through. Declan's just not quite there yet with this polo. So, with the demise of Gareth McHale earlier, this should be David Guest.
Cahan McCourtley and Moynihan through with a time of 8:53.3, which is 20 seconds slower than Josh Moffat's time. So, you know, Cahan definitely did lose time, unfortunately, but still a long way to go. Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble put in an 8:44.4. So they drop back behind Sam Moffat. They drop back into 6th overall, 5th overall. Sam and Keith in 4th. Johnson through.
So apparently there's a general acceptance that Josh picked the right tyre for these stages of, and the other crews are sort of accepting that they didn't pick the right tyre, that Josh uniquely was the only one to pick this hard tyre in the leading group. And we were told by one of the engineers that it was the soft compound tyre was being recommended. So sometimes you can sometimes it can go for you, sometimes it can go against you.
It's a pretty shrewd move. I mean, it gives him 7. I mean, he's gone from lying second after the 2 stages to now 7.1 second lead. Murphy Anthony Nestor there. So similar to this morning, the crews make their way from Ballinascarthy back down to the Clonakilty Agricultural College, where they have a much shorter service time this time, 25 minutes only, before they begin the second loop of stages of the day, which is the first and second runs in Dunworley. Through in the Excavate Polo GTI R5 right-hand drive. So ring 1 due to start at about 10 to 2. So there we go, top 5 overall on screen. So as you can see, Josh Moffat has a 7.1 second lead over Marion Evans. Further 7.7 seconds back. It's Callum Devine. That's too far away for me to see.
Callum Devine 2.7 back, Sam Moffat 21.6 back, and Robert Barrable 25.8 back. Barrable was one of the drivers saying that he's just, the tyres just got the better of him. Keith Lyons through.
I'm going to have to speak to our production team and see if they can increase the magnification on the
Put your specs
on
on,
the
man.
leaderboard. Yeah, but they don't. They make it worse.
Kevin Eves up. Fair play. Engine screaming its head off.
I think if you're Josh Moffat, you have to go back into service now very, very content.
Yeah.
And driving past, you know, waiting everybody coming past you in the service, are you winking at them as if to say, I knew you didn't?
Well, I mean, I suppose the rally changes again. This is the beauty of the West Cork Rally. We have these 2 stages run twice this morning, then we have 2 different stages, and again a completely different landscape effectively. But one thing's for sure, he won't get away with this again.
I know he won't, but I was wondering there, does he make the others rethink their options going on to 2 stages they haven't done yet in terms of tyre choice? Warmer in the day, no rain, tyre choice. And I mean, we must ask Tony, did he have a gut feeling, or was it one of those, I had nothing to lose anyway?
Well, I mean, Tony can ask him for sure. I think we believe that there is possibly another stage interruption unfolding here. I just want to have a wee look at some of my information. Right, okay.
So while we're looking at that, yeah, well, I mean, we'll get Tony to have a chat with him and see.
Jason Black. Sound like he missed a gear there, possibly. I didn't think you could do that in these cars now with the sequential gearboxes and everything. Yeah. So we're just looking at some data we're being fed here. And I suspect, let's see what unfolds over the next few minutes, but
we think somebody's got wedged between the banks again.
Yep.
Similar to earlier on this morning. So easy to do, and so easy then just to slow everything up. But as we said, cars due into Clonakilty Agricultural College now at 11 minutes past 1. Their leading crews are making their way down there now.
So a few people on the move on the leaderboard. Kevin Eves continues to lead the modifieds. We're going to, unfortunately, with these blockages, it paints a bit of a unrealistic picture, and whatever way, there's no fair way when an interruption comes of doling out an intermediate time, basically.
It's very, you know, it's one of those things that it is what it is, and you have to accept it and crack on.
It can go in your favour sometimes, sometimes it goes against you. Not quite sure who all's involved in this, but we'll bring you as much information as we can as and when it unfolds.
But if you're watching us in some of the pubs in Clonakilty or on your phone, having a bite of lunch before you make your way to the service park, if you can help out tomorrow, and Marshall, give Bones O'Connor a shout. If you want to know his number, send us a message on Facebook or YouTube, and we'll put you in touch with him. But if you're hanging around, you know, you can help out the amazing number of people who are already working behind the scenes already. So yeah, I mean, 6 stages tomorrow, 2 loops of 3. So if they shoehorned you into a stage, you wouldn't have to move. You could be in there for
stopped in your tracks.
Stopped in my tracks.
Anybody out there on the stage is watching today, and you got any good shots, send us your fan cam clips. Best clip from each day will win a free hat from Flat to the Hat, which I think is a great name for any company. Email tarmac23@hm.productions.co.uk or WhatsApp +44 778 290 845. Send them through. We'll give you a credit, and you win a really, really good chance of winning a Flat to the hat, which we did have in the studio at one time.
Did we?
Yeah. I don't know. I think you should say that 4 times as fast as you can. Flat to the hat, flat to the hat, flat to the hat.
Very good.
Yes.
And
so,
as we move our way up to the lunch interlude, as they would call it, I have a list of questions here for Tony. What made you pick the hard tires, Josh? Was it a decision, nothing to lose? Johnny Greer seems to have had a better run and dialed in much better. He's moved up a couple of places. David Kelly having a really good run. Need to find out what happened. Cam McCourt, we told that he sort of slid off, but on a stage time, 20 seconds worse than everybody else, so that would explain a spin. Declan Boyle finally seems to be getting if you like, dialed into the polo.
Yeah, he's still just a wee bit away. He's getting very, very close, though. It's really
yeah. I mean, you know, he came out of the Subaru. He bought. Did he have the first
Fiesta.
privateer World Rally car in the Fiesta? Made its debut in Donegal.
One of the first, yeah.
And then has had several Fords since. And I think the Subaru many years ago suited him down to the ground. You know, he could really grab that by the scruff of the neck, because he is a very competent, very, very competent driver.
So we do have some cars moving through the stage now, but I'm not sure that they're competitive. Certainly where you have been blocked on a stage, you won't drive competitively, but that doesn't mean to say that the stage won't go live again very shortly. Car 23 is Connor Murphy. We believe Connor stopped in the stage and he caused a blockage. OK boards out, which is very positive. My feeling is this stage will go live again quite soon. There's no recovery or services being asked for, so it's just a matter of time. The organisers kicking the plan into action to get the stage up.
It's like I was saying to you,
and as I say that, I think the first car has gone live again onto the stage.
It's like I was saying to you, when you get down into the narrow sections where it's a narrow road, green, you know, grass up the middle and very high banks, you get out of sequence and slide, you're wedged. And until you get 5 or 6 cars behind you that people can push out of the way, then, you know, and you know, you can see it all unfold in front of you. Somebody else having a better run, Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor, and Tony had a great chat with both of them in the service park. Anthony explaining Owen has done very little rallying over the last sort of 12 months, but good to see Owen going very well. And Anthony sort of in good chat.
So if my information's correct, there's a few cars have been stage interrupted, which includes most of the leading modified. So Kevin Eves got a clean run through the stage, but Daniel McKenna's been held up. I think Chris O'Callaghan's been held up, William Crichton certainly. If what I'm being told correct, Chris Armstrong was probably the last car to be interrupted. The first car live now is John Bonner and Johnny Baird. Now they're a few minutes out from our camera position, and hopefully we'll be able to go back to the camera position and pick up on the later runners. This is going to, I'll put my co-driver's head on here and have a look and see one of the things that it's going to cause very upset probably is Kevin Eves did a time of 9:32.5, which wasn't great, Sav.
No.
If he's the stage interrupted time that all the other modified people get, then it's like they didn't do the stage. They all get this effectively Kevin Eves time. But if somebody clever, like an Anthony Nestor, goes in there and says, well, hang on a minute, that's not a proper time. I think Kevin Eves has probably had a problem here. I want, let's say, Jason McSweeney's time, which is 14, 16 seconds faster. Suddenly, all the people in the stage interruption get a 14 or 16 second advantage, which they wouldn't normally have had. Now, it's not up to us. This is where the thankless task, the stewards who are charged with this, and also the results people, they'll get the blue book or the green book out and they'll look at it, and the rule is roughly along the lines, the slowest time, that was
Daniel McKenna.
Yes, so we're just saying the convoy, but I'm pretty sure if we can just stay on picture, within about 3 minutes, we will get the first of the competitive cars coming. So again, the slowest notional time without a problem could be argued that it isn't actually Kevin Eves. But if they do get Kevin Eves' time, then it's a level playing field for everybody. So I think the first competitive car we're going to get back at our camera position is, as I said, John Bonner and Johnny Baird.
Stage Commander here, Martin Bond. Deputy Stage Commander is Keir Roberts. And Dr. Michael Murphy, doctor on call here. And the stage ambulance is 2 units from Tipperary Red Cross. And it's Russell Rally Rescue 1 who are also based as the rescue unit. So that's some of the people who are looking after us on stage 4 today, Michael.
Good job. I think we're 2 or 3 minutes out. There's Chris Armstrong, I think, is the last of the cars that would probably have a stage interruption. So Daniel McKenna, Chris O'Callaghan, William Crichton, Neil Roskell, Kevin Kelleher, Dennis Moynihan, John O'Donnell and Chris Armstrong have all been delayed. Well, I'm just getting something from the producers in my ear about the modified. We've been talking about the stage interrupted time. I just think it's really interesting that it may not have any effect whatsoever, because the normal time that they're likely to give is Kevin Eves' time.
Well, just having a quick shifty at the leaderboard.
Yep.
They've obviously had all had a what looks like a 10.4. So I have a leaderboard with loads of greens where people have moved up a load of spaces and then a load of losers.
So are you saying they've already given them a nominal time?
Well, it's possibly looking like it. I mean, Gary Kiernan.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It is a nominal time, and it's exactly as I predicted, or not as I predicted. This is not the time I thought they were going to give them. So what has actually happened here, in my opinion, is all these people have gained 22 seconds. So this is, if you were a co-driver on this rally and you were in this, you were Kevin Eves.
Yeah.
And your rivals have just gained, in your opinion, unfairly 22 seconds.
Oh, I'd be up on arms.
Well, so
I think it'd be easier to follow Love Island and try and understand the vagaries of timing, and it's a great example of why I don't envy timekeepers or rally organisers or rally management in sorting this out. Sometimes, you know, being this old boy sitting in front of a microphone looking at cameras, maybe it's not the worst job in the world, but it is a difficult one, and it you know, for competitors who are fighting for every last second, to suddenly have, you know, 14 seconds thrown at them, that's
well, in this case it's 22 seconds, so
very difficult indeed.
I'm trying to see where they've got this time of 9:10.4. So
well, I'm wondering, is it Gary Kiernan's time 9:04.4 plus 6 seconds? So just hearing from our intrepid producer that John Bonner is about 20 seconds out from our camera point. So back live on the stage, and as I said, as he just makes his way through.
I think it's Jason Black's time they've been given. To be honest, I think it's Jason Black's time. So either Kevin Eves, so we'll need to try and find out, did Kevin Eves have a problem in the stage, and could it be argued that it wasn't, that it should have been the time?
Barry Mead just gone through there. Barry won the junior rally in 2006.
It's quite a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Barry's been around a long time. Good driver.
Next up should be Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn in an escort. Crew from Cork. Colin finished 7th in the national rally last year and runner-up in the Irish Tarmac modified category as well.
So Dylan Ewing's asking who's winning the two-wheel drive now. Well, there you go, Dylan. You're seeing it all unfold live on our live stream. The official results effectively have Daniel McKenna leading the two-wheel drives. who has been given a stage interrupt time while Kevin Eves completed the stage and dropped a bit of time. Daniel got held up and effectively gained 22 seconds over Kevin due to the stage interrupted time. Now, I know that sounds complicated, and it is quite complicated, and it's all about the technical rules of rallying. I suspect this is open to interpretation and may very well be subject to interpretation by some of the competitors. They, I suspect, will query this, unless Kevin Eves is happy that he had a half spin or something and that was his genuine stage time, and he would have lost the lead of the thing regardless.
Frank and Lauren Kelly through, Richard Moore and Richard Cleary through. Next up with us, I believe, should be Dennis Moynihan and Martin O'Brien.
Now, I wonder, was Dennis involved in this stage interruption as he's running well out of sequence?
Well, he could have been running from the last stage, you see, further down the order,
Sure.
you know.
Yep.
But nice to see in the camera footage there are blue skies, no rain. Certainly bodes well for the likes of Shanaway or Ring 1 and Dunworley later on this afternoon.
I've had a really, really interesting comment. This is where we get really good feedback from Laura Jennings. So Laura, thanks for really doing this. Laura says that Kevin Eves gave a time of 9:02 at the finish of the stage. Not what he has on here, which, and again, getting into the break, he's been credited with a 9:32.5. Now, this happens in Irish rallying, whereby, because of the 30-second interval, sometimes a time gets entered wrong, or if it's 30 seconds out, then there's a wee timing glitch. But as we talked about earlier on, apparently the clock at the flying finish automatically sends the time to the computer. So this opens up another angle to it that certainly people are going to ask questions. So if we knock 30 seconds off Kevin's time and take into account that Daniel McKenna was credited with a 9:10 and he did a 9:08 or a 9:02, then he was 8 seconds faster. So I think we'll have to be prepared to have a bit of confusion about the modifieds for the next hour or so while this gets sorted out when the cars get to service.
Well, I think Jerry Hines is going to have his...
See the CLO?
Yeah, I think Jerry's going to have his hands full.
Jerry's a very experienced.
Yeah, he is.
Jerry's been there, done it. He's won the West Cork Rally at one point in the past.
That was Bob Foden, didn't he?
He did indeed, yeah. And so...
Or Bob Foden. Colin Murphy.
Flying. Absolutely. That was the term on the door handles.
Yeah. No, there's no fear in Colin Murphy.
Well, we know that Colin was delayed on the first stage, but on the previous stage, I think I said he was 9th fastest overall.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on the stage times here. So we always have a bit of drama somewhere, and this modified, the leaders of the modified, if it unfolds correctly, then I'd say Kevin Eves is still leading the modified.
I think Gary McAvoy would be very pleased that the McAvoy Motorsport Modified category is getting so much airtime.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And of course, if you're in the service area, Gary is there with his retail outlets. You know, he's a great believer in support those who support your sport.
Oh, well, he's also the official supplier of all the rallies, teamwear and the championship.
Yes, I noticed,
rally jackets.
I noticed Tony Kelly had a lovely new jacket.
Did you?
Yeah.
I was looking at her hat.
It wasn't a flat to the hat mat one, was it?
No, it wasn't, no. It's a Panta Fuels.
Yeah.
Panta Fuels hat. Panta being the official fuel supplier this year for the international homologated cars registered for the Tarmac Championship.
I sent Tony a message. Love your new jacket.
So, who was that? 44. Brian O'Keefe. Vincent next one. In Evo 10. A little bunch of Mitsubishis through.
So I mentioned earlier about some crews who appeared in the results was retired. They've obviously got back in and are running again.
Good.
Because the Callahan is one that springs to mind. So we only have 2 cars officially now that have retired. Donald Deneen and Meath Griffin, which we did not exit stage 1, and of course, as Michael mentioned when I relayed this back to everyone earlier, Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy, who did not finish stage 2. So
Colin Murphy stacking up the results again. 13th fastest on a 906.8.
So heading into service, we've Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai R5, leading by 7.1 seconds over Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Polo GTI R5. Third is Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan in a similar VW R5, with fourth Sam Moffat, Keith Moriarty in a new Hyundai, and Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble round out the top 5 in their Citroen C3 Rally 2. So plenty for Tony to be chatting about and finding and getting to the bottom of when she gets into Clonakilty Agricultural College.
We can't be far away from that. I know the cars are pretty much at the holding control, so can't be far away. And the other Eves through in their little Corolla. Corey.
And if you're wondering why we've suddenly gone quiet, it's because I'm listening intently to the rain on the roof. So the heavens have opened here. So there you go, quick look at the top 10 modified, and because I have problems I'm going to get Michael to do this.
Okay, so we just see the once again the Darien and the little Peugeot running nose to tail on this stage. So top 10 modified, I wouldn't be putting your house on this. According to the official results, it is Daniel McKenna leading from Gary Kiernan, but we've got 2 question marks over this. The first one is, we think that Kevin Eves has been given a suspiciously slow time for this stage 4, and all the other leading modified competitors were involved in a stage interruption and have been given a stage interrupted time of 9 minutes 10, which at this point is 22 seconds faster than Eves.
And now you've started an argument on Facebook over it all.
Have I?
Aye. 2 viewers disagreeing and having their own conversation about it. See, you're right, it's mass confusion at lunchtime.
I'll still stand over the...
I think you're right.
They're saying it'll be the slowest time through. Well, it's actually not, because if there's an unreasonably slow time, that'll be discounted, and then it'll be the next slowest time.
Somebody's pointed out what you said about Kevin Eves, that you said, Laura Jennings said 9:02.
Yeah.
Looks like a 9:02.5, but his time been given is a 9:32.5.
Yep.
Go back to the 30 seconds that you said.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're going to be heading into a quick ad break, so you can go and put the kettle on, make a quick bit of lunch, and come back in a couple of minutes' time, where Tony Kelly will be in the service park at Clonakilty Agricultural College. Remember now, there's only 25 minutes service time this time around, unlike the longer time the last time, before the crews will head to stage 5, the first run over ring, at just over 9 miles, 14.5 kilometres. So we're going to head to a break, and we'll be back live in the service park in a couple of minutes.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
Welcome back to service. We're here with Marion Evans. We've just been talking there, Marion. A wee bit of a change in the leaderboard.
Yeah, to be fair, Josh was brave, went on a harder tyre, got a bit of a jump on us, it looks like, but still close enough. It's like, luckily we got a bit of a jump on him this morning, so it's kind of balanced out, so not too bad.
And I mean, obviously, we were just discussing the weather, like changed drastically.
Yeah, we know it dries quickly. We picked up a lot this morning as well. After that shower we had before the first stage, it seemed to sort of clear up a lot quicker than it has done for the last few days, so yeah, maybe caught us out a bit how quickly it dried and how dry it got, but yeah, I mean, we managed it okay, but just, you know, you're getting a bit of movement in the tyres for the last kind of 6-7 Ks, so it's hard to commit then.
Yeah, that feeling does not build confidence.
No, and the big thing is so much sort of fast committed stuff, fast corners, where if you have it under you, you can get through without lifting, but you know, you're going to have to compromise there when the car's moving, because you know you could create a problem for yourself.
That's this morning's loop done, and now you have to head to 2 new stages. How are you set for these ones?
Good, yeah. Looking like, obviously there's been no rally cars through these this morning, so the roads will hopefully be quite dry, and sort of it's a bit of a reset in a way now, so yeah, it's nice.
How do you actually reset yourself now whenever it is 2 brand new stages?
Just forget about the ones you've done, and then just kind of click into gear and get your head into these, because especially Ring is slightly different nature to what we've done this morning. The second half of Ardfield as well, so not Ardfield, it's Dunwally, so yeah, they're a bit different, but it sounds like the weather's pretty good on them, so it'll be a good race.
Brilliant, Marion. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
We are going to take a little bit of a walk now through the car park here and speak to Robert Barable. Robert obviously had a great start to the day this morning, but as Marion was just saying, it's just so tricky to make the tyre choices to, you know, try and just figure out this weather. Earlier on today it was absolutely, you know, for want of a better word, wintry looking, and then it looks like sunshine here or summertime here today with the sunshine, so it's one of those things, very much Irish rallying. So we're going to get a quick word now with Robert Barable if we can. Bear with us, folks.
road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
We're going now.
2 seconds. You literally have a minute, if even.
30 seconds.
We're back here and we just grabbed Josh in the nick of time. Josh, great turn of events for you.
Yeah, I suppose we got a really good tyre choice there and it worked well for us. So yeah, look at 2 new stages now, and I suppose the report from some of the friends out in the stages there is it's dry. So yeah, we're going to go on the same tyre again and hope that it works for us.
How are you feeling about these stages? Any in particular that you're enjoying in your?
Sort of enjoying them all. Yeah, they're all very fast and technical there. So hopefully it'll suit us now. Everybody's going so hard. So yeah, hopefully we'll be fit to keep our lead.
We've spoken about this often, Josh, but basically, you know, hunting or being hunted, it's just one of those things that it's going to be a weekend of constant swapping, I would say.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully we can stay ahead. But yeah, no, look at the boys are going super hard there. So I'm sure they're probably going to go on a better tyre choice this time. Where I think we probably got a bit of a jump with that in the last time. So it'll probably be more even now for the next 2. So yeah, look, we'll soon see.
Do you feel comfortable at that, or would you rather have that wee bit more?
The more the better. Like, but yeah, look, I suppose we're in the lead at the minute, so we have to be happy with that.
Brilliant. Josh, we'll let you go because we know you're under pressure for time. So that was Josh Moffat, and we have just over the shoulder here with Sam, so we'll get a quick word with Sam, and we've Craig Breen beside him.
Oh yeah.
We'll get a quick word if you don't mind, Sam.
Ahead.
It's probably crunch time here. You're heading out.
yeah, crunch time here. We'll see how we get on. There's we've a bit of work to do actually. Just I don't know. We thought we were driving really well, and times just aren't coming. So yeah, time to try and take a few more risks. I'd say at this stage we were comfortable.
Do you think that's what it is?
Yeah, well, or just I'm not fast enough, but can't really say that. So I think I just have to take a few more chances. The boys are on a good tight pace. There's a few people made. I think all the top four were on four completely different tyres in that loop there, and we all come out with reasonable different outcomes. So hopefully we can have a good ring stage now. We'll see how it goes.
And are you looking forward to these two, or did you prefer the longer ones this morning?
Do you know what? I enjoy them all down here. They're all great stages. So going in the ring now, nice stage, real fast finish to it, and then can't remember the next stage, but I do know it, and it's tricky. So you're going from a very fast, grippy road into the next one being quite grippy, but a lot of mud in it too. So I can expect a lot of cutting in the second one, but we're grand.
Much more confident with the handbrake sorted.
Oh yeah, that's a big help. A few more slides maybe.
Maybe that's what the problem is. Too much crack.
No, it's pretty serious in the car at the minute now. I'm going to take it more serious, so we'll see. Put the head down here and see how we go.
Do you find that hard at times, like whenever, last year you had such an enjoyable kind of a year, and then to just mentally set back into these types of cars again? Or is it literally just the way rallying goes sometimes?
Oh, look, yeah, it's a valid point. Like, I do enjoy the seriousness of it. You're at a high level, you're competing to be the best here, whereas before it was a bit of fun, and sure, who cared really, but I'm going to have to head on here, so thanks very much.
Sam, thank you for talking to us. I'm going to see if I can get a quick word with Craig Breen here. Is there any chance of a word, Craig?
Drive ahead.
Craig, you must be delighted to be back here. West Cork, what an event.
Yeah, no, it's great to be here. Like I was speaking to the guys, tried my best to get an R5 car, I really did. To be honest with you, the calendar this year, they nearly all clash with Tarmac Championship events. It's the only one that fits in, so wasn't to be, but we had the Sierra there ready to go, so why not?
And you adore the Sierra, like to get the Frank Maher car out again.
Yeah, it's great. It's something special. To be honest with you, the intention when I bought the car originally was not to do much rallies in it, was just to kind of sit there and look at it, but it's just a nice piece of kit, and it's only so much sitting and looking at it that you can do, so great to have it back out again.
I mean, it's one of those things where, literally as you said, how do you sit and look at a car like that?
Yeah, that's how it is. It's they're made to be driven, they're made to be going fast, and it's great. And obviously the historic section here has got a great following. My dad's doing it as well, so they're a great bunch of lads, and just happy to be out having a day's crack.
And tell us any stages today that you're looking forward to particularly, or are you just out to enjoy them all?
No, it's obviously ring. Looking forward to getting a run at that. When I done it the last time, it was water running down both sides of the road in 19. So I'm looking forward to driving in the dry, albeit it'll be quite different experience in the Sierra. But beautiful stages, and honestly, the way the historic rallies worked out, it's nice starting this evening. We're missing out two of the more guttery, tricky stages, and obviously the weather was bad this morning. So starting at the sunshine ring can't be too bad.
A wee bit more enjoyable. Craig, we spoke in Galway, and it's one of those things where it's so good to see somebody of your calibre coming back to the local events all the time. How much, it must mean so much to you to race back from Portugal to Mexico, Mexico to West Cork.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it, honestly. This is where I grew up. I was heading around in the back of recce cars with my dad, and then doing chase on the events, and this is where my passion grew for it. So anytime I get a chance to come back and do them, I jump at it straight away. Probably flies in the face of some, what I should be doing, but I love it, and that's never going to change.
Do you find that though, coming back and doing such events that you're so passionate about and don't have to take, we'll say, as seriously, does that reignite the love and why you're doing it?
Yeah, and I suppose that's the reason when we came back in under Tarmac Championship in 19. It was to try and get back the passion. The people here are something very special. That's kind of what makes it. Yeah, we have nice roads, nice atmosphere, but it's the people that make it really. And I just love it, and getting back, especially with Tom Gahan and all the crew here. This is where it all started many moons ago, and it's just nice to come back every so often and do it without the pressure. And I love it. Yeah.
Amazing, Craig. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. And again, to just hear, somebody of Craig's calibre to be talking about Irish events with such passion, and it speaks obviously volumes of Irish events, but also of Craig's passion for the sport and Craig's passion for the Irish part of the sport as well. That no matter what you're doing on a world stage, to come home is truly the most amazing feeling in the world. So what we're going to try and do now, we didn't get him the last time, but we're going to try and get David Guest here if we can. Again, I can't see him, so bear with us, folks, 2 seconds.
Sorry, no. I don't want to make it small.
Okay, folks, we are going to take a few... Sorry, guys, that sun distracted me for 2 seconds. I got completely surprised by the fact that there's such big sunshine. What we're going to do is cut to an ad break and head for the modifieds. We will leave you for a few seconds, but we'll be back as quick as we can.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better. The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible.
And we're back. We're at service out here. Another wee loop done. Are you happy enough now, William? Big changes in the car?
Yeah, we made a couple of changes and it was definitely better. We had a really nice run on the first one, and then unfortunately just towards the end of the stage there was a car off in front of us, so we had to stop for that, and then got a red flag in the next one. So hopefully we'll get a clean stage now, and it's a bit drier, and looking forward to getting into rings. So but yeah, definitely the changes that we made were better, but yeah, as I say, hopefully just a clean stage now.
And any of these stages in particular that you are just excited about, like?
Well, ring going down to now is famous. It's slightly shorter this year, but yeah, it's quite a lot of grip on the stage whenever it's dry, and you know the reports that we're getting is that it's in pretty good condition now. So yeah, looking forward to this loop.
William, thank you very much. We'll let you go. So that's William right. Quick word here. Just gonna let you see this next car coming through. I'm going to turn around here to my left, and I'm going to try and get a quick word with Chris Armstrong here, if I can. Chris, great to see you. You're having a good morning.
Hey, yeah, we got off to a slow start, but we had a good time there in stage 3, so we're happy to be in amongst the rest of them.
And what about the times this morning?
We were 5th or 6th, I think, after the first stage, but we matched Kevin Eves down that last stage. We're back up to about 5th overall, I think, in the National, so hopefully we can keep it going there for the rest of the day.
Any of these stages you're dying to get at?
No, they're slippy and gutsy out there, so it's hard to make a call on it.
And is there a confusion with Eve's time?
Yeah, I think he's 30 seconds out the time, so I think he's actually leading the national. Yeah.
Does that affect you in any way?
Well, he's behind me on the overall leaderboard at the minute, so he'll jump me then, but it's all tight enough, we're not far away.
Are you just focusing on your own game at this point, or are you watching the times?
I'm keeping an eye on the times, alright, but I'm just trying to keep focused and want to get a good rally in and get to the finish. Perfect.
Good man. Thank you, Chris. Best of luck for the next loop. We're just going to have a quick change of batteries here, folks. We'll let another few cars. Here. Great to be heading out for another one, Colin. Are you enjoying it?
I am. We dialed in mediocre this morning, but we're going to push on now and ring because we like ring. We're going to give it a good hard go this time. We gave away a bit of time last year there, so we know where to make it up. So and it's getting drier, so bring it on.
Are you feeling good in the car and everything?
Car's good. Car feels mint. So we've just changed tyres now. We're going harder on all compounds because we felt we were spinning them up too much there in Clonakilty second time through. So
just a wee bit too hard to be confident in the tyres when they're acting up like that.
You don't really have it. I suppose you have to drive them into the floor as hard as you can early on, and then it'll pay dividends throughout the stage, you know, early. So yeah.
Good man. Thank you very much for talking to us, Colin, and hopefully we'll see you in the next run around. Happy enough this morning?
Yeah, happy enough. It's our first time in West Cork, so we have a bit of learning to do against the boys that are here for 5 or 6 years, but no, we're still here. We're looking forward to get going in a dry ring, so looking forward to it.
You're specifically looking forward to this stage, is it?
Yeah, definitely. A big wide open road and dry tyres, sure, like you can't beat it.
And I mean, obviously the Mark II is going to be spectacular to watch in that.
Oh yeah, definitely, sure. I think if you look at any spectator, I'd say they'd rather like the Mark IIs than any of the R5s, so I would see.
Obviously this morning it was just a wee bit ropey though for the Mark IIs with the wet.
Yeah, it was. The four-wheel drives are bringing a lot out onto the road, but look, it's the same for everyone in the modified class, so just drive through it.
And in terms of tyres and stuff, many changes to be made in this loop, or are you happy enough with?
Yeah, we went on a D5 Pirelli on the front and the back, so it's a bit wider, so hopefully we'll get good grip here now.
Good man. Thank you very much. We'll let you go. Thanks, Eddie. That's Eddie in. So there we are, folks. That is us finished at service out for the time being. We'll be back here soon.
Okay, good job there, Tony, in the studio. The first bit of news that we'll have is that the results have been updated after the stage interrupted in the last stage. So we actually have Kevin Eves got the time that we suspected he should have got from the outset, which was a 9:02. He initially had been given a 9:32. Daniel McKenna, Gary Kiernan, Jason Black, Chris Armstrong all got a stage interrupted time of 9:10.4. Now, I don't think they can have much beef about that. what it does mean, Kevin continues to lead Kevin goes into the lead from Daniel McKenna of the modifieds, and he is lying 12th overall. Daniel is 13th. He drops, with that stage interrupted time, he drops behind Kevin by a few seconds. Basically, Daniel is 4.2 seconds behind. So there's very little in it. You might find that Daniel or a couple of the other modified guys query the stage interrupted time, but quite frankly, I'm long enough in the tooth, Sav, to know that it'll fall on deaf ears. The reasonable argument is that it was a reasonable time and it reflected their performance. So, but the main thing is it's sorted out. So fair play to the results team for doing that. It's a good job.
And the thing about it is, it's time now to move on.
Yep.
We're just keeping an eye. I'm just keeping an eye. Leading crews are making their way out now to ring. So we'll endeavour to keep you up to speed with that. Ring at 14.5 kilometres, which is just a shade over 9 miles.
Yep. An old money.
Yeah, with great footage from there last year, if you remember, and a lot of the crews mentioning that they're looking forward to the wider, more open expanse of ring. Dry road, proper tyres. So they're going to get a really
fast,
really
properly fast.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to get a really good rattle at it, and we'll endeavour then to.
It has one of these reputations, doesn't it? There's some stages in Ireland. Donegal's got Atlantic Drive and Fanad. Killarney's got the Gap. West Cork has ring.
Yeah.
The thing with it is, unlike a lot of the other classic stages, the motor club does change it around periodically. You can go different ways. The first bit of the road is well established down into Ring Village, and where we had some great shots from last year. But after that, actually, the two stages that they're doing in this loop, Dunworley is the other one. Parts of Dunworley this year were part of the ring stage last year.
Yeah.
So the two of them are fairly mixed. Dunworley would be a lot more agriculture on it, so it's, as some of the drivers would say, it would be a dirtier stage. It would have more muck and stuff on it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at it on the maps I downloaded prior to coming here. I mean, it would be one hell of a great stage if you lumped them both together.
Well, effectively, they do that, but they have to give themselves a bit of breathing space. Yeah. Obviously, there is an MI restriction on the length of the stage. I think if there wasn't a restriction on that, they probably would put the two stages together.
Well, I mean, you'd be looking at a clinker of a near enough 18-mile stage.
Yes.
Which
MI have this rule whereby you can't run more than 20 kilometres unless it is what they call a classic stage.
Yeah.
And then you can run over 20 kilometres, which is how they run some of the longer stages in Killarney and stuff like that. So we're just getting some footage here from this morning, some fast and furious action. And we're waiting for the cars at the start of ring, and actually they're starting. So they were due to start ring at 51. Would that be right, Sav?
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for our pictures to come. The stage, they've still got some official cars in the stage, but they're pretty much more than halfway through. So I don't see any reason why the stage won't be going live soon enough.
Just a shout out there to Breed Deary. Breed, nice to know you're keeping an eye on what we're doing. I haven't seen you for a long time, but I must admit we had some fun in the times we did work together. Many days full of giggles and full of laughs. So good to see the kids are keeping you busy. I'm glad to see you're still doing the running. And Breed Deary there, for everybody who aren't aware of who it is, was the face of Irish National Rally and with On the Limits. So live on stage 4.
3 kilometres to Clonakilty, so we're in Ring Village. This is the entrance to Ring Village, just by the pub.
Yeah, I have a cracking photograph. I'll see if I can find it.
Of yourself?
No.
So we're not very far into the stage here. As I say, it's 3 Ks from the basically in. It's about 2.5 Ks in.
I'm looking for something particular.
Cork. Okay. Well, it certainly dried out very nicely. Kitty Max mustn't be open.
Yeah. It'll be an electric box, it'll just be a trip. All right.
So, by my reckoning, Josh Moffat has just gone live on the stage. He'll be with us, I would say, in less than a minute. What a beautiful part of the world. And great to see a few spectators about.
I had a photograph somebody sent me of Sebastian Loeb coming past the pub.
Sebastian Loeb coming past that pub?
Yeah, in a Citroen C4. I'm sure it was when they did the Cork 20.
Wouldn't have ever, Cork 20 would never have used this. No, would never have used this stage.
I'm sure. As we see Josh Moffat going through, we'll come back to this in a while. But
yeah, Cork 20 that year was based up Fermoy way, so not that Cork 20 has never strayed towards banding or anything, but it's been a long time. So Callum Devine, due. You can hear him coming. We're close enough to the start of the stage that the times aren't really that meaningful here, and in effect, I wouldn't be exaggerating if I were to say that from the start to just before the village, there's a chicane coming into the village, that it's pretty much flat out for these R5 drivers. Early rally leader, Marion Evans. Currently lying 7.1 seconds behind Josh Moffat. Callum Devine's only 0.6 of a second behind him.
What's the chance of me going over there?
Yeah, you can be okay if you go over there.
Sam Moffat through. Just having some engineering tinkering going on. And equally, Captain McCourt through. Captain's having a pretty good morning. Thought he'd got a puncture earlier on, dropped a few seconds. Currently lying 8th overall. It's like a different day here, Zav, at the moment.
It
compared
really
to
is.
This morning.
It really is compared to this morning.
Robert Barrable. Johnny Greer should be next. I never thought I would see a day where we'd have 5 Citroens in the top 10, Sav.
Well, it just shows the popularity where people move the
I mean, it was Fiesta R5s, and now we haven't got a single Fiesta in the top 10. The highest running Fiesta is David Guest in 11th. Patrick Walsh co-driving. David Guest in his Rally 2 Fiesta. Murphy, Anthony Nestor. They're a very distinctive Citroen.
Interesting to see the times coming through. Owen gradually improving during the course of the morning. So the leading crew's well and truly into the stage now. 15 cars on stage.
David Kelly should be up next. David's had a really good run so far today. He's well into the top 10. Currently lying 7th. Another man gaining a fair bit of confidence today, Cal McCarthy. Not carrying the momentum through there. Seemed a bit hesitant as he turned into the corner. We got 2 cars stopped in the stage, both with OK boards out. Car 9 and car 11.
Declan Boyle and car 11, did you say?
Yeah,
David Guest.
David Guest, yep. Both OK boards out. Maybe it's something or nothing. You know, sometimes you do get a wee blip on these messages. That give it a minute or so and we'll see. But to lose 2 top runners in the one stage is a tough rally. Jason McSweeney and Liam Brennan.
It's good to see the sun out, the roads drying. It makes for just a better afternoon ahead. It was interesting to hear Anthony Nestor saying the amount of spectators that were out.
Yep.
Were unreal, which was good. Kind of ties in with what, you know, Art McCarrick was saying earlier about, you know, more competitors doing events. There's less events to do, so, you know.
Well, certainly both these cars stopped. It's actually only about 2 or 3 Ks further on. They're not blocking the road. The stage is running uninterrupted at the moment, which is good news for everybody. We should start getting times in very shortly, I would think. Here's Kevin Eves, who's gone into the lead of the modified section of the rally on the previous stage, stage 4. Initially, he was awarded a time that didn't reflect his proper performance, but equally all the other leading modified cars lost a few seconds with the stage interrupted time.
as yet.
So good news seems to be that car 11 has got going again. David Guest would suggest he's changed a puncture or something similar.
We kind of guessed that right. William practiced one losing about 3 minutes, so So there has been a bit of silence from me for a while till I found something. Where was that? That's on the Cork 20.
It is the Cork 20.
Yeah.
Yes, it is Cork 20. Yep.
So different event, but a photo of Sebastian Loeb with some very well-known Irish competitors. Kevin Kelleher in the McKinstry Motorsport, High Opt, and the McKinstry Motorsport R5. They were at a Bishop's Court last weekend on a shakedown for this weekend's West Cork. Keeping on the times here.
There's nothing coming in, is there?
30 crews through stage 5 now, and leaders making their way up towards Spittal Cross, where they'll then come back down through School Cross to the beginning of stage 6.
So we have a report that Declan Boyle got caught out under braking for a junction and is slightly off the road. I think he may very well have got going again. David Guest has stopped again on the stage.
I love the way John Bonner's car is a throwback to Vincent's car.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, he's never made any secret of it.
No, I love that.
Well, I think his dad actually drove the car at some point.
Yeah.
In the last 4 or 5 years, if I remember correctly.
So yeah, keeping an eye on times coming in.
Colin Byrne through. have reports that Chris O'Callaghan may be stopped in the stage. I think he is possibly. So,
It's becoming a stage of attrition, really, isn't it?
Competitor who's doing the rally this weekend, Ger Seaman, former clerk of the course of the rallies, just sent me a message. Hi Mike, tell Zav that the photo was taken in Kilnamartra village. Unfortunately, we did not start the event due to a health issue, but on the mend now, Daniel, my son, and hopefully back out soon on the stages in the not too distant future. I know he was due to go out and do the rally, so I'm sad to hear that, but I'm glad you're on the mend, Gerard.
I meant to say that actually, that he withdrew earlier in the weekend, and I saw nothing about it till it was the night before last. He put he hadn't been well, but I know that his wife was also opening up, moving her hair salon business from one part to the other in the town. So we're throwing in a couple of replays. New feature we've added for this event. So our technical team very able just to throw it all together very quickly to give you some idea.
So we believe Sam Moffat dropped a few seconds with a spin at a hairpin on the stage. He did say he was going to push hard.
Word coming through that Josh has sort of kept his foot firmly planted. Stage 5, quicker than the rest.
We're here now. You took 5 seconds out of Callum. I heard our camera crew asking the marshals earlier could they cross the road and change position. So now we're getting a bit of a longer shot. That was Dennis Moynihan in his Rally 2 Fiesta. Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy.
Some lovely camera work there along the whole length of the
sea wall.
And of course around that left-hander is where so many photographers would gather, and you'll see the iconic photographs showing the back of the lock, the inlet. I'm glad Ger was able to put me right because it was bugging me. It really was bugging me. I knew I'd seen it.
Apparently Robert Barrable, second fastest on a 7:05. Greer 7:09.6. Car 28, Kevin Kelleher.
So I'm just keeping an eye out for results dropping in. 47, Colin Murphy. Don Montgomery, who myself and Michael have seen, has put in some cracking times after a very slow start this morning. Come to his first West Cork in 1999. Led the rally briefly in 2011 as well.
Yep.
Looking at the timesheets going, who's he? Who's him? Who him?
Oh, I knew who he was. Another driver with a long West Cork history, Vincent McSweeney. Fast and furious loop of 2 stages. It's only a few kilometres on to the next stage, Dunworley. Safety cars are already in the Dunworley stage, stage 6. We're waiting for official times to come in from the stage. We've had a few unofficial times. Unofficially, Josh fastest so far.
Colin O'Rourke and Shane Gilhooly just gone through there. This is their first visit to West Cork. So we're going to run with stage 5 here.
Mark Dolphin should be up next in his really nice Mark II.
Flaherty and Enda Halman. This is Tom's third time doing West Cork and has come down and marshalled on the event as well. And his first time in West Cork, and his co-driver. Pascal McCartney. This is Corey's second time doing the event. He came for the first time in 2018.
So our thoughts about David Guest getting going again was a puncture by all accounts. He stopped and changed a puncture, clipped a rock. So that explains that. Suspicion that the rock may have well been pulled out by Declan Boyle. Keelan Brogan through. Very distinctive sounding Peugeot. 208.
So leading crews now making their way down towards the start of stage 6, which will be going live fairly shortly.
So we still haven't got any official times through for the stage, so sorry about that. So we have got reports that Kevin Eves has a problem with brakes and has lost a bundle of time in the stage, but without the official times we can't really update you on that. That's Casey J. Coleman through in the first of the Rally 4 two-wheel drive small engine Fiestas.
This is his first time here?
This is the first time, yeah, well he is only a young fella.
Oh no, I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's done that much rallying, I mean, in recent weeks.
Yep.
But certainly getting better every rally that he does.
So we believe Kevin Eves has stopped in the road section doing running repairs to the Corolla, and we also hear that Daniel McKenna Caught Jason Black in the stage. Jason's got mechanical problems as well. So we're a quarter of the way into the rally, and they're all starting to get a bit disrupted, isn't it? Just see car Colin O'Rourke is apparently stopped in the stage. As is Jack Newman, I understand. Jack Newman is stopped before our camera location. So, as I explained earlier on, very fast roads, very hard in the car, stressing all the parts. There's also curbs and things where you can damage a wheel or...
That shot there of our cameraman, that's a really good example of shiny tar in the dry.
It is, yes.
So this is what we were talking about earlier about shiny tar, is if you can imagine torrential rain and that sort of different shaded part. It looks like a rectangle there, that's shiny tar where there's very little stone, but just a tarmac atom surface becomes very, very slippy. And
so, well, the production team are just advising that bits and pieces, but so I was saying Jack Newman is stopped between the start and our location, and I thought actually we had a bit of a gap. I think the stage may be very temporarily halted for a couple of minutes. We now have cars on the stage. It looks like they've got must have stopped just for a couple of minutes there, Zav, and we haven't had anybody through, but we have, I believe, car 73 live on the stage.
Yeah, Chris Caldwell.
Kane Caldwell, who we know was absolutely flying earlier on. Breen McNamee gave us an update. Kane caught somebody on the first stage and got held up for 5 kilometres, so be interesting to see now. We can't complain about this one, he's got the stage to himself at the moment. No Casey J. Coleman. Yeah, there's a couple of minute gap between some of the cars just at this point. So all the little Rally 4 cars running together. Some reseeding done. Shane Quinn has been reseeded now. Shane should be up next. Yep, his Fiesta. Got very tight to the wall there. Turned in a wee bit early. But these guys leave no room for error. There's only seconds separating them. Before this stage, just for interest, Joseph Kelly was leading the RC4s by 23 seconds from Kane Caldwell. We know Kane got badly balked earlier on. Shane Quinn was third. And again, one of those things, just looking at the stage times, I suspect that Joseph Kelly had a suspiciously fast time on stage 4 to put him into the lead, so nearly a minute faster than he should have. I suspect Kane Caldwell should be leading the RC4s, but it's up to those guys to sort it out for themselves. Not quite sure. Casey J. Coleman isn't showing on the results for some reason. We know he's running all right, and we've spoken to him in the service area. Should be Ollie Benton over from England. Ollie getting his braking a wee bit wrong for that one. great competitor. He drives, his dad drives. He co-drives for his dad co-drives for him.
So stage 6 due to go live at about 5 minutes time. Just run over Dunworley, 14.1 kilometres, just a shade under 9 miles, due to go live at 14:31. After which the crews then make their way back up, across Schools Cross to Spittal Cross, and make their way back into Clonakilty, to the Agricultural College, where they have a 50-minute service.
Direct message from Alan Edwards, Matt Edwards' father. He says he's sitting doing the Cambrian schedule. Alan's the clerk of the course of the Cambrian Rally, final round of this year's British Rally Championship. He says we're doing a grand job, Zav.
Well, that's good. That's good. Sean Laffin
Glad
has...
somebody thinks we are.
Well, I'd say there's not many now, but he's in a league of his own. But Sean Laffin has just a message to say Keelan Grogan is leading RC4. We still got the official times through.
Yeah, as I was saying there, I think there's a suspicious time in the middle of the RC4, so once they get that sorted out, I think it'll
sort itself out.
Sort itself out, yep. But he's certainly absolutely flying.
So, clock of the course and safety cars in stage 6.
Good. So, another Donegal crew, Ben Walsh and Dale McGettigan. Ben, I suspect this is his first time to West Cork. He did the event last year but retired. So Vincent O'Shea and Owen O'Donoghue in their T90 Darien rocket ship. Just with a few of the Class 13 cars through, I thought I'd have a quick look at the results. And that was Damien Campbell and Declan McGarty, just struggling to get their little red Mark II slowed up. And they're in the thick of the thick of the Class 13 battle. Pardon me. So after stage 4. With the Class 13 cars, Ollie Benton was leading, Kyle Diffin co-driving, Owen Callan second, and Corey Eves third. Damien Campbell and Declan McGarty, who we've just seen through, they are lying 58th overall and 10th in Class 13. That was I have to give Mickey Conlon a mention. He was struggling to get a co-driver for the rally, so I see Paul McPhillips has stepped in. Who's this running out of sequence? Oh, Barry Mead. According to my record, running way out of order. Barry with car 33 on the car. And he's certainly pushing hard.
It's funny you mentioned Damien Campbell going through earlier, and I was thinking of the other Damien Campbell, way back in the era of Sean Campbell.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sean was the first privateer to have an Opel Ascona 400.
He was indeed. He was also the first privateer to try and float one in the lake in their own park.
Yeah, down the town radio and in the gym.
Yes. 82. Something like that, yep. I know, I was only a kid, like.
I have a photograph somewhere of Sammy Hamill helping her out of the lake.
Yeah. Yep. James Bradley there. Now we do have the addition this afternoon starting. They start their rally at this stage as the historic cars. Liam McMullen through in his Rally 4 Fiesta.
I'd say there's an awful lot of people sitting here waiting to see Craig Breen coming through.
Aye, you could be right. So, should have Mark Nangle up next with Donald Lennon co-driving. Mark's done a few West Corks over the years.
He has.
17th time. With the best result, the 13th overall in 2008. There you go. We've got some great notes here compiled by Kevin O'Driscoll, the event press officer.
Stuff you wouldn't find anywhere really.
Nope.
But he put a lot of effort and a lot of work into it, so it has been a real help.
So that was Dylan Eves and Sean March.
Looks as though the time Michael have popped in.
Oh, good.
For stage 5.
Good. Yes. We've got the whole batch of them through. So our information wasn't too bad. So there has been a few changes to the leaderboard. In the top 10, Robert Barrable goes up one place. Sam Moffat drops one. Robert had a really good time. Third fastest, 7:05.7. Josh was fastest on a 7:01.6. Marion second fastest, 7:05.1. Barrable third fastest, as I say. Fourth fastest was Divine, 7:07.5. Johnny Greer, fifth fastest on a 7:09.6. What is pretty interesting is the modified rally really has been turned on its head.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah, which we know that Kevin Eves is having brake problems. We know that Jason Black has had mechanical problems. There's somebody missing in there. Oh, I know.
Daniel McKenna.
Daniel McKenna is completely not on the results at all. So Gary Kiernan. is shown as leading the modified, but we do know that Daniel McKenna got through the stage all right.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's obviously been, you know, a small glitch. We got a whole batch of results just there, just a second.
In one hit.
In one hit. But that's good that we're back online. Yeah, there's a bunch of cars have gone missing in the middle of the field there. There's people have climbed 10 and 9 places there on the results. So.
Well, we're staying here at the moment.
DS3 Citroen. Rory and Martin McGarity.
Next up should be car 76, Hugh Jeffries and Averina Jeffries in the Subaru.
Pushing very hard.
And Hugh is a veteran of 15 previous West Corks. Mostly in escorts, but has moved across to the Subaru you see there just recently. So, graphic up on the screen there, the top 5 overall, Michael.
Yep. Just as we were discussing when we got the times through there, overall, Josh Moffat leading, Marion Evans second, 10.6 behind, Callum Devine 3 seconds further behind that, which is 13.6 off the lead. Robert Barrable moves out into 4th after that really good stage time, 3rd fastest on that stage. He's 29.9 seconds off the lead and 16.3 seconds from Callum. And Sam didn't have a bad time, it's just Barrable had a really good time. Sam drops down into 5th after that stage. Sam promised that he would try a bit harder, but we understand he had a bit of a spin at a hairpin on this stage, so that sort of accounts for that. He probably didn't have a bad run at all, but for a small mistake. Johnny Greer, currently guy 6th. David Kelly's having a fantastic run, and he is 7th. Captain McCourt 8th. Owen Murphy into the top 10 now, 9th overall. Gary Kernan 10th overall, first modified, first 2-wheel drive.
Eamon and Lisa McCarthy just gone through there in the Honda Civic. It's their first time on the main event. They've done the junior event now 4 times in the past. Next up should be Shane Stanley and Sean Crowley. Yep. This is the 8th time this pairing have done West Cork.
It's a nice looking wee car, isn't it?
It is. And
go well, those Hondas.
next up should be Shane Casey and Seamus McHugh. It's a Bantry crew. Did West Cork for the first time last year. Next up should be another Honda Civic in the form of Cahill and Mark McCarthy. And, the Roscarbery driver is doing his 12th West Cork this weekend.
Well, he hasn't far to go home, has he?
No.
The rally probably drives past his front door tomorrow. Lovely part of the world, Roscarbery.
Next up should be Etienne O'Sullivan and Dorius Donica.
Donica Burke.
Donica Burke from Dunmanway, also a Civic.
Another one that hasn't come too far.
Next we should see the Toyota Corolla of John O'Sullivan and Denny O'Riordan, and they have done the event several times in the past. Stage 6. Leading crews are at the stage start. It hasn't gone live yet.
So that was Jeremiah O'Flynn and Neil Flynn. I think that's just a coincidence. Okay, so we're just getting a wee note about the historics. Can I just ask what time stage 6 is to start?
Well, stage 6 should have started. I think we're going to stay here for a while.
Yeah.
The idea being we really do want to get the historics. So we'll keep an eye on the time. Stage 6 should have started at 14:31.
That's what I was thinking. We've still got the safety cars in the
Yeah,
stage.
we do. So it may be a good move by our producers, but I just noted a message that the historics will leave from service out at 14:45. That should put them heading into stage 5 somewhere about 3 o'clock, I would think.
Yeah, pretty much on the coattail of the main field. They'll just slot straight in behind. To be honest, disadvantage is which has to be a consideration, is the speed of the fastest historics will be considerably faster than the back end
of the field.
Yeah. Just by the standard of the cars. You know, the Marion Evans and people like that, we know will be running in the top 25 in the main rally if they were doing it.
Well, I mean, like we know, we're going to look for Craig Breen and Paul Nagel, but you've got the likes of Neil Williams, Anthony O'Sullivan, the other Marion Evans and Dale Furness, Duncan Williams, Guy Weaver, Mark Falvey, Ronald O'Riordan. So plenty to come, and of course we saw a great historic bat in Galway, didn't we?
Yeah,
so
we did. Yeah.
More of the same.
Yep.
And it was interesting to note Tony's interview with Craig saying it's actually nice to start around the middle of the day or early afternoon than been out on the very demanding stages first thing this morning.
Yeah, see, there's a few people saying about Keelan Grogan in the RC4 or Rally 4 car. I noticed this myself earlier on. It's a Rally 4 car, but it's down as an RC2. So he's not being credited with leading the class. He's so that's really up to the, it's not the organiser's fault.
No.
It's just a mistake, but they'll have to sort it out.
But it's good people on social media are talking about it, or aware of it.
Yes.
But also from what we said earlier, just before we went to service the last time, we know there's a hiccup with the times, and they did sort it. Now it mightn't be sorted everyone's taste, but they've done the best they can.
Oh, they're doing a good job.
A really good job. So
absolutely.
From that point of view, it'll get sorted. That's for definite.
Yep.
So the action continuing here on stage 5. First run over ring, 14.5 kilometres, just a shade over 9 miles. And if you weren't with us this morning, it's a much drier and warmer afternoon than it was for the opening 4 stages of the 2023 Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally. Of course, the main championship sponsored by Samdec, which is a Sentinel Group company, but we also have category sponsors in the form of the Modified, sponsored by Gary McAvoy Motorsport. The Historics, who we will be featuring very shortly, are sponsored by Synergy Motorsport Engineering. And of course, the Juniors tomorrow, sponsored by Paul Brown Plant Hire and Civil Engineering. So the management of the Irish Tarmac Championship worked very hard to bring in sponsors for this year, which is really, really good. So we're going to keep running down through the field. David Pagnelli says, thank you very much for the stream, lads. I'm watching from Italy. So nice to see that. that was car 99, I believe, which Paul Casey and Vincent Goggin from Bantry. Car 101 we should have now. Michael O'Sullivan from Charleville and Maria Joanne from Charleville as well. Yep, there we go, car 101. Next up should be car 104. Kevin Flanagan from Wicklow, Mark Riley from Dunshaughlin and the Mini Cooper S. So joining me in the studio now is the erstwhile font of all knowledge, all things Vauxhall Chevette, when he gets himself plumbed in. I've maybe jumped ahead of myself here.
I'm having a bit of trouble getting plumbed in, but we're going now, Sav, yeah. Just giving Michael a bit of a break, you know. That was the Mini.
So, now next up should be 102, which is Michael Kelleher and William Buttermer in an Escort. So, I mean, Andrew, it's good to see it's dried out for this afternoon's 4 stages compared to what we had this morning.
I think it's very consistent now looking at it, you know, but starting to actually tell mechanically now it's harder on the cars, you know.
Yeah.
They're using the brakes more, physically harder on engines, gearboxes, and there's been a few dramas on that stage, faster stage, and still a few people making mistakes, just trying to push that bit harder. So we could start to see the attrition on the cars, and we're beginning to get that now.
So car 105, which is Noel McCarthy and Joseph O'Sullivan. Joseph from just up the road in Clonakilty.
What a thrill, the home rally, and such an epic stage, you know, the ring stage is infamous,
Yeah.
you know, it's a...
I mean, I probably drive past here a couple of times a week, you know, and I mean, it's, I suppose, very similar to, you know, competitors from Ramsey, the town stage.
Very much, it's such an iconic location.
Yeah.
We're here at Kitty Max, you know, and just seeing this micro going through, a lot of excitement about those up at home at the minute with the micro challenge going.
And
you
it's
know,
taken
so,
off
yeah.
really well. I mean, Stevie Whitford, you know, top 2-wheel drive
He
in
had a
Bishop's
great,
Court.
I was up at the event and he had a great run, and he drove very well. And as I said to him, if he'd driven like that in his 20s, he'd have won all the one-make championships at that stage, you know, because he always was a very fast driver, but often bad luck got in the way. But he had a great run, and you know, when conditions are right, a small front-wheel drive car, you can really make it work, you know.
Pedal, yeah, I know.
But
he was a good example of that last weekend.
yeah, but now the man in the micro in West Cork, he's hoping probably for rain because it's drying up and these big Escorts will be eating them up, you know.
So 100, Steve Roberts and Aoife Roberts from again. A local man. This is his 24th West Cork rally, and our note supplier Kevin from back in 1996. So coming through there was Jack Shanahan, who we were talking about earlier, the drift guy. Say the drift guy, but I mean Jack and Connor, extremely well-performing competitors in the world of drifting. If you know that element of the sport.
He looked to be trying hard there. We can see a bit of, he's obviously drifted something in the back quarter panel there on the left-hand side. He's had a bit of a moment there, but he's looked going well there.
Really, I think it's great to see somebody from another competitive element come in. Now there's a car familiar to you.
Yeah, it looks like a C2R2, you know, and the Citroen Trophy used to run in the West Cork event, and such a great event that was, and Trophy very organised it, and there's prize money and such a buzz about it, you know, and we even would have had Sam Moffat did a few of those rallies, you know, at the time. A lot of top driver, Robert Barber, was one of the top runners. That's right. Yeah, so.
And I mean, in fairness, we must tip our hat to Raymond Moore, because down the years he has provided sponsorship and backing on a consistent basis in terms of Citroen and championships and race and rally, which he currently operates out of now. And of course, is still the recognised Citroen distributor, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been a busy man this year. There was 10 cars out, and I think quite a few spare parts arriving this week for this weekend. Even a few bumpers and things. Like Desi Henry had St. Bishop's Court near the bumper, and there's a few extra spare ones come down the road for all the cars out this weekend, because very easy to spin between the banks and take a bumper off, you know. So he'll be a busy man this week with all the organising. Very much so, but yeah, it's good to see. Over the years, he very much the One Make series promoted that, but I can see some improvements here in the Tarmac Championship with sponsors for the categories and more interest, you know. So that's all heading towards that direction. West Cork, such a standout event, and it's a brilliant entry, absolutely fantastic to see. We started there. Of course, the good thing about the Starlet is a wheel each corner on it, and very nimble, very light car.
Very popular as well.
Indeed, yeah. I think it was really George Robinson was the man really that started to trend way back at the Starlet, you know.
Well, that was MSD 222W, but that was the one with hadn't it a 12-speed gearbox?
There was a Quiff unit in it one time, I believe it was, yeah, sort of
You did your normal gear change, but then you rotated the gear lever 90 degrees to select the other 5 gears.
There was a fancy gearbox in it.
Yeah, there was.
And I think he ended up going back traditional with his direct top ZF and things at the end, you know.
But then he took it over and
he went to Otterburn for the very first time and won it.
And just made them all sit up and take notice.
Which was interesting, you know. So Toyota's the Corolla going through their longer wheelbase, very successful car in Irish Tarmac, and obviously Kevin Eves was at the front of the modifieds earlier on, but has run into a few problems on this stage.
Well, this is a stage now. The stage commander is Sean Daly, and deputy stage commander is car number 19, which is John Joe Williams and Kenny Bustard in the Escort Mark II. Deputy Stage Commander is Ciara Daly, and the Stage Doctor on here is Dr. Fiona Kelly. Stage Ambulance is the Red Cross in Cove, and also the Red Cross Ballincollig Ballinora, and the rescue unit here is Russell Rally Rescue 2. So that gives you some idea of kind of the background. That doesn't take into account the marshals and timekeepers and other officials. There we go, the Ford Escort Cosworth.
It's very rare to see an Escort Cosworth
Yeah.
now. They're getting extremely valuable, of course, you know. And probably not long till they're eligible for Historics, let's face it. We're up to 1990 at present, you know, and it was only 93 really the Cosworth Escort really was on the game, you know. But lovely car. And here the anti-lag going there as well.
And that looks as though that is car 121, which is Hazel O'Callaghan from Muskegon and Ella Ryan from Bandon.
It's great to see female crews out, you know. I mean,
definitely
they're very tidy and going well there, you know. So and not too many females in Mark II Escorts, in fairness, which is nice to see, you know. So yeah,
car 120, Paul O'Connell and Brian Quinlan. They're going to be closely followed by car 122. Anthony Feely and Kyle Feely from Clonakilty, another local crew.
It's a good opportunity to catch up with the whole field, really. I mean, it's very important for these guys to get a show on something like this. You know, they've got friends and family helping out to prepare the car and watching them, following them. You know, it's such a big achievement just to get that car we're looking at out on the stages this weekend. You know, if you're
Well, I mean, if you take into account, you know, the prep, your entry fee, tyres, fuel, maybe accommodation for some of your service crew, It's not a cheap sport.
It's not, and some of these guys will have to make sacrifices. Probably at home there'll be less holidays and things planned, you know, to get the cars out, you know. And it's a passion project, like when you're going rallying like this.
Going through there was car 140, which was Gary Healy and Kevin Doherty in the Honda Civic, Killarney crew. And up next should be Seamus O'Donovan and Daniel Donovan even, in one of those little rapid Honda Civics. So in case you're wondering, stage 6 still hasn't started. So we're not missing anything, but we're going to stay here because we want to try and get a little look at the historic. Seamus McBride is asking, is this live? It is. What you're seeing on the screen is taking place right now on the ring stage just outside Clonakilty. Historic crews have left the service area to begin their event. Left the service area about 10 minutes ago. And looks like Oisin Price has joined us. Afternoon, Osh. Looking forward to seeing what you're doing for the rest of the year.
Oh, the Fiesta just seems to have clipped the wall this on the way through there, so he's got away again. But ooh, I wonder is there going to be a front wheel puncture on that left front.
So car 128 through, and that's Barry O'Brien and Declan Buttimer. Barry from Macroom and Declan, a local guy from Clonakilty.
It just shows you it's dry. From this camera angle, it looks a fairly innocent right-hander, but it does tighten a wee bit. You know, you can just understeer a little bit wide, and he just seemed to clip the wall. You can see having to dab the brakes, just a wee bit of a kink there.
I think I actually saw the rather portly figure of Seamus Coonahan making his way across the road or down the back.
Seamus, if you get trying to get a few photos for his calendar at the end of the year, such a great production. It's great to have on your wall, so it is, yeah. Had great pride one year that I managed to make it onto the calendar with the Citroen Saxo. We did a photograph of it, you know, so something like that was good. But
Car 127 there, Brian Grant from Kilkenny with Darren Noonan from Carrigan Navarre in the wee Fiesta. Of course, we were talking with Michael earlier about how rapid they are, front-wheel drive, and so many people beginning their rally career in those smaller parts, 3-cylinder cars, 4-cylinder.
A wee bit of damage on the rear there, looks like we're going backwards into something that you can get glass and missing. Or Honda, the FN2 type shape, similar to what Tony Kelly would have driven in that shape of Honda in the past.
That was Patrick Callanan from Skibbereen with Amy Galway from Leap in the Type R.
The Honda Civic, you know, you either like them or loathe them in many ways, you know, but they're a great machine for economic rallying because they're so powerful. And you don't have to spend lots on the engine to get a lot of power.
And the thing is, the parts aren't expensive either.
No, it's so many people cut their teeth on them, and I think they've been great for many people in the sport.
Well, I mean, if we go back, think about it, Robbie Head springs to mind. Justin Dale drove one.
Yeah.
David Higgins drove one. Mark Higgins drove one. I think there's in car of Mark Higgins in one in the Isle of Man at some speed up over Brandywell. So, like you say, really powerful little cars, but great to cut your teeth in. Car 129, which is Kevin Hickey from Mill Street and Dermot Healy from Mill Street as well.
Mark 1 Escort from Mill Street, you'd got that a few years ago, wouldn't you? You know, so yeah. Of course, Billy Coleman from there, you know. Billy Coleman's cousin, Jared Buckley, a famous winner of the West Cork Rally, and Billy himself, the winner. 1980, the great victory here, would have used this ring stage back then.
Am I right in thinking that Demi Fitzgerald and Jared Buckley, who all drove Chevettes, that Billy never drove a Chevette in competition?
Not that I know of, no. No. They're just going to come back to us for a wee second. They're just lost a little bit of coverage there with the signal. Hopefully get it back in a few seconds. But it's really drying up, Sav. It's getting very fast there now. So it is.
No, very quick through there, and some great camera footage on through at the beginning of the ring stage, at the very, very beginning. So, I mean, there's still another 8 or 9 kilometres of the stage to run. Now, we're very hopeful that we will get a look at the historics. We mentioned earlier about some of the crews, you know, and the historics, obviously Craig Breen and Paul Nagel in the Frank Mahersey era, and Tony did a great interview with Craig in service where he said, you know, there's no point in sitting looking at it in the garage. It's a car that...
Well, that car really, on this stage, will be very fast. I mean, I was talking to Craig before Christmas. The engine is 420 horsepower. Tommy Field did the engine in England. So you've a turbocharged car, a dry road, and that Craig and Paul have perfect. They'll have their pace notes perfect. If they got a good run on this stage and the right gearing in a 3-door Cosworth, they could put in a heck of a good time.
I'm going to throw one at you because it came up yesterday. I was watching Rally Mexico yesterday, and disastrous first stage for M Sport with Itonic having turbo problems and stuff. But they were talking to Gus Greensmith,
yes,
at the service area after the first 3 stages of yesterday morning, and he admitted that he had kind of made his pace notes for the event, but based on the hybrid car.
Yes.
And he said, I probably need to concentrate a little bit more now on actually making them for, you know, an R5 for a Rally 2 car. Would you make your notes? Would you have to tweak your notes that much?
Well, I
to
would say
account for the car.
I would say yes, very much so. The Sierra will have plenty of power, but it won't have the braking. Everybody at Rally 2, Rally 5, if you want to describe it. The corner speed and the braking is the massive thing everybody's talking about. Even people who have driven WRC cars.
Yeah.
The Sierra won't have that braking power. It's still historic. It'll have sort of Bilstein type suspension. You've got to look for the turbo lag. It's famous in the 3-door Cosworth. You have to account for that. You're looking in the rear-wheel drive car probably slow in and fast out of the corners, whereas the Rally 1, Rally 5, you can go in more like front-wheel drive, a lot deeper, I would have said, and using the 4 wheels to get you around, 4-wheel drive. So you'd very much be, I would say, on their notes looking for the lines and the exit speed, and yes, the short answer would be differences, I would say, in their notes.
I'm going to ask you another one now because Michael's not here to keep me in track. A Tommy Field built Group A Ford Sierra Cosworth engine in 2023 in comparison to a 1987 Group A engine built. Is the turbo lag the same, or has technology and its advancement maybe lessened the turbo lag?
I think technically that shouldn't be a real difference because they're on the same restrictors and things, you know, but maybe things are nicer tuned nowadays. You've better machining of cylinder heads and things, which, you know, they maybe be better tuned. But I think the car in nature should be similar to back in the day.
Yeah.
At a conversation with Russell Brooks, who brought over the very sister car of Craig Breen's to Stormont Festival Speed in 2000. Andrew still owned that car. He won the Clarny Lakes in it and stayed in that colour scheme. And back then he told me that on the Rolling Road it put out close to 400 brake at the wheels, which they did that after. So the power output that Craig's getting now is similar to what they had. But of course in Group A they all sort of bent the rules a bit, and they always said it was 300 horsepower, you know, but it never technically was with the Cosworth, you know. And you had to look at the touring car Cosworth where they got over 600 horsepower, you know.
It was the same when they went from Group B, and Group B was banned and they made their way into Rallycross. I mean, there was evolutions of Martin Shanka's RS200 was knocking anywhere up to, I believe they got up at 900 horsepower at one stage, and, you know, Will Gollop's bi-turbo 6R4, I mean, the figures just phenomenal.
Well, I think it was fairly recent. I think it was David Greer had said, and David's great knowledge, 30 years DGM was going recently, by the way, David Greer Motorsport, and he said the YB engine in the Cosworth it's one of the best and most tunable engines that's ever been produced. You know, so it's
Yeah,
an engine that
yeah.
stood the test of time. Similar to the BDA, let's face it. It's the BDAs now are better than they were back in the day, and they've stood the test of time. They're a great rally and race engine, you know. So fair
And if you're
play.
buying the right one, you know, you're looking at 20-25 grand a pop for one.
You
know?
would be, yeah. So hopefully we can get back on the stage, and I'd love to see the historics through. It'd be fabulous, you know.
So, from what I can gather, stage 6 is running. I believe we've had the first couple of cars through, so waiting on time's coming through. But that would put us. I'm just trying to quickly work it out here. That would put us probably running close to 20 minutes, 25 minutes behind. But we have a 50-minute service coming up, and of course, rally organisers are very adept at bringing everything back on time. So they were due into Clonakilty Agricultural College in about 2 or 3 minutes, but from what I can see here, Josh Moffat, Callum Devine, Marion Evans are only just through and out of the stage onto the way back, so they're probably 15 minutes. I hear the traffic in Clonakilty, if you are watching us, is horrendous. It's very, very thronged, and I think the Gardaí are flat out trying to just make it run that little bit smoother.
I think it's just a different change of venue for these couple of stages close to the coast, and it's harder even to get signal for the times and things coming through, you know, so we're getting wee delays on that as well, you know, as well as the traffic, you know, but but it's shaping up to be very exciting at the front.
So just keeping an eye, no times through as yet for stage 6. We now have probably about the top 15 or so cars through on the stage. No delays as yet, everything looking good. And as Andrew said, hopefully we can get back to see the historics. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you very shortly.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
And you're back with us live once again on stage 5, ring, first run over a ring. We're hoping now to bring you some of the historic cars, and this could be very good, Andy.
It's going to be good. It's their first stage of the day. I've been waiting all day for this, and I'm going to get a dry run. That's one of the zero cars for the historics going through Porsche 911. It's just opening the road for us again, so it's good to be back here. to see them. Of course, this location, going back into the days, remember, Frank Maher's big win in the BDA Escort. We're going to see quite a few of those coming along now.
Yeah.
1986, very famous footage of them going through ring here. Of course, that car won in 84-85 at Richie Healy as well. So a lot of the Escorts are the same vintage and historics, Mark II with the BDA. And of course, Craig Breen, we're really excited to see Craig. This could be epic. So it could. A lot of the crowd have stayed on to watch this. It's a World Rally driver in a pretty special car, ex-Frank Maher car.
Well, the good thing about organisers nowadays is they'll do stages and loops. So as a spectator, you can plan and just go in, bring your stuff, your food, your sandwiches, your little cooker, and just stay somewhere for the day or the half day. So they're going to see the historics through here. The cars will be back on this stage on the second running, somewhere about 4:10 before going into the last stage of the day, which is the second run through Dunworley. So the good thing is, as we said, the 0 cars through for the historics, and it was a great interview with Craig. And I mean, Tony managed to extract from him the real joy about being back home, and the joy that he gets from just back home with people he knows, the way of life that he knows, and it's just like a recharge for him.
Totally, and for Paul Nagel as well. I mean, Paul retired from the World Championship at the end of last year, and they always said they would do fun events, and West Cork was one of Paul's very first events. I was fortunate to do a big long interview with Paul for the Car Sport Yearbook in December, and a great story, brilliant life story. And West Cork, he would have sat in with like a Kieran O'Neill in the Cadet in the early days. He'd had fun in one of his places he would have cut his teeth on this event. So I'm sure Paul can't wait to do this stage in the Sierra.
I mean, he's not just history with Craig Breen. I mean, there's so many people he sat with, but Donny O'Sullivan is one that springs to mind. And I remember coming back for, would it have been the 2001 or 2002 Clare Stages rally when Ollie O'Donovan did it and Paul co-drove from him. And I mean, Paul was like he was just a rake of a young kid. But it comes from the Nagel family, such a steeped history in rally. I mean, his father, for many years, not only competed but also officiated and worked at the clubs. I'm just going to quickly bring up times for stage 6. Josh Moffat on a 7:44.2, which from a quick look was the quickest time through. So he now leads by 14.6 seconds from Marion Evans. Callum Devine stays in third, 7.1 seconds back. Robert Barrable stays in fourth in the C3 Citroen, and Sam Moffat rounds out the top 5 in their Hyundai in fifth. So the only real big change in the leaderboard was Jason Black and Carl Egan moving up 2 spaces into 12th overall. Some of the big losers, Chris Armstrong dropping time, Frank Kelly, Neil Roscoe. So bearing in mind what Michael was saying earlier about timings and stuff, I would say that they may possibly change during the course of the afternoon.
Yes, it's just trying to keep update. There's a few times still to come in there, but Josh has really opened up another few seconds. We're hearing the first start is on the stage here, so she'll be with us any second. We're quite close to the start of the ring stage. Very, very fast before you come into a very tight left-hander before this, with a wall in the exit and into the waters. You don't want to get that one wrong.
I believe it is, sorry to jump in, but I believe it is Craig Breen first on the road historics.
Here we go.
Here we go. That's just class.
Brilliant. A little bit of left foot on the brake there just to see. That'll help him keep it on the turbo as well, and just tidy. It looks tidy and quick. It'll be interesting to see the time.
It's really good. It's really good to see that.
I think Neil Williams would be the next car, not the O'Sullivan. Co-driver, and very, very accomplished co-driver as well. He was looking after, even helping get people accommodation and things like that involved in the event. Neil, very, very tidy and quick there. Of course, championship winner last year. So again, two very fast drivers going through already there.
Yeah, and Neil, of course, winning the historic in the last 2 years. So coming through there now is Marion Evans and Dale Furness.
It's the Galway winner on it as well, and Marion prepares his own cars and builds these escorts in Wales, you know, from the bare shell. So if anything is amiss or anything, he'll know how to fix it. So a really tidy job.
Next up should be Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver. They've been coming to Clonakilty since 2015.
Of course, Guy Weaver used to co-drive for David Stokes, late David Stokes, in one of the very historic series, you know, and so very competent partnership, in both sides of the car there. So just a few dabs on the brakes, and then that left-hander just didn't look just as confident as the first two there.
So
Mark Falvey, I think, due next, Zad,
yeah.
and Mark 1. Well, famous car, MEV's 36J. I mean, yeah.
Billy Coleman car, ex-Billy Coleman car.
In 74 British Championship. So
Mark himself from Mill Street.
Trying really hard there into that last left-hander. Looks fairly well on it there, I must say. And the car's great sound. I think it's quite a nice engine, that high revving as well.
Sebastian Ling now next.
Sebastian Ling many years ago was one of the front runners in the Mitsubishi Evo Challenge.
I mean, he looked like he was destined for, you know, the higher echelons of rallying, but I suppose like a lot of people it was funding.
He's a pretty big lock-up into there. He was committed in, but certainly a big long lock-up on the brakes in that left-hander. Bear in mind also, Zav, tyres and brakes are not probably fully warm at this stage, you know.
Yeah.
We're only getting going. This is the first stage for these guys as well, so.
Here we go, the burble of the boxer.
Brain, a former national champion, obviously, and the Subaru legacy. What a car, you know. Of course, it's in the historics as it goes up to the end of 1990 nowadays. But certainly that machine in the right hands, and even as it goes today, is going to be a front runner, so it is.
Replay of Sebastian Ling at that lockup that you spoke about.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to get that one wrong. I think you would get very wet, maybe, the consequence at the end of it.
So Fergus Amar from Kiloglan and Declan Casey from Bantier.
Fergus, he missed the first round in Galway. I think he hurt his back or something, I believe, you know, so he keen to get out. Very quick driver in the modifieds as well. And Declan Casey, very enthusiastic about the historics and helps to organise things, and is a big driver of getting them together, and you know, with such a fabulous, massive historic entry here as well.
Wayne Evans and Sean Jones from Landisol.
Wayne Evans had a very good result in Galway. He was fourth and an excellent run. So very tidy indeed. So another front runner. A lot of these BDA escorts will be evenly matched. There'll be very little in them, so it'll be real great racing for them.
Up next, Tom Clark from Essex and Alistair Wiley from Rosscarbery. Another historic Mark II. No power steering.
No, there'll be all arms and elbows, so it will, you know. So
they all built like Popeye by the end of the day.
So Tom, he appeared in Killarney, he had built this car in Killarney Historic, and had a fabulous run. Alistair, of course, a local man in the notes, and was sitting in Killarney as well. The two guys had a great drive, ended up on the top 10, and quite surprised quite a few people, to be truthful, you know, so they're keeping up that pace. Rob Smith, Rob again, another good finish in Galway, so he's building up solid points. And of course Rob, a former Chevette man, still has a Chevette as well, and a bit like myself, persevered with it for quite a while, but it can get frustrating when you can't get the new parts, you know. But, But Rob is a contender, and I think he could be a dark horse this weekend. Goes well in this sort of event.
And the very experienced Alan Cook sitting alongside him. Up next, Ross Ford and Aaron Ford.
Ross Ford was up as high as second in Galway, and had a little bit of an incident to drop time on the bank. So was on the pace, proved that he has a bit of speed,
Yeah,
you know.
he did.
So I think again another outside bet here.
Although what's confusing me is I had a message on Facebook from Aaron Ford. Will the coverage stay in ring for the historics?
Well, maybe he was watching it in the queue on his
Yeah,
phone.
could well have
He's
been.
co-driving obviously now, you know. And
here's 12 Will Onions in the RED prepared car. Will from Shropshire, Dave Williams from Lanfers in Wales.
Will and Rob Smith would be great mates, and they would travel together, and the two of them would be over together, having fun and enjoying the weekend's crack as well, you know.
Of course,
So
RED prepared the Sierras for Didi Iorio and many other cars. Ran Ari Vatman in the Escort. So Adrian Evans from Landisol and Martin Henry from Kidwelly.
into the Rothmans colours, is sort of 79 colour scheme there. So again, very
memories of Bjorn Voldegard.
That's right. Yeah, very little in these cars really when you see them. You know, you'll find the times the end of the stage will be very, very close. Of course, generally running the Atlas type axle and the ZF gearbox is the common gearbox in them, 5-speed.
So Gwyndaf Evans should be up next.
Yeah, this is a return of a legend of the other Gwyndaf Evans, you know,
other Gwyndaf, yeah.
who used to have the famous, it's not a G3 but a DB3 I believe, you know, or a BD3, sorry, because Bob Down built it. And he was second overall in that car way back with the Nissan 240 RS
car,
engine,
yeah.
very famous car. And Gwyndaf Evans, this one as well, a great driver, you know. So
22, Philip Rogers from Milford Haven and Eamon Creedon from Inchigeela.
Yeah, pretty fresh Mark II there. Just listen to the BDA. I mean,
I don't think you can beat it for sound, to be honest.
It's a great engine, you know, and you know, depending on how big your budget is, how much you rev them. I mean, some people would talk about going to 10.5, but it's certainly about 9.5 seems to be the.
I've had to agree on the answer. Just as we look at
Gareth Lloyd in the M3, so Gareth, the M3 should suit this kind of stage. You know, what an iconic car. I think Bill Connolly won this rally in the M3, if I remember rightly, the BP machine. So
well, Aaron Ford is at home watching because he just told me that Johnny Folan is sitting in with Ross this weekend. So as much as we thought that he was sitting in the queue watching it, he's actually at home, I think.
He's at home. Well, if you're following Ross, and I'm sure Ray Cunningham will be in the service area, you know, the Galway Mini Centre, the crew, and had good fortune to co-drive for Ray a couple of occasions. Great pilot with a Mini Cooper.
Wynne Hughes and David Davies from Llanelli. And then up next should be Todd Falvey and William Lynch.
I think that, from memory, the Todd Falvey car is the ex-Ernest Kidney machine.
Oh, is that
Karma
the
Post car?
BIL 68? I remember seeing that car on the Circuit of Ireland in 1977 or 78.
Yeah, quite a tight line on the first right-hander there, but yeah, he'll go well.
So, H19.
Porsche coming up. Trevor Wilson from Armagh. Trevor was a class winner in the Tarmac Championship way back in the 80s. He did the Vauxhall Nova.
He rallied an Avenger as well, didn't he?
He did, in a Manta. And of course, his parents were James and Hilary Wilson.
Yeah.
Were top 10 finishers in the Circuit of Ireland. And what a rallying family. His brother Glenn, obviously, you know, and
he rallied the F2 car, didn't he?
He did, and obviously Trevor's son James, you know, in the R5. So we get to see Trevor out.
So that's Peter Walsh from Ballycotton, along with Grace Walsh, also from Ballycotton.
Mark 1, going rightly, yeah, definitely carrying a bit of speed there. I mean, there's 30 or so cars out here. It's a significant entry.
No, it's a great entry,
you know,
for the Historics. It just shows the draw and the appeal of West Cork and St Patrick's weekend. Now the leading crews, so that's Craig McWilliams and Guy McWilliam from Stepaside. The leading crews are in service. We may well be going over to them at some point, but roughly 65 or so cars are now through stage 6. So I've reliably informed 5 minutes and we'll head to service.
Yeah, well, that should get us, I would say, most of the field here, to be truthful, you know, so that'll be good. So timed it nicely.
So I'm kind of glad there's 24 historic lads.
Ian Davies, yeah, and another M3.
Because I think Michael's too young to remember the historics, Andrew, you know. Yes. He's a very youthful man.
He sure he would have co-drove in a few of them, maybe his time, a few of the vehicles, you know. So yeah.
He was telling me earlier just how young he was at you know, in rallies in the 70s. He was only a nipper.
Some of these cars I was only a thought, I believe, you know, when they were actually rallying, you know, wasn't even born, you know. So, but yeah, I still.
I tell you what, it's younger yourself and Patterson are getting.
Yes, that's it. But I think when there's 2 or 3, you sort of get into these cars, like, and you always sort of stick with it. Probably like Craig Breen in the Sierra would have been a car he would have grew up with, you know.
It's funny. One of the other jobs I have, I'm really lucky to commentate at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed on the rally stage. I've done it a few years now with Tony Jardy, but we're up on our own area, up on top of the hill, but. I remember Peter McCullough and Patrick McCullough. I remember one year they threw to us in the hill, so we were live everywhere. And Henry Hope Frost, God be good to him, he said, Sav, you know, he said, it's wonderful to see so many people here. I said, I've never been anywhere, Henry, where 500,000 people have the same thing in common. And I could hear the silence in my ear. He said, what? We just love motorsport. I said, no, we can always remember the first time we ever came across motorsport. I said, me, it was the 68th Circuit of Ireland. He said, my goodness me, yes, my father took me to Donington. We watched sports cars. And then David Addison, he chipped in, he went and saw, I think it was motocross somewhere in the north of England. But that's what we all have in common. We always remember the first time we came across motorsport.
Probably in the Circuit of Ireland '83, it was only 3, but I think that's where I got into Chevettes, because Russell Brooks won it that year in the HSR, and I think that was where that started. And then I started to tape the World of Sport things off TV when it was that age, believe it or not, and I still have the VHS to prove it, you know. So so yeah,
we're still live. We're still live. For people who are still with us, we are squeezing the utmost out of the battery and the camera that we're using to show the pictures from Ring Live. So we will stay with it as long as we can. And that's John O'Neill from Oma and Martin Galgoldley from Ederney.
Yeah. It's quite steady start. There's a long way to go. We've all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
A few stages today, and they are older cars, so they can give trouble as well. So, you know, things can and do break on them.
There's that's car number 30. That's Tim Lenihan from Kinturk and Garrett Lenihan from Riscarroll, pushing the Mark 1 on rightly.
Yep. So it'll not be long till we join Tony Kelly in service. We believe we're just finishing off the tail end of the historics here. I think maybe only one more car to go anyway.
I think we only have the one. That should be George Swanton from Drimoleague, and Lisa Hyland from Drimoleague as well. So really pleased we got these in today. Because,
hopefully get to see them through, yeah. There we go. So we've got all the historics covered.
I think that's brilliant.
Stage,
I'm delighted.
Yeah.
I'm delighted.
So we're literally going to cut over to Tony any second now. Back in service, back to the main field.
Welcome back to Clonakilty. We are here in service with Josh Moffat. Josh, you have to be very happy this evening.
Yeah, I suppose we've had a good afternoon there. We've extended our lead slightly, so yeah, it's going well for us so far, but I'm sure the boys behind me is going to try and do something about it.
How was the car feeling in that stage now with its very specifically dry weather?
Yeah, car feels great, like very happy with it. I think we probably just had maybe too much of a dry setup there this morning in the wet conditions. It made the car more difficult, but yeah, it's super now.
And are you feeling comfortable with everything now? Not going to change anything?
Yeah, I feel at one with the car, like, yeah, very comfortable.
And so in terms of the next 2 stages, having had the runs round, which was the favourite one? Which did you just really feel in the flow?
I really like the ring stage, yeah. It's there's a bit of width to the road and a lot of like racing lines you can take through it and carry a lot of speed, so yeah, definitely enjoyed it.
And in terms of the lead now, you reckoned about 14 seconds or so. Does that feel comfortable to you at this stage, or would you still like more?
To be honest, we have a long way to go. The guys are all very fast. Weather conditions could make a change to it, or a simple spin or a stall off a start line, so yeah, it's never over till it's over, so yeah.
Good man. Well, we'll let you go and we'll let you head back to getting ready for service. What we're going to try and do now is get a quick word with Sam as well. So Sam is he's just sitting and having a wee look at looking at his notes and stuff like that there. So what we'll do is see if he will pop out for a wee second. Sam, are you free? We appreciate you taking the time. Everybody's very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say after that wee ring or loop around ring.
Yeah, look at we head scratching a wee bit now. I thought we had a very good run through ring. Now we had a bit of a spin on it, but we only lost 4 seconds. But you know, the guys took a lot more than that. So I don't know. Just trying to figure out. It might be the way I'm driving it. We have an engineer here telling me that I'm putting the accelerator on and doing a few funny things. So just need to maybe tidy a few things up to keep the boost there. So yeah, I don't know. Just need to try and get my head back into it here and see. I think I'm driving pretty well, all considering, but times just aren't coming through for me. I don't know.
Do you think, is there any way that, you know, having an engineer kind of telling you what you may or may not be doing specifically, is that kind of playing on your mind a bit at all?
No, I'm only out to find that information there out, so cause I'm starting to blame everything else with me here. But no, I don't know. Like we know them stages. I know where I can push. I'm quite happy with the way I'm driving, and that would normally be my biggest critic, would be myself and the way I'm driving on the day, and I'm quite happy with it. So yeah, time will tell. Sorry, I have to just figure out a few things here and just try and go harder, but I just feel like I'm driving to where I should be and the time should be there, but they're not, so try and push another bit and see.
And that's, at this point, it is very frustrating when you have that. Like,
yeah, I just, you know, I'm trying to get rid of the doubt and just see, and I'm hoping the times would come, so we'll see in this loop. I'm going to try a few things again, but setup feels very good, car feels good. Just sometimes I feel like I'm lacking power, but again, I think it's something down to do with the way I'm driving the car, so I just need to see what I have to do here.
So when you say you're going to try a few things, like, is that kind of, is it specifically your driving, or is it the way you're talking to yourself through the stage? Or
my driving, yeah, something. I'm going to try and explain something I don't even know what I'm talking about, but I can't. When I brake, I shouldn't be going back on and off the accelerator and throttle, because it's got to do with boosting and stuff, and it's upsetting the lag of the car and things, and that's where I'm losing power down to poor driving by myself, I would say. So the engineer just says to brake and accelerate and quit messing around in between, basically, and one or the other. So we just need to find our feet and try and go again, and maybe a bit of more seat time will help, but we'll see. We don't like being too far down the field, so it kind of take it personally, so we want to try and get back up.
It's not usual for a Moffat.
No, and it's good to see Josh top of the field now. In fairness, he's been putting in some clinker times there, so we just need to try and get a few faster times here and try and get up the leaderboard. I think we're down in 5th, so we really need I really want a podium, and that's what we need, at least at a minimum. Like I said that the last day, so really need to get into the top 3, but have a lot of work to do to get there.
We'll let you get back to the laptop. Thank you very much, Sam. We appreciate you taking the time. There you have it, Sam Moffat. And it's just, again, it's one of those things where he's trying his hardest to work with everything that he has and figure out, you know, he said very much that it's him and it's not the car type thing, but like you don't know, essentially. He's trying plenty of things and he's trying to get everything sorted out, so what can you do? He's just got to. So what we're going to do now is head for Marianne Evans, and then we're going to try and get a quick word with Robert Barrable. He's been putting in some great times all day, so we are making our way down through the service park, and as you could, maybe this is familiar looking to you, but there's a lot of action up kind of to the right hand side, but we specifically want to speak to Marion because it's top 3 type stuff here, so we're just trying to figure that out, or to get a conversation with these guys and get information about what plans are for the rest of the day, or are they keeping everything the same. And we have Callum Devine as well to get to, so we'll endeavour to get as many people as we can and get as much information for you as we can. We see the Evans guys here washing the car again, so hopefully Marion will be able to have a quick word with us. I'll give a wee knock at the door here. Bear with me. Back again.
No, you could be worse.
You can't even get a cup of tea, Marion.
I know. I'll put you in front of me if you can. Lovely.
So Marion, you'll be happy to get to another service area. Just 2 more left today.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty long day, but not a bad loop really. Just the last one was a bit of delay going in, so the tyres went cold, and I think the first one I probably lost out a bit because I hadn't driven on these tyres for a good few years, and it just took a bit to get the head around them. And then the second one, maybe we just a bit of a lock up early on, and I just thought I'd brought myself back a bit then after that. But still, it's not too bad. I think it's 13 seconds. It just feels like a lot, but try and limit it over the next 2 now, and hopefully go to bed with less of a deficit than we had in Galway anyway.
I mean, it's one of those things where when you sort of lose a little bit of the confidence, it is very hard to get it back.
Yeah, like a little bit of a lock up, like a snatch in the braking, and we were probably overly careful for the next kilometre or 2, and then we had another slide, so we just had to temper the enthusiasm a bit. But still, I'd say after that it kind of come in all right, but it's just not fully trusting, and you need to at this level.
Yeah. And so what's the plan now? Like, how do you reset yourself and get yourself set up for, as you say, the last 2 stages, but also go into this evening with a bit more confidence?
I would just need 2 good stages again, really. Haven't made any major mistakes yet, but try and avoid them, and just have a nice clean run. Try and up the speed a bit if we can, but it's not like we have a hell of a lot left to give. I mean, it's you have to be at least 9/10 here if you want to stand a chance. So yeah, just a good solid loop would be nice, and ideally keep Callum behind, and hopefully try and take some time out of him and see what happens with Josh.
And are you in terms of those 2 stages that are next, everybody's talking about Ring, is that one of your favourites, or are you just happy to be doing any of them and all of them?
Oh, they're all pretty good, all fast. The 2 this morning were really tricky. I mean, if they're bone dry, they're lovely, but it's a totally different prospect when it rains. But yeah, Ring is nice. I suppose most of it doesn't change year on year, so it's kind of, you get used to it. And to be fair to Josh, he pulled a good time at the bag, really, because we all know that stage relatively well. So yeah, look, I don't really look forward to the stage, especially probably unless it's a certain one in Galway, maybe, like we say all the time. But no, they're all pretty good stages. Yeah, it'd be nice to get through them, and we can focus on tomorrow then. But the 2 tough stages to go yet.
Well, fingers crossed we see you back at Park Ferme in the evening. Marion, thank you very much. And we're going to head around the corner here. And what I am actually going to do this time is let Donovan lead the way. He is going to show you how we're going to make it to Callum Devine.
Are you going to Callum Devine first? No.
So, Callum Devine has had, as you know, he's had a very good day, and we haven't been able to chat to him because just Service Park is quite big and spread out, so we haven't had a chance to speak to him today, but we're going to make our way over there now because we are very, very excited to see. He'll be delighted to keep these times and to sort of head into Saturday evening, Sunday morning with this type of I suppose comfort, and still be on the podium. So we're nearly there. He's just around the corner, and basically once we get around this corner you're going to see loads and loads of more rally cars essentially. And as you can see, with all of the different wee nooks and crannies here, the place is huge, but everywhere you go there are cars, which is, it's just one of those things. It's a testament to this event, because as huge and all as the service area is, every inch of it is taken up with vehicles, which means the entry is massive, as we've been talking about already. We're actually gonna come back here and get Frank Kelly. We just spotted him. This is we had the blinkers on there trying to find Callum, but we'll see if we can get a quick word with Frank and his daughter Lauren here. They're getting the tyres sorted out. Could we torture you for a quick word, Frank?
Yeah. The word's the only thing you get free of me, so may as well.
Are you enjoying the event so far?
I'm now. I was way off the pace at sea this morning. I couldn't feel the car under me at all. Just didn't feel like my car. I thought somebody had swapped it and parked for me, but it's just the stage and the speed and the commitment that's needed in the sweat. And I have too many roof skins on to do that anymore. So last loop there now went fantastic. I think we're third quickest in both of them, and we were very lucky with clipping a rock that somebody dragged out, and the wheel stayed hard, thank God. So no, I think
starting to enjoy it.
Mojo's coming back now.
Good man, Frank. Thank you very much for talking to us. We'll hopefully see plenty more of you tomorrow. And as I said, we're going to make our way up here to Callum Devine and see what this man has to say. As I said, didn't get chatting to him all day, but he has to be very happy. The form's very good this weekend, or today so far. As everybody keeps saying, it's a very long weekend. So we'll see if we can get a quick word from him. Callum, how are you? Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
You're not happy? Tell us about your day.
My day's been okay. We had a okay this morning, so we did when it was wet. And yeah, the second loop was not too bad, and then obviously we went out to them two new stages there, which is quite dry. So yeah, we struggled in there. We lost a right bit of time now to the boys in front of us now. And yeah, we just don't have the answer just yet now, but we have to try some stuff.
And in terms of, you know, losing a lot of time, you're still quite comfortably sitting on the top three.
Well, at the minute, anyway. I like to be comfortably racing the boys in front of me, you know, but it is what it is. We'll have to, yeah, look, we're making a couple of changes here now and try and see, but no, the boys are going hard in front of us now. Josh is definitely pushing on, you know, so but we'll have to do something.
Do something. I mean, obviously last year was very disappointing for you here. You had a great event majority of the way through. Is that playing on your mind at all? Are you kind of dying to take your power back down here?
Yeah, like look, we knew this morning their speed wasn't bad. Like we were thereabouts. So yeah, it's just changed in that middle loop there. So look, we'll try these things and see if we can find a wee bit more of that speed, and then yeah, take it from there.
Is it the car? Is it the conditions? Is it yourself? Have you any idea what it is?
Well, I didn't do a wild drastic pile, so I'm going to have to blame myself this time, maybe, you know, so unfortunately. So.
And what about the stages? I mean, everybody is obviously talking about Ring, it's more the classics. Are you enjoying any one of them in particular, or any of the stages from today particularly?
I'm enjoying them all, hey. I enjoyed the ones this morning, you know, when they were giving big slides, so we were in the fast stuff. And obviously now, the Ring was really, really fast now. We were definitely smiling, come over the end. And I'm enjoying it. It's just when they tell you the time at the end, you know, that's the problem.
That's the problem. I mean, rallying's all about the time, but it's the only problem.
Yeah, if Killian can tell me I'm going faster, I'll be happier again, you know. But.
And again, obviously, you know, we were talking about the stages and stuff like that. They're very fast in West Cork. Like, does that feed into you, or do you prefer the tight, twicky stuff?
I usually like the tight technical stuff, to be honest, but I'm enjoying the stages now. There's definitely no doubt about that, and I don't think it's hampering me too much. Well, it is, but I'm really enjoying the fast stages, you know, that sort of way. No, they're really good. Really fast, so yeah.
Callum, thank you very much for talking to us. We are going to cut to an ad, and we are going to make our way to the other side of the service park, and as I said, come back to you as quick as we possibly can with even more drivers, navigators and information for you.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
We're back in service and we have Gary Kieran here. Gary, you happy with your day so far?
Yeah, it's good. We're not that far off the lead. We're 2.9 behind Daniel. Kevin was a bit out in front but bust the brake pipe, so we'll be happy if we get to it this evening, because tomorrow's a very long day too.
And I mean, 2 seconds is really nothing.
No, nothing here, no. Once you stay within the 10-second barrier, you can keep the pressure on. If it gets any further than that, it gets a bit iffy, but here it's a bit exceptional because every stage seems to be 17 and 18 kilometres long. Well, bar these two that we're going back out today are only 14, but then tomorrow's a big day.
And I mean, obviously tomorrow's a big day, but today was one of those days too where it was just the weather this morning, and I mean, so difficult for the Mark IIs. The back wheel drive was just non-stop this morning.
Yeah, it was just changeable conditions. You'd grip somewhere and then the next spot you wouldn't have any, so look, we're happy. It's only one bit of a mark on the car, so if we didn't finish it like that, we'd be delighted.
And tomorrow, you mentioned tomorrow, any favourites tomorrow?
Ardfield, they're all, look, they're very good stages. If they can get the weather in West Cork, I think it's the best rally in the country. So no, we'll just keep pushing on for as long as possible and hopefully be here Sunday evening.
And are you enjoying it? Car feeling great and everything,
Yeah, car's good. We stiffen it up there again, so we'll try and go on a push this one so you can be reeling in a little bit.
Good on you. Thank you very much
Cheers.
for talking to us, Gary. We're going to just turn around, and we've got the Black brothers in here, so we're going to try and get a quick chat with Jason if we can. We'll just give them a wee second. You have a minute?
Same as run straight, yeah.
Are you happy enough for everything, or with everything so far today?
I will had a bit of bar there and ring the first time. The steering rack came loose, so lost about half a minute in it. So a bit unfortunate, but thankfully the boys all tucked in at the start of the next stage and got it fixed, and well, temporary fix, and the boys have it all sorted here now. So good to go again now.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal, but sure, it's one of them things. At least we're still here. Could be worse.
And are you enjoying the stages?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's brilliant there in the dry. So it is. So
Very tricky this morning.
Very difficult this morning, but yeah, drying out there nice and looking good for tomorrow too. So hopefully should be good.
Good man, thank you very much, Jason. We'll let you go and get that issue sorted. So I'm actually after, I think I spotted Chris Armstrong around the corner here as well. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to see if I can get around here quickly and grab a quick word with him. We don't have too long left in this service. I'm sure the guys were explaining to you, but they've kind of cut it short a wee bit to make sure that they can catch up a wee bit of time. So yeah, we'll just see if we can get a quick word here and see how that loop went for Chris. You made it back anyway, Chris. You're happy to be here and heading out for the last loop of the day.
I am indeed. We had a bit of a moment in that last stage. We went down into a drain just quickly, but that kind of put me off, so we dropped a bit of time, but we're thereabouts. We're happy enough with our pace.
Are you enjoying it?
I am, definitely. Yeah, that ring stage is very good. We've really enjoyed it.
And obviously the battle, I mean, for the top three now is pretty immense, as it always is.
It is. The pace now is unreal. We dropped a bit of time there, so it's hard to get time back out of any of them men at all, but we're going to keep battling away anyhow and hopefully have a good run.
Do you find the longer stages easier to kind of chip away at the time?
I find it is great. It's not too often we get long stages, so you kind of really get set into your mode and you get into a better pace.
And I mean, obviously they're consistently long here in West Cork. Like, and I mean, it is brilliant to just get in, and you know, you think you're finished the stage, but you've so much more to go.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be wondering sometimes when you're halfway through how long you've got left, but they're enjoyable stages here, and it's great for the 18, 19 kilometre stages.
Chris, thank you very much for talking to us. We'll see you back at Park Fermi hopefully, and enjoy the next loop. And we're going to go back ways again, folks. We've got to make our way down now to the other side of the service park, and hopefully we'll get the likes of Desi Henry, Cahan McCourt, all those guys. We were with them this morning, but we haven't managed to venture in there since then. So we'll go down and see if we can get a quick word with them. I think this is Declan Boyle heading out now. There's a wee bit of a delay, or not a delay, sorry, wee bit of slow pace. There's Declan. People trying to move in and out of the different parking spaces, so it was one of those ones where few clusters of cars. Now, as I said, the plan was to head down to this service area and get a quick word with the likes of Cahan McCourt and those guys, but I'm just aware of the fact now that they've all headed for service out. So what we're going to do is cut for a few seconds, and we'll make our way to the other end of the service park and get a few more of the modified men and have more information for you, basically.
road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
And we're back in the service park with Conor Curley with us. Conor, you love West Cork. Are you enjoying today?
It is some rally. But it didn't work great this morning. Now, the first couple of stages were very got in as a new car, so it was a bit tentative, but my God, to get out the ring in any rally car is a pleasure. It is a brilliant rally. If you have a rally car, get this rally.
And you've mentioned the new car. How's it feeling for you?
Aye, strange this morning now, you know. It was just, I think it was nerves, that's all it was, you know, like when you get into a car and you think it's going to be the same as the old and it's not, but oh hey, it's some bit of kit now, it is some bit of kit.
Does that make you kind of excited now to head, like considering that you've only just kind of got yourself bedded in, or not even yet, and what's to come for this car and yourself?
I'm at limits here. I'll not do too much in this car, but no, like even going out the ring the last time, I knew it would be good. And it didn't disappoint. It is just, and when you get stuff like that together and the stage is right, the tyres right, the car's right, it's the most enjoyable place to be, so we're hoping so.
And I mean, you've obviously said how much you love the event. What is it about the event, or say even specifically the likes of ring? Like, have you ever been able to pinpoint it?
The flow of ring is just, every driver will say the same thing. It has just got a flow to it, and they've never widened the road's just as it was, so you enjoy it. And the West Cork people, I don't think you could feel any more welcome than down here. They cannot do enough. Like they're accommodating, they're helpful, they're happy, I know it's nice to come down and somewhere where people sort of are happy that the rally's here as opposed to maybe not.
And tell us, like, how does that transfer to you as a team or a driver? Like, how does that make you sort of feel, or how does it improve your weekend because people are welcoming?
You want to come to this rally, and I'm not saying there's other rallies you won't want to come to, but when you get a welcome down here, like I said, and they put on the stages that they do, and they consistently get it right. Like, this hasn't been just this year. It's like I'm coming here since 2005. I missed a few years, just couldn't afford to come down, but do you see now that you can rally here? They really steal the show. They're a credit. There's a lot of people that could do with coming down and watching how they run a rally.
And do you think that makes you drive better if the buzz is good?
Well, the weather helps and the stages help, surely. No, I'm limited as to where I go with ability and driving. I'd love to tell you that I'm going to do something great in a rally car, but I tell you, it adds a wee bit to it, definitely. Like, you're just that more determined to go out and enjoy. And when they put the stage on, they do, and they consistently run on time, and they're well marshalled and well signposted. Hey, it's a pleasure. It really is. You should be out rallying again.
It'd be safe to say you're enjoying the event, Conor.
Oh, having a ball. Having a ball now. Jeez, if you'd have spoken to me this morning, I was ready to sell it. It was a disaster.
Was that the car or was that the weather?
Oh, no, me. Oh, Tony, me. I just hadn't sat in a rally car in 8 months, and then to go out, and it was so guttery and water. And there's nothing more worrying than coming around a fast right-hander and all of a sudden a load of water there, and you're just thinking, where's this going to end up? So you tended lifting when you shouldn't be lifting, braking when you shouldn't be braking, and I would say after I got that stage done, the next stage was cancelled. We got back, started drying, it was better then.
So it's fair to say, like, the weather just kind of upset you a wee bit this morning, just mentally, because the stage has changed.
I am rubbish in wet and mucky weather. Rubbish. I should go to the forest for a while and learn how to drive. But when
do you think is it the Mark II? Because, like, they're obviously, they really make you work for it in the wet.
Well, that's a new engine there, and it's 365 brake horse. That's a hard thing to tame. In a slippy, greasy, shiny tire. And you're just, every time you just put your heart in your mouth. But once you then start to get dry tire make or stuff that's better, it's trust me, get into one of these. You'll be fit for it.
Not a chance. Not a chance. They're like, honestly, it's one of those things where I was watching them this morning, and as soon as the wet obviously hit, I'm two-wheel drive, but it's front-wheel drive, and just the way these things step out and the way that you're able to kind of just tidy them up and get moving again.
One of the parts that are in these cars now today take a lot of that out of it. Like the suspension in that car, it'll just do whatever you want it to do. Brakes now, R5 brakes, sure, can't complain of no brakes anymore. I'm seeing ones as the boys in polos. They're stopping a lot further in than I am. But look, hey, it's having a bit of fun.
Good. Conor, thank you very much. Keep enjoying it, and we're going to try and get a quick word with another few of the drivers here. We have Damien McGettigan, and we'll try and get a quick word with him if we can in a wee second. But I spotted Brian Brogan there a while ago, and I'd love to get oh, he's in the lorry. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to see if I can. Brian, can we get a quick word with you?
What's the crack?
Are you running late?
No.
Oh, I thought you were running late there.
It could be. I don't know why.
No, I thought you were rushing out to get away from service. How's your weekend going?
Good so far. I get on alright with it. Happy with it, like. Tricky conditions now all around, but it's good.
You've gone well in West Cork.
It's good. Good to me, yeah. Has been anyway in the past, yeah. Great rally. Challenging stuff. Fantastic. Good crack, like.
And the stages, everybody's just talking about how classic they are and how excellent they are, essentially.
Listen, they're all good when they go well for you. You know what it's like when they don't. But no, it's good fun. Really enjoying it now.
Any of the stages you're looking forward to specifically?
No, we're alright. These second loop now in the afternoon's good to us, like. Yeah, good. Good. So we'll just get out now and get at it again.
Good man. And what about tomorrow? Enjoying them too?
Full blast tomorrow morning now. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Thank you very much. Bear with us, folks. We're just going to try and get another few of the drivers. I spotted Dale McGettigan and a few of the other guys here, so I'm just going to be a wee bit intrusive and come into the...
He's hiding in the toilet. We actually have to go.
Do you?
We don't.
One question. How is your weekend going so far?
No, it's very good to be fair. You know, it's our first time here, and the stages are just mind blowing. You have to be very brave, like, but yeah, it's some buzz.
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, you don't have to be here before everybody's talking about the classics. Are they living up to your expectations?
Without a doubt, yeah. And I mean, even the crowds as well. You know, I don't think of, apart from the likes of Donegal, I don't think I've seen crowds like that, you know, watching stages, and I think that's all part of the parcel, you know, seeing people there and stuff like that.
We were just talking to Conor Curley there about that, actually, about the atmosphere specifically, and maybe it's a strange question to ask, but do you feel like when you come to a place that's really excited for the event and there's an unbelievable atmosphere and buzz about the thing, do you feel that it makes you drive better in any way?
Probably. It could go two ways. It could make you overdrive, and then you've got all sorts of problems.
You're seeing all these people on the stages and you're going to put on a show?
That's it, yeah. You start doing spinning and stuff like that.
Because you hear the cheers outside.
Losing time, yeah. I mean, it could go either way, but no, it's great to see. You know, obviously good weather helps. You always get a good turnout with good weather, so yeah, hopefully good day tomorrow, and that's it then.
Brilliant. And I mean, obviously there's 2 stages left for today. Are you looking forward to getting them over you, or are you actually...
No, I'm itching to get going again. I can't wait. I wish it was going at 3 times.
Brilliant. Well, that is how we're going to end it. And I mean, again, just it's typical West Cork by the looks of it. You know, everybody's absolutely buzzing to be here, and it's just a beautiful environment to be around, and the atmosphere is brilliant. So on that note, we're going to leave you from the service area, and you're going to catch the footage now of the next stage, and we will see you back at Park Fairway in a wee while.
And you join us back here in the studio before we head to stage 7, which is the second run through ring, and of course we got great coverage first time round. Saw the historics, saw Craig Breen begin his afternoon. Really good to get the historics in, and there's a lot of happy people on Facebook and on YouTube with some of the comments that we got the historics in.
Yeah, it's because it's tomorrow won't be a problem, Sav. What will happen with the historics overnight is they'll get reseated into the main field of the rally, but because of historically, no pun intended, the historics always wanted the slightly shorter rally. This was what they asked for, because the cars are, you know, they're putting an awful lot of stress through the cars, so they want to do a few less miles in the main field. So they didn't start until stage 5 today, and the organisers started them in a batch at the back of the field, so it was always going to cause a few problems timing wise to get them, but the way it worked out with the delay on stage 6, we were able to get the historics covered, and then making that commitment to say stay with them, and Andrew jumping in to do a bit of commentary, because Andrew's still a contemporary. If you can have a contemporary historic competitor, he is.
Did you say contemporary or contrary?
No, contemporary. Contemporary. Oh. Andrew's not contrary.
No, he's not. He was really good, and I must admit, I could sit beside him here. I could see he was really enjoying it, and his knowledge was second to none. But really nice to get them in. A lot of happy people on Facebook and on YouTube. So thanks for the comments on that.
So one of the things is that we seem to have a bit of a stall on the results again. So we haven't actually got any historic results from the historics yet, but they weren't messing about, and I wouldn't like to call it. I'd like to think that Craig Breen's got the advantage.
No, our erstwhile up-to-dater in the production unit, I think he's told me Neil Williams was fastest and Craig Breen was third fastest.
Oh, goodness.
Sebastian Ling was second fastest.
Sebastian Ling showing his class then, yeah.
Duncan Williams was fourth. So that's a quick up-to-date there.
Okay, good for them.
So just having a look at so we're just looking. Leading cars now should be into the stage.
Yeah, and we won't be. We're a bit further into the stage than our original position, but we sort of decided this was a lovely spot. We were here a year ago when we did our live stream, and I don't think it'll be very long until we have some action. No reason why it shouldn't be kicking off. Now, at the front of the field, Josh Moffat, another fastest time. Since stage 2, I think he's been fastest on every stage since stage 2. Am I right?
I think he has, yeah.
I should be writing it down. Very, very, very accomplished drive so far. Most of the guys, Marion, Sam, are all sort of saying, yeah, he stole a bit of a march on us with getting the right tyre compound earlier today. But now they said that run of stages, fair play to him, he's just up the game. And Sam, for instance, is sort of scratching the head, and even though he had a half spin on the ring stage on stage 5, he still said, I didn't really understand it. So Josh is now leading the rally by 14.6 seconds, which, when you think about over the past year or so as I have with the Tarmac Championship,
yeah,
we were generally talking 2 or 3 seconds separating the top 4 or 5, and this is quite a considerable lead by modern day terms, so fair play to him.
I must be honest, I didn't envisage, now it'll be interesting to see by the time they've got tonight over and done with, but I must admit I didn't envisage seeing somebody lead by 15 seconds after 6 stages. His tyre choice, you know, going out in the last 2 was that tyre choice when he went with hards was sublime, and that has given him the advantage that he has. He's just held on to it basically. But interesting to hear Marion Evans say that, you know, they want to keep in touch. He's not really concentrating on Callum. It's about keeping himself right and keeping his own times right and seeing where that slots in.
It's like a man who's got a championship hat on talking.
Well, I think everybody from out the outset has to.
Yeah, if we go back to Galway, when we know you can't afford to make a mistake this early in the season because it's so close over the course of the year, that Marion is definitely, I mean, he won fair and square in Galway. If he finishes second, pushes Josh, tomorrow is a whole nother rally again.
Yeah.
Slightly different circumstances because it's 3 stages in the loop, so you don't get a
chance. It's still 66 stage miles.
66 stage miles is not to be sniffed at.
You know, or 106 kilometres.
I was going to say, what's the kilometres?
So, yeah, I mean, it's another event tomorrow, and so first cars into the stage. They'll be with us very shortly. Remember, we're at the very start of ring.
They'll be with us in no time at all. And again, here we go. So that's through the chicane. Doesn't really seem to have that much effect on them, does it? Well, I have to hand it to our cameraman. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a great shot now. So Callum Devine coming through very quickly. You can actually begin to see there, Michael, what Anthony Ness was talking about earlier on today about the amount of spectators. I mean, places are the standing 3 and 4 and 5 deep,
yep,
which is really good. So Marion Evans now,
currently in second place, as we were just talking, but even he admits that he seems to think that Josh is getting away from him a little bit. 14.6 seconds. These are the final 2 stages today. Sam Moffat in view. So, former rally winner, Robert Barrable. Or is that Barrable? No, it's Captain McCourt, isn't it? So, this is Barrable.
Robert's been very consistent today.
He is 12 seconds behind Callum, and if he keeps going the way he's been going, he's been chipping away at Callum Devine. He's 4 seconds off him on the previous stage. He's consistently sort of second and third fastest now. I think we can see him, if things go his way, possibly getting onto the podium.
Yeah. Johnny Greer. Johnny retired from third place on the last stage last year. We don't have Debbie Henry. Coming to shot now, Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor. This is Owen's 12th West Cork as a driver. And he also co-drove for his dad Jerry a few years back as well.
He's had quite a bit of success. I mean, he's multiple Group N winner on West Cork Rally.
Yeah.
Some really impressive Group N drives. Things have been a bit more sporadic since the pandemic. Everybody not really getting a chance to do much rallying.
David Kelly and Dean O'Sullivan, Donegal crew. They've moved from Ford to Citroen this year. And set some great times this morning. So they'll be hopeful to continue that now into the last two stages of the day. Declan Boyle with Patrick Walsh in the co-driver's seat. Patrick himself a very accomplished co-driver. First sat with Declan in Galway, I think it was this year, was their first time together.
Patrick is effectively a professional. He would be rallying pretty much every single weekend.
Yeah, he is, yeah. I mean, you see him on most entry lists nowadays. But Declan slowly seemingly able to get to grips with the Polo R5. Cal McCarthy in the Citroen C3, Rally 2. Another driver had a couple of hiccups this morning but has settled in now and is setting fairly steady times. Aaron McKeel in the right-hand drive, Polo GTI R5. Eric Brannigan co-driving.
Trying to find Declan Boyle on the results on this time.
Won Group N in 2015, Aaron did. Jason McSweeney and Liam Brennan. This is Jason's 16th time doing West Cork. Finished 11th overall in a Honda Civic way back in 2011. Keith Lyons. Finished 9th overall last year with JJ Kremen. This year. sounds like...
Should be Gary Kiernan.
Yep. Gary Kiernan describes West Cork as the best rally in the country. Really likes it down here.
Gary's 2.9 seconds off the lead of the modified section of the rally behind Daniel McKenna.
Up next, Jason Black. Jason Black and Carl Egan. It's an Armagh Galway pairing. Made the debut in West Cork last year. This year, 2.5 litre engine. Daniel McKenna.
Daniel just locking up there. Some great pictures here from Ring Village. I think this is James Ford. I think. Or 41. Going very nicely as well.
Apologies, I didn't.
It's all right. Neil Roskell up next. He's in a Fiesta Rally 2, fundamentally an R5 car. Neil's currently 18th overall.
So leading crews have cleared stage 7. You see William Crichton. William lost time with a clip the rock this morning. Got a puncture, stopped to change it, lost it 3 minutes. Was here last year in the Fiesta for experience before heading to Croatia, and I told Tony Kelly this morning they've trying a couple of new upgrades on the car before they head back to Croatia this year.
So we're having early reports that Callum Devine took a few tenths off Josh Moffat. So breaking Josh's run of fastest times. This is Kevin Eves. Obviously Kevin was leading the modified earlier on, had brake issues on this stage. Got the car fixed in the road section, got going again. A great example of never give up. Chris Armstrong and his very distinctive escort.
So times through for stage 7, Michael. Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes, 7:01, 7 minute 1.4 seconds. Marion Evans, fastest on 7 minutes, no seconds, 0.8 of a second, so 7 minutes, 0.8 of a second. Callum Devine, 7 minutes, 0.7 of a second, so 1/10 of a second between Marion and Callum. And if I see results like that, I gotta get you to do it, because I obviously can't count.
Well, yeah, so Callum is fastest, but 1/10 of a second. It doesn't matter. He gets the stage win at the moment. Now, Barrable, that's oh so close. I mean, Robert 701.4, Sam 702.5, Johnny 702.3, David Kelly 708.3, Cahan McCourt 708.4, Owen Murphy 713.4. So
yeah, good time from Owen there. You can see where he's improving during the day. But what it means is that Josh Moffat now leads Marion Evans by 14 seconds, who in turn is 7 seconds ahead of Callum Devine, and he in turn is 12.7 seconds ahead of Robert Barrable. Frank Kelly.
Frank saying he couldn't get into the swing of it this morning when he was talking to Tony Kelly and really enjoying it this afternoon. Loves this stage.
He's really happy. 2 third fastest times in the last two. So
well, that makes you sit up and notice, Sav. When Frank gets on the boil, he is some pilot.
Oh no, he's amazing. He's amazing to watch as well. And Lauren has come on so well in terms of co-driving since she first sat in the car with him last year, you know.
Ah, they're both so cool. Cool as cucumbers, a pair of them. Now this is Kevin Kelleher. We know he had a problem the last time over the ring stage. He said he had to stop. Things going all right for now in the McKinstry R5 Fiesta.
Final stage of the day, second run over Dunworley, 14.15 kilometres, or just a shade under 9 miles. That's due off about 20 minutes time. So probably another 40 cars to...
You nearly caught us in the hop there, so
I was very much like... People could have seen that my glasses were working. But yes...
Richard Moore in his Mark II. Wexford crew, Richard Cleary. Eddie Doherty. I was going to say the other Eddie Doherty. Fiesta.
Dennis, a 3 times winner of the historic section of the West Cork Rally. Of course, the Moynihan name in this part of the world, synonymous with
absolutely. Results in for the modified Sav, but we don't seem to have a time for Daniel McKenna yet. Gary Keenan did a 7:18.7, Jason Black a 7:23.9, Jason McSween 7:23.6, Cal McCarthy 7:34.9, Aaron McHale 7:27 dead, Keith Lyons 7:34.5. Connor Curley. Connor gave us a great interview at the last service. Very, really very interesting. Connor reckons what 45 brake horsepower in this new engine. What were the words he used? She takes some taming. I reckon he wants Tony Kelly to drive the car.
I reckon he does. I reckon he does as well. So car 47, Colin Murphy, Don Montgomery. Don, a long-time co-driver to Colin. Did his first West Cork way back in 1999. God, that seems so long ago.
Brian O'Keefe. So they are running the Mitsubishi, interestingly, in fundamentally improved end spec, RC2. Connor McCarthy, Dunmanway driver.
Yeah. We should have a time for Daniel McKenna because he has cleared the stage.
Yes, he's cleared the stage. Daniel seems to be running in grim runs today with the timing systems.
So it's maybe a hiccup that it will rectify itself shortly.
Well, we lost him altogether earlier on, but we knew he was going all right, so... So we have had a switch at the top of the modified rally. Gary Kiernan reckoned he had a very, very good time. Set a time of 7:18.7. Daniel wasn't so good, dropped a few seconds, but it's so close at the front that it just swaps around like this. So Daniel 7:23.3, 7 seconds off the lead. 25 seconds behind him is Chris Armstrong, but that's it's a half spin, so you can't relax. I think we possibly have a car stopped between our location and the start. Neil Rockall. Andrew Roughhead. So here's Corey Eves in the other Corolla. So just got word that Kevin Eves was the fastest modified, but obviously Kevin's had these dramas earlier on and is far enough behind. I don't think he's going to have that big an impact. Frank Kelly did a 7:22.3 as opposed to Jason Black on a 7:23.9. Chris Armstrong 7:21.6. Frank's getting on the case, but there's such small margins it'll take a bit of work. So this is a little car causing a bit of confusion today. In my eye, it's a Rally 4 Peugeot, but it seems to be entered in the wrong class in the rally, and if he was entered in the R4. Grogan having a bit of a lock-up.
So leading crews making their way now. down towards Butlerstown North, which is the area for the start of the final stage of the day, stage 8, which is 14.15 kilometres of Dunworley, just a shade under 9 miles. Today, Josh Moffat leads Marion Evans by 14 seconds. Of course, Marion telling Tony Kelly in service that he just wants to try and stay in touch and manage the gap tonight. It's a new day tomorrow, and as Michael said earlier, we have enough stage mileage tomorrow with 2 loops of 3 stages and 66 stage mile in total, or 106 kilometres. That is almost like another rally. Slightly later start in the morning for all of us. I think we're live around 10 o'clock.
Yep.
And the first stage of the day is live, stage 9, Shanaway, at 6 minutes past 11. But it's a very compact 3 or 4 hours for all the crews tomorrow.
Safety through, Ronan Comerford, co-driving.
Finished 16th overall last year.
So fast and furious action going on. The next stage, technically the leading crews are almost ready to go in, and the last of the historics are just clearing the stage, and the first of the safety cars are in the stage as well. It's what you call pretty clever organisation.
Yeah.
So Chris Ford in a Citroen. So Gareth Black and Connor Dunlop in the Class 13 started. John McCarthy from Killarney in his Mark II. Just looking at something from another stage. Shouldn't do that when the lights are hot. Short shift on the Corolla. Lifting the wheel. This is Ben Walsh. Quite a few cars locking a bit of brakes up into this. It's alright if you're wrong, you won't get it wrong. It's a local man, Owen Calnan from Ardfield, and Connor Calnan. Time through for William Crichton. William having a bit like Kevin Eves. William dropped 3.5 minutes this morning, so he's ironically in a class of his own, so he's only racing himself. But a nice time on the stage all the same, nevertheless, 7:21.3. Kevin Eves, a 7:16.6, which would be the fastest model. 2 seconds faster than Gary Kiernan, but of course, I'm not quite sure how you accumulate all this time with maximum stage times. Maybe Andrew can find out. But he's 1 hour and 37 minutes behind the lead, which is not quite sure. Super Rally and taking a 15-minute penalty, that just seems a bit extreme. Should be Damien Campbell and Declan McGarity, both Fermanagh men.
Number 59, James Bradley and David Doyle. It's the Wexford driver's ninth time. He's done it 5 times as a junior competitor and finished second overall in the junior section twice as well.
We did have a nice shot of Mickey Conlon.
2, Dylan Eves and Sean Marsh, first time at Clonakilty. Graphic there for you is the top 5 overall. Josh Moffat retaining his lead. Tommy Randalls and Cathal Quill. This is his 8th time for the Kilgarvan driver on West Cork.
Just looking at a couple of the RC4 times. Because Grogan is entered in the wrong class, he would technically be leading R4 and would have been fastest on that stage with a 7:44 as opposed to Cian Caldwell in 7:48. Casey J. Coleman 7:49.3, Shane Quinn is 7:48.9, Joe Kelly 8:08.0. Joe possibly having a small problem in that one, but it would be nice to get that fixed up that we could see the cars all in their appropriate classes, but I'm sure it can be sorted. Interesting, Colin Murphy in the Group N Subaru, 733.1. Kevin Kelleher, 749.3. And I've just been, Andrew Bruce has just corrected me, and rightly so. And we have a Subaru with a lot of smoke out the back. It's not a Group N car anymore, it's now a Class 20 car, which is all to do with cars that are out of homologation. So is this Subaru turbo problems possibly? And I think the production crew need to be aware of the Facebook feed.
I'm glad you said that there, because I was about to bash my phone with a big brick.
Sure, the right people can get it fixed.
So the leading crews then at the start of stage 8, the Motorsport Ireland safety crew, clock of the course, safety car, and stewards are making their way through, ensuring that everybody's standing in sensible place, and they're happy with the safety aspect of this stage.
So there's no reason they shouldn't, because effectively it's not going to stop running, is it, Sav?
No.
The historics are on it now as stage 6, and literally stage 8 will follow in behind the end of stage 6, so it should all be tickety-boo.
Stage commander here is Mark Cooper, his deputy is Corey Dorn, and we have the stage doctor today is Dr. Jason van der Velde, and the stage ambulance is from the Civil Defence, 2 of them, and then the rescue unit is Galway Bay Rally Rescue. And that's a great example of what I was saying about the collaboration and cooperation between all the various motor clubs. When we have a rescue crew from Galway, West Cork helping out. I don't mean darkness in that sense, I mean the length of the journey from Galway to West Cork.
A lot easier now the motorway's opened. With the new motorway to Tuam. Frank Rafferty from Galway and Chloe Kelly. Chloe's from Mallow. This is another Class 20 Mitsubishi. So Raymond O'Neill from Milltown with Jason O'Connor from Killarney co-driving. So 170 on the car was, they were on the reserve list, brought into the main rally and then reseated according to their performance. Such is the popularity of this event that they have a reserve
So a couple of 00 cars still to go into stage 8, so we'll keep you posted on that.
This is Cathal McCarthy. Etienne O'Sullivan from Durris, and Donica Burke from Dunmanway. Used to go on our holidays to Durris. Further down in West Cork, beautiful place, like most of West Cork, very, very nice. Down near past Skibbereen.
Number 74. It's making its way through. That's Rory and Marty McGarity in the Citroen DS3 R3. Finished 36th overall last year. So back in West Cork again for another go.
Marty did a rally quite a few times with Wesley Patterson when they were partnering it up. Marty decided to go off and try a few far-flung rallies to broaden his horizons. Very experienced co-driver.
So 03 is into stage 8. Won't be long now.
So the organisers just have to get the last of the historic cars cleared of stage 6 before they can get stage 8 underway. But the safety people are in the stage now, so I don't think it will be that far away.
I don't think so either.
Flynn from Bantry and Neil Flynn in their Class 13 Mark II. Roy Baldrick, all the way from Letterkenny, co-driven by Dermot Friel from Ramelton. That's Class 13 Sunbeam. Cathal Martley from Laois, Shane Gorman co-driving. And this is a Class 11 R for Corolla twin cam. Cathal, another car brought into the main field from the reserve list. Philip Cross and Patrick McCarthy. Patrick McCarthy is from Inchydoney, which ironically when we were looking across the bay before the car started, that is the road to Inchydoney, so he is a bit in the rally first started 40 odd years ago, it used to be based at the Inchydoney Hotel. Now a very luxurious spa resort type hotel. Far cry from the little wooden shanties that they used to have. Calor heaters. St. Patrick's weekend. We've been closed for the winter. Okay. So just talk about stage 8 here and the zero cars. Sometimes what they'll do, because they're in radio communication, you'll find a car will just stop and it's under instruction from rally office just to hold station, that there isn't actually a problem. It's clearing something maybe further on up the stage. So I wouldn't be too overly concerned. There we go. If you sit in rally control, the event controller will just say, okay, 03, if you could hold at location 8 for 3 minutes or whatever, then proceed.
So that's 02 into stage 8 now.
We're probably about 5 minutes out from having some action.
Lovely to see the little mini out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Mr. Mini, Flanagan. He gets some results.
Yeah,
that wee car.
It's superb, absolutely superb.
And he does some amount of rallies too. This is Jared Brown, another Donegal man with Kevin Duggan. Jared from Letterkenny, Kevin making the trip from Maghera in Northern Ireland. So this is interesting, really interesting. This is Jack Shanahan's have.
Yeah, I have to be honest.
Making his rally debut, and I'll tell you what, he's doing a good job.
He's doing a really, really good job.
Jack's created a lot of interest. Jack is extremely well known and champion drifter, along with his brother, who's pretty much
Connor, who's a
Red Bull
athlete.
Yep.
And I mean Connor has, I don't think exactly hasn't won, but it's a really, really good, I think, for the sport that someone like Jack has taken the rally and like a duck to water, as they say, but showing really well and consistent, and has set good times all day today. And still
I don't
going.
think you could do any better in that car. I mean, it's
very
good. He's obviously fundamentally a very, very good driver. Michael Kelleher from Mill Street and William Buttimer from Ross Carberry. So one more zero car to be released into the final stage of the day, stage 8. Back here in stage 7. We're now into the later runners. So the Nissan Micra. Making a bit of a resurgence in Northern Irish rallying at the moment are the Micras.
Yeah, myself and Andrew were talking about that. Stevie Woodford last week in Bishop's Court, top two-wheel drive car.
Top two-wheel drive, quite simple as that.
Yeah.
Billy McCarthy, by the way, and John Falvey. Yeah, quite remarkable. Stephen Whitford, first two-wheel drive car home and all those escorts, but it's more he's sort of behind this micro challenge, and we've got certainly 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah, 7 or 8.
And there are more to come. I believe Stanley Orr has brought one. So another quick driver.
Yeah, Stanley's a fairly handy pilot now. He's been rallying a long time. I remember he entered the TV Times Rally Challenge or something, didn't he?
I've forgotten about that.
Was it Radio Times or TV Times?
I think it was Radio Times.
Was it?
Yeah. I think so. Maybe we can stand corrected.
Somebody out in social media world will soon let us know. But yeah, that was up against the best sort of young and up and coming drivers at the time. I can recall him piloting a white flat front RS 2000.
Is it not the ex-John Lyons car?
He drove IIA.
I've just had OIA 9 in my ear after me saying OIA 9. And of course he was a works driver at one point.
Yeah.
He drove the Corrie as a works driver. Apparently Norman Harvey owns that car now.
What, the Corrie?
No, the Escort OIA 9. Norman used to be a very well-known Belfast car dealer. In fact, we bought our very first 5-door Subaru Impreza off him. It was the first one into the country, which was well known around the rallies as the Patterson Pace Note Coletti car.
I saw that car at the hill climb at Guildford 2 years ago. It's absolutely mint.
Oh, Norman would have it perfect.
Absolutely mint. Beautiful thing.
So this is Bernard McGinley, another Donegal crew, Michael Sweeney. Bernard's from Dunfanaghy. It won't be long before we're talking about Donegal's Ave. It's not that far away.
No, it's only about 2.5 to 3 months. I think we have a circuit. Stages in between.
And Killarney. Talking about Killarney, that was Brian Doherty from Killarney just gone past with Tara Duggan. Tara, part of the Duggan family, co-drives for her brother sometimes. Well used to fast Mark IIs. So 01 is now into stage 8. No times in for the historic Sav, but it'll be nice to see.
Shadows it's creating across the open part of this ring stage.
So I'm pretty sure that was Chris O'Callaghan, who we know retired earlier on. He was going like a train there. Chris obviously got going in Super Rally.
He's suffered brake problems all day, braking issues.
So there's just a quick update on the overall top 5. Josh Moffat continues to lead, though he dropped a couple of tenths on this stage. And an Escort Cosworth in the background. Nice to see. Sean O'Carroll. Niall O'Sullivan. Niall's from Clonakilty, so a bit nostalgic. Marion Evans still lies second. Callum Devine was fastest on this stage by 0.1 of a second. Robert Barrable having a good strong run in 4th.
Big thanks to Ian McIver. He said it was the TV Times.
It was the TV Times.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well done.
And Martin McDonough's asked, did Kevin Eves get going again? He did, yes.
And he's flying, but he's dropped so many guys that I think that will have to be adjusted, because you can only be penalised so much with maximum times off the top of my head.
So we're going to continue with stage 7 at the moment. First car is into stage 8, but our camera position is about 2/3 the way through, and we will cross over in plenty of time. So you can see the graphic there. Josh Moffat leads from Marion Evans, Callum Devine in 3rd, Robert Barrable 4th, and Sam Moffat in 5th. Callum Devine in the stage now as well. Class, isn't it? It really is.
VTEC engines are just brilliant.
It's great the way the camera just picks up on it. We followed the historics here in the previous running of the ring stage, and Trevor Wilson's Porsche going through. Oh, bless me, it was lovely.
Yeah, there was some technical reason why the car couldn't run in the historics in Galway, but it was always a historic car. So
yeah.
Something to do with logbooking or something.
Anyway,
it's sorted out now.
Always reminds me of the only one of the regular Porsches in the 80s and 90s, certainly the 80s, was Noel Smith.
Yep.
In the big, and then Brian Nelson, of course.
So that's us. We're about to wrap up for
stage
this year
7
for Ring Village, which delivers us some of the iconic pictures of the West Cork Rally. A couple more cars, and then we are going to go over to Dunworley.
So 4 cars into stage 8 now, Dunworley. 14.15 kilometres, just a shade under 9 miles before they finish that and make their way back up towards Spittal Cross, and then make their way back into Clonakilty to the Agricultural College once again, and where we will catch up with Tony Kelly and review 8 stages of today.
Definitely now live. There's quite a few cars into the stage.
I might be wrong. It could be one of these little hiccupy things. But I'm
hope
seeing Callum Devine stop.
I'm seeing it too.
Okay.
I'm seeing it too. And yeah, he's about 1 kilometre into the stage.
Yeah, and Callum McCourt has been passed. Robert Barrable's coming up on him now, so he must be in and off. Otherwise, they would have stopped straight away.
Yeah.
So
1.2 kilometres into the stage. Could be changing a puncture.
So Josh Moffat on the road. There'll be a gap then to Marion Evans. And then we'll have Sam Moffat.
Callum was in 3rd place. Callum had bad luck here last year, if I remember rightly.
He
Engine,
retired with gearbox issues,
Gearbox.
returning while in the lead.
but on the road section.
Yeah, yeah.
It was quite bizarre, wasn't it? He came out of service and...
Yeah, because we'd spoken to him in service.
Yeah,
and
everything was fine. And
everything was tickety-boo. And then we started saying, well, where is he?
Probably about a minute out from a bit of action at our location. I think it's location. Here we go. In saying that, big slide into view. Clock was roughly on 50 seconds as he exited out of shot, there or thereabouts. Next in the road will be Marion Evans, car 3, because Callum Devine is stopped and remains stopped at the moment. No, that was Callum Devine. I think. So do we have one of these technical glitches?
I'm befuddled. Because it definitely showing us stopped.
Well, that wasn't Marion, because this is Marion. So I think we've got some duff info. Well, that's a good thing. Looks like a lovely afternoon there. Location 14, you can see the marker post.
Yep, it is Duff. It had gone sleep. We're now showing Callum in between Josh and Marion.
Good.
So Josh making his way through as Sam Moffat makes his way through. So Josh has about 1.5 kilometres, maybe 2, until stage end.
Next up should be Cahan McCourt. Cahan currently 8th overall. 8th fastest in the last
Was he short shifting there? Cahan, I thought he...
Hard to tell.
I thought he was.
Spare them through that corner.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Robert's currently lying 4th, was 3rd fastest on the previous ring stage. Trying to shorten the distance between himself and Callum, but Callum went fastest. Clear.
So Josh through the last stage of the day and on his way back to service now. Keep an eye out on times.
So we lost a few cars. Next up should be Owen Murphy.
Owen through with Anthony Nestor calling the notes.
David Kelly's having a really good run, David. In his Citroen C3 Rally 2 with Dean O'Sullivan co-driving. David currently lying 7th overall. Interference to the cameras here. Hopefully the guys can sort it out.
Next up should be Declan Boyle.
Yeah, we seem to have a few problems with Declan's times. Cal McCarthy due. Aaron McHale, Derek Brannigan.
Also just keeping an eye on times.
Top 5 or 6 cars have cleared the stage. No sign of times yet.
No.
Getting first of the modified crews very shortly. It's been mixed up a bit in the last stage. Gary Kernan moving into the lead of 1.7 seconds, huge. Daniel McKenna. Kevin Ease was actually fastest, but Kevin's lost so much time earlier on with brake problems. He's like an hour and a half behind. Nice slide. Jason Black's hanging in there, currently right in there from the word go. I would say Daniel McKenna now will be determined to try and take a bit of time back.
I would think so, yeah. Leaving a very tight battle now.
We're hearing a provisional time of 7:43 for Josh in this stage. So he's approximately 1 second quicker than he did on stage 6. pressure now, unfortunately. So apparently Callum Devine has dropped 7 seconds to Josh. Bit of a run up a bank by all accounts, that's the reports that we're hearing. Callum apparently isn't dying about the stage either, so sometimes psychologically these things go hand in hand.
Yeah, you can kind of convince yourself it's not right. If you
So someone I haven't noticed, did we miss him? Was Daniel McKenna? We must have.
No, Daniel was through.
Yeah, yeah.
He had that lock. Remember, he locked up the wheel.
Of course he did. Yep. So with quite a few times through, that's right. Very interesting. Who was fastest? Josh fastest on a 7:42.3. Second fastest, interestingly, was Johnny Greer on a 7:44.1. Robert Barrable keeps knocking them in. Third fastest, 7:44.7. Then Marion on a 7:46.9. He'll be kicking himself for that. He wanted to be closing the gap.
He was, yeah. And Kelly through there. So that leaves us. Josh has now extended his lead out to 18.6 seconds overnight from Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. And Callum Devine is in third, Robert Barrable fourth, and Sam Moffat fifth. So I think Marion might be slightly disappointed.
He will be. I know I would be after being so close all day. You have to hand it to Josh. He's gone faster. And I think, well, it's not that Marion didn't have a good run, but suddenly it's, it was 14 seconds, now it's 18.6 seconds.
Yeah, and Marion's going to be saying, oh, okay, I didn't do anything stupid, but where has he got 4.6 seconds on that stage out of me?
Yeah.
Marion was clearly explaining, if I think I've nicked a wheel or a tyre, I don't do anything over and above for, half a K or a K until I'm happy that the car's okay. So, but listen, you have to take your hat off. Sublime move by Josh early in the day. 10 odd seconds plus out of everybody, and then has just cemented that with some superb driving all afternoon.
Yep.
Tony will get a chance to have a chat with him in service. The cars are making their way back in now to the Agricultural College. And
Frank Kelly.
They go straight to Park Fermi, don't they?
Most of us, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, straight to Park Fermi in Clonakilty.
That was a great slide there from Frank. Frank, of course, has really switched on this afternoon. He admitted he didn't like it this morning, but this afternoon he's sort of consistently setting top 3 modified times, which is very, very good.
The thing is, he was carrying some speed through there as well.
And another quick update on the modifieds. Gary Kiernan, at this point, fastest modified so far as I can see. More importantly, he took another basically 3 seconds out of Daniel McKenna. Gap now up to 4.9 seconds when it was only a couple of seconds before. Jason Black, good time, 8:21.9. We do know that Kevin Eves is going like a steam train, but he's out of the picture. So I'm just going to have a look at the schedule just to... Yeah, so he goes straight to Park Fermi in tonight.
Look at no Declan Boyd, a super rallying.
I couldn't find him earlier on, I'd be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing here a total time having completed stage 8 of 3 hours, 5 minutes, 44.6 seconds.
Okay.
So we must have missed where he took a maximum super rally. But it could be a timing anomaly again. You just have to keep an eye on it and check again.
Stage time 8:06.7. Yep, not quite there, not quite on the same, but then when you've no incentive to push, I can sort of get it. So where did it go wrong for? I'm trying to figure this out. I'm looking at the stage times, and I can't. I don't get it.
Well, that's why I said it could well be a timing anomaly. So I wasn't gonna. It's possibly something that can be rectified. There's a.
I mean, I suppose if you take his stage positions, yeah, it's. I don't understand this. He was 8th, 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 6th. Then I had a stage time of 12 minutes 47 time over ring, which dropped him to 73rd overall. But that's only 5 minutes. On here, he's a total of 3 hours.
Yeah, it may well be a hiccup that'll rectify itself. I see Colin Murphy, Don Montgomery making their way through. Next up, along with us, should be Conor Curley. We had a great interview with Tony Kelly last time round in service.
You could sell sand to the Arabs that now.
Yeah, he could. So next we should have Clark 44. Brian O'Keefe, Sean Head, who we saw earlier.
Very experienced West Cork competitors. Anti-lag burbling away. So the graphics just come up there for the modified, and we can all see Gary Kiernan into the lead. Daniel McKenna led up until the second run at ring. Third, Jason Black. Fourth, Frank Kelly up to fifth. Fair play to you, Frank Kelly.
It's just times have just changed again there. Michael Declan Boyson has shown as 23rd.
That's more like it, yeah.
Especially with that 12-minute time. He's now on a 1:13:53.1.
Okay, that
so
would make
that
sense.
makes a lot more sense.
He dropped 5 minutes on the first run over ring. And again, they've sorted out Kevin Eves. He had 3 hours something. So they've now sorted it. We can see Kevin at the moment is 26th now. He's on a total of 1:19:44.2. He set a time of 8:03.7, which 12 seconds faster than anybody else in the modifieds. He's on a mission.
Yeah, serious, isn't it?
And by that reckoning, if he can keep going at that, he will just start jumping up the leaderboard.
And of course, there's probably no one listening to us anyway. They're all checked into the Lansdowne Road.
Don't want to know. Don't quite know what I'm going to do about it, but rugby's one of those games you really need to watch it live, don't you? It's very much an engagement in that respect.
Yeah.
Do you have a wee wager on by any chance?
No.
I think there's a bit of water or something on the inside of this corner. You can see it getting progressively slippier.
No.
Class 13. Certainly earlier on he was leading class 13, and then we have the Peugeot of Grogan, who we think should be leading Rally 4 but is entered in Rally 2, and I think that's the responsibility of the competitor to sort that out. That's not up to the organisers. Certainly didn't used to be. If you put yourself in the wrong class, it was your own responsibility to sort it out.
Quite right too.
Yeah.
So the leading crews now either in or on their way into Park Ferme, and I believe Tony will be there just to get a quick word of them at the end of the day, and if you like a personal view on their own day's performance. Josh Moffat, nice handy 18.6 seconds lead over Marion Evans, who in turn is 9.4 seconds ahead of Callum Devine. In turn, 8.1 seconds ahead of Robert Barrable, who's 10.9 seconds ahead of Sam Moffat. Is 6th. David Kelly, 7th. Cahan McCourt, 8th. Owen Murphy, 9th. And rounding out the top 10 and leading two-wheel drive, Gary McKieran. That's a stellar performance by him.
It is, yep. And you, I mean, okay, we've got this situation where Kevin Eves is absolutely flying this week, particularly for these front-wheel drive cars, the Rally 4 cars. So Jason J. Coleman. So that's really interesting. Top 5 historics graphic there, just to Dane Williams leading from Sebastian Ling, and Craig Breen in 3rd in the Sierra. David Williams, or Duncan Williams, David Williams. I did this rally with David Williams twice. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver rounding off the top 5. Problems there for Shane Quinn and his Fiesta.
So coming through to us next should be Gareth Black and Conor Dunlop.
Yep. Might get Gareth in one of those nice sideways moments, possibly. Gately cars who started.
Oh, definitely. So it should be Cian Walsh and Dylan Doonan in the Corolla. think we're going to miss them in Park Ferme. I can see us staying here till the end.
Six. So, yes, I suppose so, yeah.
Light-wise, that'd be about right.
Yeah. Kevin Neves was 9th fastest overall.
It was unreal. I mean, I went down looking at it because I heard you say about it, and I was like, wow.
So he did a 8:03.7 in his Toyota Corolla, and Declan Boyle was 10th fastest on an 8:06.7. So not a bad time for Declan too. He seems to be just getting closer. He's chipping away.
I just think it must be awfully frustrating for him to know to the likes of a West Cork or a Donegal or a Galway, and in the past have been in the hunt for the lead, you know, and been at the top of the, you know,
former champion
for a fight, and for whatever reason, you know, the car, whatever, just not there.
A lot of these young fellas never drove World Rally cars, and the people that did drive World Rally cars tend to struggle to get the R5 cars up to speed. It comes eventually. When you look at Gary Jennings now, initially Gary wasn't just couldn't find that last wee bit. Now he's finding it again.
Yeah.
And I've no doubt that this will come for Declan.
Oh no, I've no doubt, but it must be, from his point of view, must be frustrating.
I'm sure, because you're so close. But at the end of the day, it's so far as well, isn't it? Unfortunately. No, he would have been racing Josh and Sam all day long.
Because I think he got the Polo just before, was it the circuit last year, and then the engine went and he had to hire one.
That's right.
Didn't he hire the one from C&M?
Yep, he did.
So, you know, his own car he didn't get used to until after the event that he bought it for, if that makes sense.
I don't know if it's still the case or not, but I am just catching the mark too. Declan doesn't drive a lot in normal day-to-day life. He has a driver. He's a very, very busy guy, and he's on the phone working all the time, and he gets driven around a lot of the time.
It makes sense with the business that he has and the intensity and the enormity of it.
Yep.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Certainly used to be the case. It may not be the case anymore since COVID. So Damien Campbell safely through. There you can see this wet patch sort of getting wetter. Mickey Conlon. Theory should be James Bradley. Nice and smooth, no drama.
That is Dylan Eves and Sean Marsh in the Ford Fiesta Rally 4. First time for them at Clonakilty. Fourth in class in Galway a couple of weeks back, start of February.
So Keelan Grogan did an 8:37.8 in his Peugeot 208, as opposed to, I think Shane Quinn was possibly fastest R4 Rally 4 car with an 8:33.7. Kane Caldwell 8:42.6. Joe Kelly 8:39.1, very, very close. Casey J. Coleman an 8:48.9. Casey had where we are. Light definitely starting to go.
Yeah, it is. That was 79. Bobby and Sarah Hennessy, third time doing the event. Up next was car 116, Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moore. Up next with us will be car 75, Mark Nangle and Donal Lennon. Mark's from Summerhill in Meath and is doing the event for the 17th time. Best result was 13th in 2008.
Okay, so that's us going to wind up from the final stage of the day here, and hopefully hand over to Tony, who's at Park Ferme. And we believe, or I believe, I've been told that she has Robert Barrable ready for a few words, so we'll just play out here. See the last of the fading of the light.
And if we're going to Tony, we're live 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So
we're in Park Ferme. Happy to be here this evening. Robert Barrable and of course Gordon Noble. We missed you in service a few times today, but a very nice steady day driving.
Yeah, good start, and then stage 3 and 4 we went on a bit of a softer tyre choice, which kind of compromised our progress, but then the afternoon stage we went on to the hard tyre the same as Josh, so times were good. It took a little while to get used to the harder tyre because haven't drove that car on the hard tyre, so but I was good, happy enough. Paces were good there. We were second quickest on the last stage, which will bode well for tomorrow, but I don't know what the weather's due to do tomorrow, but I'm sure the pace is going to be hot and frantic like it was today.
I mean, it normally is an Irish rally at the minute. Gordon, how are you on the passenger side? Are you happy out?
I am indeed, Tony. Yeah, everything's been good. It's been very smooth. It's been clean. We haven't no particular dramas, even whenever it was damp. We had no issues. We've been going fast without taking any particular risk. So it bodes well for certainly tomorrow. We'll come back out and keep doing that and keep chipping away. You know, so still quite a long rally. The same number of kilometres tomorrow again as there was today. So. We'll see. As Robert says, according to what the weather does, maybe it'll change the perspective, but hopefully it'll stay as dry as better for us all, you know.
Exactly, and I mean, West Cork is just one of those events that everybody raves about. They absolutely adore it. The stages tomorrow, any particular stage you're looking forward to? Are, you know, a lot of people saying today that just all of them are incredible.
I think the icing on the cake for me tomorrow is Ardfield. It's just a very committed stage, good lines, blind crests. It's just one of them ones that have always stand out, even back when my dad was rallying back in 07 or 08 when he did it and then we did it, and 11. It's just every time we go through, it's just one of them stages that just seems to just tick the box, I suppose. Yeah. Now they're all not bad, but just that one tomorrow seems to be that just a little bit more particular. So, but I think when the stages are that fast and committed, there's no real difference in time, as we've seen on the ring today. There was like 2 seconds between 6 of us, so it'll be good, depending on what the weather does. But I think the race is going to be good anyway. But that stage for me tomorrow is going to be the one you come to the end of with a big smile on your face.
I mean, the pace today was insane, and obviously as a previous winner you're going to be out to do the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah, although Josh seems to be on a fairly good pace today, you know, it's you have to hand it to him. We went on the hard tire early and got a good jump on everybody, but yeah, listen, as Gordon says, it's the same length of stage as tomorrow as it was today, so still a good long rally, but when you see the margins so small as they are, it's going to be hard to make any inroads into Josh's lead. But there's a good race on for second and third and fourth, so we'll try and keep the pressure on there and see what we can come up with.
That's exactly it. And I mean, obviously last year as well, Gordon, you had a great run too.
Yeah, last year was good. I finished third here as far as I remember. So hopefully we can match that or even get better. You know, that's the dream. So we'll have to just work at it tonight and see what happens.
Exactly. I mean, between the pair of you, we have a good old run of it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good podium finishes in the past.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like, you know, we've both good knowledge of the event, so we both have good scoring records here, which is good. So, but yeah, look, we're looking forward to tomorrow, and we'll approach it like we did today, just get to our own comfortable pace and just keep pushing and see what happens.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us. You came all the way back in. We're very happy to speak to you. Absolutely delighted. We'll let you catch up with your evening and catch up for tomorrow, but thank you very much. Hopefully we'll get a quick chat tomorrow. That is Gordon Noble and Robert Barable, and what we're going to do now is head this way and see if we can get a few more of the guys that we missed earlier. It's always nice to get into Park Fermé. It's kind of a strange one, but everybody's very relaxed by the time they get to this point. So we'll try and get Declan Boyle for a quick word. Declan, we missed you a few times today too. Yes. You're hiding on us.
Hiding on you.
You're enjoying the event?
Yes, it wasn't bad at all. I had plenty of ups and downs again. Tyre choices wrong in the morning, and then we were flat out on the first stage in the afternoon. There, ring 116 mile an hour on the limiter, and then the next thing we hit the brakes for a square right. She took off like a bullet, but lucky enough we got away with it. Pulled the wing and a bumper of it, but we finished the stage anyway. But we lost about 5 minutes.
I mean, Declan, when that happens, that is just not the answer at all. It just kills your confidence altogether, doesn't it?
It does, yes. And then, you know, at the end of the day, why go out and risk driving hard again? You know, we're driving hard enough there, but at the same time, you're not going to push the boat out.
How's the car feeling? Are you happy and content with everything after that?
Well, I'm playing away with the car there now, you know, setting it up for good dry conditions. It was 20s on there in the afternoon now too, and we played the suspension and we tweaked it again there in the last loop, so it is nice now again at the minute. But listen, we get round the more now hopefully, and plenty of mileage too, so it's not all bad.
It's one of those things, it's very much just rallying, and I was just saying there before we got speaking to you that, like, to get to Park Fermé in the evening is just such a lovely feeling.
It is, in fairness it is, but you could be a few places, you know, higher up, but at the same time it could be worse too after that big spin.
And it, like, you know, it's one of those things where you've had such unbelievable results in the past. Are you finding it hard to try and get used to the R5? Like, you know, do you just wish you were kind of back in the WRC days, or are you just enjoying getting used to this new type of machinery?
Well, it's frustrating because you know, I got the WRC car in 2015, that Fiesta, and I kept working with that for years, trying to fix it, you know, get the suspension right. Never got it right at all, and I feel that this car here will be easier, but at the same time these young lads are not hanging around.
It's just one of those things, very difficult, like, you know, at chopping and changing of machinery, but it's all enjoyable at the end of the day. It's all mileage, isn't it?
It is, it's all mileage, yes, and you know, we'll go flat at it now until Donegal and do our best for then, and so we'll look at it then again after that.
Good man, Declan, thanks very much for stopping to us, or stopping with us and talking to us. We're just going to cut across here now and see if we can get Daniel McKenna as well. He was one of those guys that we were kind of trying to find earlier on too, but we just couldn't get the timing right. So we'll try and get a quick word with Daniel here now. He's had a great day, so if we can just get a few words from him to see how he's feeling and if he's happy with his day's work. Daniel, You'll be glad to get into Park Ferme this evening. Are you happy enough?
Yeah, happy enough. Like we're in the hunt for the modified lead. Like, so only 5 seconds off the lead there with Gary. We had a good early start this morning. There's obviously the second stage was cancelled, and then Conor Murphy had an accident on the fourth stage, so we were car behind him blocked. But yeah, so we got a scratch time there, which wasn't probably representative of maybe the time we could do. But I seemed to be more comfortable in them 2 stages. The ones there in the afternoon, don't know, just didn't probably have the right commitment levels, and having to change tyre compound and stuff. So we're happy enough, reasonably happy. Like, probably need to do some more setup work and stuff with the car, and maybe learn more about the tyres. But full day tomorrow, hopefully we'll get a bit closer to the Gary and see how it goes.
And I mean, 5 seconds is absolutely nothing.
No, like we have. I can't remember what the name of the 4 stages, but you have Sam's Cross and you have Ardfield, 2 18-19 kilometre stages, like proper international stages. Like, they are tough. As tough as you get in a WRC event from my experience. Like, so yeah, looking forward to them. I think the weather could play a part in it as well, but sure, we'll see what happens.
And on the whole, did you enjoy your day?
Did enjoy it, yeah. Well, that last stage, each time now, I was really struggling to get into the rhythm and stuff. And Gary took an awful lot of time out of me the first time around, 8 seconds. We were closer that time, we were 3. I can't say I enjoy getting beaten there, but other than that, no, it's been a fantastic day. The car's been faultless and we didn't make any mistakes. A couple of moments here and there on the treacherous stuff, but everyone had that. But other than that, the rally's been fantastic. So hands of aces away there in the wind. But
we let you go and get it. Daniel, thank you very much for talking to us, and congratulations on the day so far. We're going to come over here now and see if we can get a quick word with Gary. You have to be delighted to get back in here this evening, leading the modified.
Yeah, it was a good race with Daniel. Unfortunately, Kevin had gone out. I don't know, Christopher's not maybe that far away, or either is Jason Black, so another big day tomorrow.
Are you looking forward to anything specifically tomorrow?
Probably Ardfield. Ardfield's class, the speed. Yeah. The weather now, if we get the weather for tomorrow, that'll make it.
And in terms of the plan for tomorrow, will you think too much about this evening, or will you go home and just switch off, or will you have the laptop out? Or
no, I'll go and have a pint now and relax. Yeah, relax and then go at it again tomorrow. 5 seconds isn't really, you start from scratch and go again tomorrow, so another full day tomorrow.
Gary, good man, thank you very much, and well done on a brilliant drive today. Folks, there you have it. A fantastic day's rallying. That's everybody getting into Park Ferme now, and it's absolutely brilliant to see again just the atmosphere and everybody so happy with their day's rallying. We're very grateful that you tuned in with us today, and we are very excited to get on the ball again tomorrow morning bright and early. We'll see you then.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round easy right 150. Push on up.